Hello, hello, good morning. If we could please have... into it. Good morning, everyone. My name is Zuzanna Krzątała, and I am a sustainability project manager at Vogue Poland. And I am absolutely delighted to be back here for the third edition of the Business Fashion Environment Summit, the largest event on sustainability in Central Eastern Europe. The theme of today is fashioning new realities and how digital transformation is redefining the future of fashion and its impact on sustainability. Oftentimes, we tend to forget that the word fashion is an active verb and as such has a transformative potential for change. To fashion means to dream up and devise something bigger, better, always adapting and shape-shifting. I will be guiding you today for this exciting and packed agenda. And let me tell you, brace yourself, because we'll be covering a lot of ground, from greenwashing to meta-washing, from overconsumption to meta-hoarding. Much of what we'll discuss in the morning will find its digital twin in the afternoon. If you're still a bit confused about Web3, metaverse, and what digital fashion has to do with sustainability, make sure to stay with us until the very end, as we will be predicting where fashion is headed. Pandemic has been a huge catalyst in pushing for digital transformation. Today, we will learn from the metaverse experts and creators who are the avant-garde of the digital revolution. We will explore new dimensions of sustainability in the still nascent metaverse reality and the limitless potential of fashion in virtual space where we can replicate the physical experience without leaving a footprint. We can use new technologies not to sell more clothes, but to change the way we design, produce, and consume. Could this be the answer to fashion's underlying issues of overproduction and overconsumption? For what we know, carrying on is not the solution. We don't have the luxury of time. Faced with global challenges of the looming climate crisis, fashion, being one of the major culprits, has a responsibility to act, and to act fast. Our goal today is to break down the buzzwords, to get behind the hype. We want you to feel inspired by today's panel discussions, conversations, power speeches, and startup pitches. Hopefully, this is just the beginning, and you will continue these conversations in your companies and your communities. And now, I will give the floor to our incredible speakers, from creators to change makers, business leaders, industry experts. Is it a surprise that women lead the conversation on sustainability? Pay attention to our speakers today. We don't really have gender parity. I think 80% of the speakers are women, and it's saying something. Our very first speaker not only strives for a better planet by using upcycled materials in her iconic brands, but has been a vocal advocate to Ukraine, mobilizing, organizing, and building a community through which she supports Ukrainian creators. Please welcome on stage Ina Lekiewicz, editor-in-chief of Vogue Poland, and our guest of honor, Julie Pelipas, who's a former fashion director of Vogue Ukraine and founder of fashion upcycling platform Bettter. It's an absolute honor to have you, and I'm glad that we're starting today's panel with this important conversation.
Thank you, Susan. Good morning, everyone. Доброго ранку, шановне панство.
Shall we sit down?
Shall we sit down? Yeah.
Two of us, so we can go in the middle. Oh.
Okay.
Good morning. Such a pleasure, such an honor to have you in Warsaw with us. If you don't mind me asking, where did you travel from? Where do you live now? And how did your life change in general?
I feel much privileged to travel here from London, of course, and I feel a bit confused to be in a safe place because I had the whole morning conversation with my team who are now in Kiev, and it's like, you know, I was trying to cope myself this morning to cope this message that I would love to tell you. I hope in this conversation I will try to bring as much as possible, but if you don't mind, I will give a little, like a very, very short speech in Ukrainian. I really believe that you might understand. Але я дуже хочу говорити українською чомусь до вас. Хочу просто подякувати від усього українського народу вам, Польщі, жінкам з Польщі, які допомагали нашим жінкам з дітьми, всьому ком'юніті, полякам. Це було incredible, це було дуже неймовірно відчувати таку підтримку з вашого боку. І я розумію, що ми тут прийшли говорити про sustainability, але я дуже хочу просто як людина сказати, що ви неймовірні. Ця підтримка від вас, вона відчувається, і мені здається, що в підручниках з історії ми будемо мати ці сторінки, і ми будемо частинкою цієї ери, цієї юніті, яка сталася, неймовірної юніті, яка сталася. Просто дякую вам від усього українського народу. Sorry that I just somehow felt like I really want to say that before we switch to professional topics. So I came here from London. London was the city of my dream always, but when we moved there actually with my family, I felt like Ukraine and my home is the only place I really want to live. And I hope it's going to happen soon, that it will become a safe place again. My team, there's a funny story about my team. Not so funny, but some of amazing stories that we have, because I relocated my team to Portugal. It's 30 women. And of course, I wanted them to be in a safe place. So I thought that the ocean, the nature, mountains, forests around them will somehow help them to retreat emotionally. In 2 months, all my ladies from Bettter company called me and literally begged me to bring them back to Ukraine. And then there was the whole process of bringing the whole R&D and the whole team back to Ukraine. And this September, actually, we were setting up R&D again in Ukraine, in Kiev. And that's why I had this call conversation this morning with all of them, because, of course, they're all frightened. We all say that it's another feeling now because we're stronger and we know what to do, but they're still frightened. So I feel a bit privileged, you know, to be in London, but the most powerful statement that I can bring to you after all these events is that you should never stop. To stop means to fail. To stop means to bring them what they want to get from you. And this is the reason why I'm here, why I arrived despite anything. This is the reason why I'm attending fashion weeks, to spread the word, to support designers, to actually to not stay in a quiet place and just cry quietly, you know. It's just, it's really important to continue to bring your message, whatever you have on the backgrounds, whatever cries, whatever feelings, emotional breakdowns, and whatever you have there. We all humans in the end, and we're all not so strong as we want to show up on social media. I don't want you to sleep over this topic, so let's shift to something more exciting, maybe.
It is a very important topic anyway. So talking about fashion weeks, you attended a Ukrainian designer showcase during the Paris Fashion Week. Can you tell us more about it?
I think it's amazing the bravery of Ukrainian Vogue team to make this showcase in such circumstances. And of course, what I was saying, and from the day one, we really need to support. It might sound ridiculous, not ridiculous, but paradoxic, but I really believe that we need to support strong brands in the first place and then the others, because these brands that were building their companies for years, like 10 years, 15 years, they struggle the most because that's a big companies. And of course, in times of crisis, they witness the biggest effects. And I told the team, and I'm telling everyone, that in the first place, please support big established brands. It might seem that they don't need support, but actually, if they will get vanished, the industry in the end will be, you know, in a bad place. The industry will struggle. So these are big companies that holds the economy, that pays the taxes. These are big companies that we really need to support. And you might ask, why not younger designers? Younger designers need another level of support, and that's what we do with Better Community, actually. We allocate another levels of support, but big brands, they really need support these days on higher level, because if they will vanish, if they will stop their activities, that would mean that the economy, the industry of fashion markets of Ukraine will be destroyed. So this thinking, you know, we might shift later to this topic, but thinking in long term, where you're going to be in 5 to 3 years, not tomorrow, not in 1 month. This is what makes the decision making on another level.
What kind of support do you mean by that for the bigger brands? For
the bigger brands, it means that you need to. We all live now in this world of Kim Kardashians, and it is unfortunately or fortunately, it's important to continue their digital presence on a level where they will be increasing their sales. Where, you know, it sounds quite pragmatic, but you have to continue your sales. And digital performance, digital outreach is something that defines this process these days. So this support from media like Vogue, or influencers or professional level, it's really crucial. They're all very good businessmen, but if you won't handle them this support on the media side, they will be the timing for them would be quite different, and timing means money in this world. So I'm always talking a very pragmatic things maybe, but this is the reality of business behind those beautiful branding. So so media coverage, media support is quite important. I find it in these days. So it's so easy to get disappeared among all others, especially D2C brands who are very aggressively outreach the digital audience these days. So I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to ask as well, how did you even find time, and why did you decide to start the community already caring for 30 people, working for your own brand? You also started a platform to support Ukrainian fashion industry. If you can tell us more about this.
I think I was just in a survival mood mentally. It just helps to stay sane when you help people. That's on the basic level. But when the war broke, it's actually that I think every Ukrainian was thinking, what would be the best help he or she can allocate to anyone? So I'm not good in fighting. I'm not good in politics. But I know that in my field, in fashion, I can do something for my creative community. So I was just thinking what would be the best from me, from my side, to give to them. And I understood that I can create an infrastructure of support, which means there are lots of people around who would love to help, but they didn't know how. They all came to me and asked, Julie, how we can help. And I knew that there are those young creatives that felt really lost. They are young, they have kids. There's a young people, young families, and they're creatives. Creatives, not a businessman. It's not the designers. It's absolutely other kind of people. They have other mindsets, and that for them to cope with war, to to get to stand up and to understand how to proceed was the most tricky task, to be honest. And I knew that there should be an industry of support for them. That's why we decided to create this quick, I mean, there was very quick action, actually. There was emergency action. But we decided to create this system, like a showcase for them, so that brands, companies, media would have easy access to their portfolios and easy access to direct access to them, to commission them for the job, to give them a job. So this is like on a highest level. On other level, there was a need to give them legal advising, legal support, and on the basic level, there was of course the financial support that we were trying to allocate. And this was the first, let's say, era of community. Then when they settled, we moved to another one where we now operate more as an agency, and we're trying to present them all over the world. I might say that it doesn't go easily because the infrastructure, the fashion market is actually so rooted with old connection, with this structure that it's not easy to break down. So that's what we're trying to do, apart from Bettter. I mean, we have success records, but I'm quite surprised with the level of support from the West, from the global West, I would say. But slowly but steady, we
It means surprise, not in a good way, right?
yeah.
Talking about such, each of us can increase the media visibility and social visibility of this platform as well. So I guess as we're sitting here, whoever can share that or whoever can support, that would be brilliant. For this platform, you have used the website and the resources you built when created your own brand called Bettter. Would love to hear why you decided to start this brand and how you're working on it now in the times of the crisis.
You know, it's actually, to tell the story about Bettter, it would take at least 1 week sitting here and tell you the whole thing. I will try to make it quicker. I contemplated Bettter concept in my mind when I was working in Vogue Ukraine, actually, and I was convincing myself to launch this platform for 3 years. I was literally asking myself, Julie, is it really the product this world needs, or you're just trying to create something else? And for me, it was really important that I would be able to create something that would mean new era, that will mean new pattern for production, for sales, for consumption, for decision-making in buying clothes, decision-making in building the brands, and so on. There are so many other layers of Bettter, but the point is that it's complete innovation. It's the system I'm trying to build in the big old market. I'm trying to make, I always say that I'm trying to make upcycling as a method, a sexy method in the future, you know, so that it doesn't look like a patchwork, so it looks like a really nice new product, new generation of customers really willing to have, not emotionally but smartly, but, you know, like wisdomly, they choose this kind of product. So to cut the story short, there was 3 years of convincing, and then I quit. I had to quit Vogue to launch my own platform because I felt like I won't be able to spread myself in 2 parts. It really takes all your time. You don't see your kids, you don't see your family. You really need to build up the platform. I don't call it brands because it's not a brand. It's a platform which operates as a system of algorithms. We call it smart design algorithms. So every design we do, it actually comes from working with your metrics. So we try to customize product digitally. So what it means that in the, I hope, nearest future, you will be able to come to the website, to register, and then when you buy the product, the system will analyze your body metrics and will suggest you if this particular suit will suit you well or not. If not, they will of course suggest you the other one. How we're going to do this? Of course, using the new technologies. New technologies finally came to a point where we can do 2 pictures on your phone and we can have 70 metrics of your body on the backdrop, on the background, on the backhand, sorry, technical terms. So we have your metrics, and this quite possible to create a customized suit for you. Since we don't use raw materials, we use only pre-existing clothes, it's really possible. It took me 3 years on development and research to create this basement, this data of algorithms, and now more confidently can say that Bettter growing into a real system. And in the nearest future, you will see big collaborations with huge brands. But not to tell you that many emotional aspects of that, I will tell you that the North Star of Bettter is actually to get this at least 60% of that stock, because it's huge. And I'm not here to tell you the story about that stock, how ugly the operations with dead stocks from any brand, actually, from small to bigger. They really don't know what to do. The management of that stock is, no one really invested ever in the management of that stock. So I really want to come to a point where it would be at least 60% of the whole amount of that stock upcycled into new products, into new amazing products. I'm not saying it's going to be like, you know, like another mass market. It should be very personalized. It should be, why I'm talking that much about metrics, it should be personal products. It should be, it's not just about sustainability. It's really about serving you in the first place as a human, so that clothes that you wear serves you. You feel that it's yours. It's yours in terms of metrics. It's your choice. It's your conscious choice to buy this suit, upcycled suit, not another one from whatever brands, but this you know, message in the suit that you want to bring to this world. And it's like, I'm telling, it's true. I can tell about Bettter for hours, but it's like so many layers in this platform, and I'm proud how my team operates, because literally every women that came to, I'm telling women because we only have 2 boys in the whole team. So every woman who came to my team, they stay with me for already 5 years, and they don't want to leave. They don't want to come back to classic patterns of production clothes. And it doesn't mean that we have to kill the classic way of producing, but it means that we have to keep only the good quality, the beautiful things, but not waste, because there is too much waste. I need to stop. If you want me to tell you something else, there are also, I think, possibility to ask questions, but it's just, yeah.
Exactly. I guess you'll be here around later as well, so whoever has personal questions can approach you. The last thing I wanted to ask, what I really love about Bettter is it's a really strong storytelling, and each of the garment is described by where it came from, where it was sourced, what it's inspired by. Do you believe fashion would benefit from stronger storytelling?
I believe that storytelling term get wasted itself in this modern world, because brands started to use it as a marketing tool more than a real media to bring the real story behind the brand. And I don't even, we never used digital marketing, we never used marketing at all in Bettter, but what we did, we created media in-house of the company, so that we will be able to educate and bring messages more of on another level, more of on from journalistic point of view. And storytelling in Bettter is actually real stories, and it's not that we make up stories, we really live those stories through those suits, you know. And there are many stories behind each drop. And another thing that I think it should be pay attention here is the passports is something that I really wanted to input, is that we really cut the labels. Let's say we decided not to use labels, but we created this passport for each item, which will trace the whole information about this product, so that we can tell you where this product was sourced, where this product was upcycled, and in the best place where we want to sell the product where it was sourced upcycled. So it's like the whole story would be containing in that passport. And I'm dreaming to shoot a small movies about each character that's related to a particular suit, so that you can actually go through the QR code on the passport and see the movie behind the suit that you're going to be wearing. And I mean, there's so many exciting things in the future of Bettter. And one thing that I really want to point on is that it will never be a brand with designer behind, and I'm not calling myself designer. It's going to be an open platform for younger designers, and we're going to open these Bettter stations where creators, talents, designers will be able to come to discover upcycling as a method to educate themselves, and they will have all the range of tools to create upcycling, to actually create new design for the next drops. So it's going to be like a crowd creative process. That's another thing to know about Bettter. We're developing, it's not quick because it's not a profit-oriented platform. It's quite slow in the process of research and development. But anyways, you will see, I hope, in 1 year that everything that I'm speaking this here now, you will see in reality. But for me, honestly, as a person, you've seen me, I'm very tall, and I was all my life very grumpy. I'd never felt confident. It looks like I'm confident, but I'm not. So for me, it was actually a task to be solved in terms of what you wear to be more confident, what you're gonna wear to feel more empowered. And suits, I remember clearly the moments when I first wore suits and I felt like, okay, I don't feel like I need to think how I look. I just feel like I look whatever good. And actually, there's one last thing about suits and Bettter is that we're actually stealing these suits from men's world to women. We never upcycle women's suits. We only upcycle men's suits into women because historically there was a huge mistake when they were creating women's suits. I find them really poor in terms of construction. Men's suits are very smart, and I'm always saying that if man has any issues with their body, if they wear suits, they will look like a James Bond, right? Any issues, they might have belly, whatever. They wear suits and they're James Bond. It's opposite for the women's suit. They created like to show up the curves, and if women have any issues, it's gonna be like shown up directly. So what I'm doing, I'm stealing this smart construction from menswear and I'm putting that into women's wear, and I'm not calling this unisex because it's cheating. In terms of metrics and perfect fit, unisex, it's a fails statement. And just remember this, it's like any suit won't look good on you if they call it unisex. So proportions, metrics, construction, it's the whole, math of these designs. So this is just for you to remember that when you see Bettter suits, it was always previously men's suits and it became a women's suit. And I'm quite proud of this because we spent 3 years on this research and development process to understand how we're going to reconstruct this smart construction into and adopt it to body metrics of women, and they all unique. And why I'm saying that this body digital fit is so important, because sizing like SML is so poor. It still doesn't work for us. It's like such a brain breaker all the time to understand digitally what size are you, and it's mostly don't fit you. So these things, these are real sustainability, I call it, when you really put a lot of investigation into how you technically can solve customers' demands, how you can make your customer happy and your suit last forever. I'm quitting. Sorry, it took too long. I know we're out of time.
Yeah, we're out of time. I wish we had more time, but you're staying for the day.
Very open to answer any questions outside.
I'm sure everyone will have a lot of questions to you. Thank you so much for coming here and having this conversation.
Thank you.
We're giving stage back to Zuzanna.
Yeah, and thank you so much, everyone, for coming. Thank you.
I just wanted to say that we will have ample coffee break, so make sure to catch Julie and discuss some more. As you can see, I'm all about loose-fitting suits, and we're also kind of sneaking in some feminist agenda into sustainability and metaverse, so thank you. I really love that statement. And it also goes to show, I wanted to say something that we were discussing yesterday, is that the way we have come together and showed up for Ukraine shows that we can do it as well for the climate. That same sense of urgency can be also replicated. Absolutely. Thank you. After years of demanding concrete actions on sustainability, we have now reached the point of oversaturation, with nearly every company appointing sustainability managers, looking at myself here, and integrating sustainable agendas into their business models. But there is this, proliferation of transparent, ethical, sustainable brands entering the market. What does it really mean? What is the role of sustainability managers? I will now have the pleasure to welcome on stage our incredible speakers. Let me start with Federica Bertolani, Nanushka's head of sustainability. I feel like you might need to have a mic. Followed by Dana Thomas, author of the best-selling book Fashionopolis, The Price of Fast Fashion and the Future of Clothes, who was recently appointed the European Sustainability Editor for British Vogue. And Tetyana Solovey, sustainable jewelry expert and former sustainability editor of Vogue Ukraine. Wow, this is really overwhelming to have all of you here on stage with all of your expertise, and really, what you have in common is having sustainability in the title, but each of you have a different, area of expertise, a kind of different perspective, speak from different positions, the editorial position, the brands, and also academia. I'm curious, what does your job entail? What does a sustainability officer do, and what are the qualifications needed to do your job? Whoever feels like jumping first. Well, Dana, go ahead.
I'll go first. At Vogue, which I've been doing since January, I'm based in Paris, but I'm doing it for British Vogue, and then it spreads out all over the European Vogues. First I read a lot of reports, and I read a lot of press releases, and I attend a lot of conferences, and I speak at a lot of conferences. I'm doing actually one in London at the end of the week for British Vogue for its Forces of Fashion. And then I have a monthly column where I try to explain to readers why this matters. And the idea is that we're trying to balance in British Vogue, and therefore all the Vogues in Europe, the idea of consuming, but consuming responsibly, and eco-conscious consumption and shopping. So my column is in the beginning of the magazine, and it basically says, have a think before you shop, and then the rest of the magazine says, shop, 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 shop. And I really try to mix it up and make it very positive, because all these climate change issues are they create eco-anxiety. We can get very nervous about it, and it can really eat at us if we really let it get to us, especially when you spend as much time as I do reading reports. So I try to make it very positive, and I try to make it very user-friendly, like here's some ideas you can take from it, just like I do for my podcast, The Green Dream. It's called The Green Dream with Dana Thomas, and at the end I always ask my guests, and what can listeners do to, just add one little thing even to change to make some sort of positive impact on their lives and the lives of everybody else in the age of climate change. So I try to do that. Like the current column is an interview with Lily Cole. The next one is celebrating the youth movement and in the climate movement and the kids who are going to COP in Egypt this year and really making some noise and trying to affect change. The next one will be about, art. And how there are artists and art exhibitions now that are focusing on awareness of climate change and what you can do, and also about restoration and maintenance of existing art because of the elements that are hurting it, like the floods of Venice. So, we have to, that it affects all of these different niches in our lives, but we really do try to keep it positive as opposed to too heavy. And Edward definitely wants to make sustainability the third pillar in the mission of British Vogue, that there's diversity and inclusivity, and now it's sustainability too. And so I'm helping roll that out throughout the magazine and its positions editorially.
Absolutely. It's so important to kind of leverage that message so we don't feel immobilized, being inundated by so much of the anxious data.
And we don't want to keep it in a box. It's not just my column and then the rest of the magazine is something else and doesn't carry that message. He wants it to weave through the whole message of Vogue, so that there's, clean beauty, that there's responsibly sourced jewelry on the jewelry page, that, the decor and home stories might have some sort of sustainable angle in them, that, we celebrate designers who are doing great works in this area in the editorial, that it's a constant note beating through the magazine.
Absolutely. So it's not just like limited to fashion.
It's not in a box.
I'm actually looking at Tanya, who has a lot to say about sustainable jewelry and who's also a pioneer in that sense, because, I feel like Vogue Ukraine has always been at the forefront. I mean, not just Vogue Ukraine, but I feel like, Ukrainian designers have always had sustainability, at the core of their DNA. So
thank you. It's such a pleasure to hear it. And I just want to make a bridge between your and my conversation. I really enjoy how you portray the new king of England by profiling his sustainability effort. And that was a really good move, how to embed sustainability idea into real mundane life of people. They really think about new king, and here you are, you deliver a message how the king is progressing in sustainability and how he was way ahead in this, and thank you for this. And
although, isn't he just pulling out of COP? I mean,
well, yeah, but that was a diplomatic
Was that
issue.
after, the article that you wrote?
No,
I'm not getting involved.
No, it's all Liz Truss, I think, wigging out about power.
Yes.
And who has it and how it's wielded.
Absolutely.
No, but he's been very involved in this. I mean, when you meet with King Charles, when I met with him when he was still Prince Charles, I mean, he starts rattling off facts and figures and things, and you're like, wow, he really knows this stuff. He was the most knowledgeable person I've ever encountered on the subject of climate change and sustainability. Like, it's in his head. He doesn't need reports to, he doesn't need somebody to hand him a paper with his bullet points. He knows it because he's been working on it for 50 years.
Incredible.
And I had a chance to revise my experience because I'm recently graduate from Media, Communications and Culture in Goldsmith. So I have a year of studying sustainability and the way how it embedded in the business operation in communication culture. And I was surprised to realize that when I was an editor, I thinking that sustainability effort is quite exceptional, but actually it's quite the opposite. And it is already kind of 10 or 20 years when business frame this narrative about sustainability with a question, what if we stop thinking about environmental problem as a problem, but rather consider it as a business opportunity? And it is already there. They sort of transform ethical necessity into a good business plan. And it's not possible to imagine a business which operates out of this moral framework, out of real commitment, not only communication commitment, but real commitment, how they're gonna make over their business toward more social and ecological justice. And that was my recent discovery when I was reading all of these things. And now business, they sort of operate with sort of government and NGO capacity. They hire people like policy maker, policy peace builder, so who could really implement the changes. And the people like us, like me probably, who like try to wording it in a correct way. And I remember I was struggling how to translate even in Russian. Should I do it? Should I use sustainability, or should I try to find more descriptive terminology just to explain people what it's all about? And actually, because of this kind of experience of reading through academy all these narratives, I realized that well, it is already there, and probably I should stop thinking in terms of exceptional action about sustainability, but it is rather things which we need to grasp on like more practical level, even on more practical level in a way how we talk about it, without anxiety, without sense of catastrophe, but rather as practice, which is already there. You can't get rid of it. It's necessity.
Absolutely. So there are these, big words that inspire the action, but there are also concrete actions. And maybe Federica could tell us a little bit, how does it look like from, the brand's perspective? How do you implement sustainability? What sort of area does it engage? Is it, branding, communication?
Yeah, I would like to connect with things that both of the other two speakers have said, as I believe that anxiety that is felt by every stakeholders is felt also within the company, because in the end companies are made of people. That's what companies are. And so I think that the role of a sustainability officer is really to make sure that you can give a direction, but then the role itself means being supportive to all the other departments, because really embedding sustainability within a company means having this overarching approach of from material sourcing to circular design strategy, supply chain diversity. So it is quite complicated, there is no need to lie. Navigating the complexities of environmental and social considerations is tough. It's not easy. First, because what we have seen in the market is that every company's growth so far has been very much linked to the increased volume of production. That's how a brand is, moving forward, is growing. But now we are experiencing raw material crisis, energy prices are increasing. So the fact that now environmental and social issues are felt within the company even more, we're facing this. We see the urgency of really trying to decouple our economic growth from the use of natural resources. And now more than ever, exploring new ways of doing business with engaging with your customers is fundamental. And when I say circularity, it's not just business model, but really trying to use what nature taught us, using nature as mentor, in nature, nothing is wasted. Everything is used as a feedstock for something else. So how can we make, get the maximum value of what we already have? And I think that so this entails everything from how the brand position themselves, how you are raising awareness within the company at all levels. But I also think that the other important, step when we talk about sustainability to really make sure that we can create for the future a sustainable fashion industry that I see that is happening, but yet not to the level that probably we need, is really collaboration. I know that a lot of conferences now are talking about the need of trying to collaborate with each other, and I think that fashion stakeholders now more than ever need to really being able to create this pre-competitive space where fashion brands will work with their competitors to find the right solution, to support the right solution, will meet with solution providers, will share best results and also kind of data, because everything that deals with sustainability, not everything, but a lot of sustainability needs to be data-driven. We need to make sure that we have a strong baseline, and from there, how we can move forward and how we can create improvement plans that then sustainability officer might have the, the goal to lead and make sure that we progress in the right direction.
Absolutely. It's all about building alliances and kind of seeing, that this is yeah, like we're all in this together. We cannot fight against each other.
From companies, like media needs to support like brands, academia and like research centers need to make sure that they can provide the data so that brands can make better decisions. So everything is really interconnected.
We have just emerged from a month-long fashion week. Paris held a record number of shows and accompanying events, whereas New York made a spectacular comeback after seasons of decline. Much has been said during the pandemic about kind of scaling down, you know, where there was this fashion reset that was supposed to take place, you know, limiting the scope of fashion weeks, the turnaround of collections. What happened? Where was sustainability on the catwalk?
Well, it wasn't at Copernic when they sprayed Bella Hadid in a dress that was held together with plastic, and it was a single-use dress because you couldn't put it on again once you cut her out of it.
And yet it made the biggest splash of all.
That was the most anti-sustainable moment in the fashion week. Like, what was that about? Here, let's make a dress you can wear once and then throw away. Oh, and it's made of plastic.
Woo!
No. Disaster. No, do you know where sustainability was with the people who really do believe about it, in it. Stella McCartney and Chloe, Gabriella Hearst, you know, the young startups that are really pushing this forward, Maureen Sayre. There you saw it because they really held to it. The bigger brands, less so. I mean, they'll say things like, we're giving our sets to art schools to use for their materials, or, you know, a theater company for, you know, but there's a little bit, a lot, as my daughter used to say when she was little, a little bit, a lot of greenwashing.
We'll have a panel on greenwashing following this one, so yes.
But, you know, God bless the ones who believe in it. They're really, I mean, Stella said that 87% of her fabrics in the collection were sustainably sourced, and she's pushing to 100% within a couple seasons. She's really, like, drilling down on this. And, you know, and she makes a lot of noise about it. So she's basically saying to everyone else, hey, and what about you? And what about you? Are you going to do this too? Like, I'm setting the bar, you got to meet it. So thank gosh she's doing that. That's what was happening in Paris.
And what about the next big trends in fashion in terms of sustainability? So you've already mentioned circularity, but like we're talking about regenerative agriculture, fiber-to-fiber recycling, certified B Corps. Are these real solutions or just buzzwords? Can we unpack some of them? Maybe Federica.
Yes, no. Like I do believe that these are all solutions that we need to make sure that we can make this transition happening. Fiber-to-fiber recycling, like Ellen MacArthur mentioned, that just 1% of all the clothes that we actually produce is recycled back into new ones. So that's a pretty dramatic percentage. So we really need to find ways to improve our mechanical and chemical recycling, making sure that the recycled polyester that we wear is actually coming from polyester and not from recycled PET. Regenerative agriculture, we need to put less pressure on our natural resources and preserve soil health. Otherwise, we will not be able to grow any other fibers in the future. B Corp, same thing. It provides a very overarching kind of framework for any company who wants to improve their practices. And it should become actually the norm in the market. Brands shouldn't be proud of showcasing that they got a B Corp certification. It should be,
a standard.
This is the must-have. But still, all of this will, I truly believe that all of this will be solutions just if we revisit our current system. Because the current system, it's still very much linked to waste, as Julie was mentioning before. Overconsumption is a key word, and we're producing waste at every stage, from materials, growing, manufacturing, overstock of the brands. So once we will be able to tackle this aspect, then all this input solution will serve for our goal.
And I think in general terms, the main things should be changed in the approach. We should not consider the nature as a dead matter. It should be a collaborative attitude to it. We shouldn't just take the sources and give it back the garbage. We'd rather should reconsider our attitude, how we treat human and ecological sources, how we produce, and even our daily basis, how we treat nature as our equal something, but not like human who could empower the nature, who like just do whatever they want with the nature, and that is the consequences. The consequences of such an approach, it's the whole industrial era, which need to reconsider it and to be more circular, and in a way, how like people on the daily basis they could do it is just thinking about nature as a equal, someone. You should treat it respectfully as the other one, as you want to be treated by themselves. So that is.
So it's this shift of the approach, you know, just kind of changing the attitudes and changing our basically relationship with everything we do.
I think that, like, just to add something, when you think about a prosperous society, you think about it like as it relies on a healthy environment that needs to provide food and resources, safe drinking water, clean air to the citizens. Same thing if you consider the business dynamics. Like, companies can grow if we have available the resources needed to support the growth. If we're lacking these resources because we have not preserved that in the past, there will be no growth for the future.
Simple as that. And yet, it's so difficult to sink in for some, right? And what is your take on, you know, this interest in emerging sustainable materials? Hemp, pineapple leather, Pinatex. Yesterday I tried a leather jacket made out of cacti. I mean, it was fabulous. It was absolutely fabulous. Algae, mushroom-based textiles. I mean, is it about researching innovative materials, or is it more so about focusing on innovative practices? I mean, what is truly scalable and also deliverable? I mean, will we be able to produce, you know, pineapple leather jackets on a mass scale? And what is also the price tag of that?
The price tag.
There's prices come up, I know.
I'm not sure.
Can sustainable fashion be affordable?
I'm not sure about the price tags, but yes, I mean, there's things that are scalable and things that aren't. In my book, I wrote about Bolt threads, and they were working on silk you could grow in a lab. And in this profile, and I went and saw the whole process, and it was really cool. And in that section, I mentioned that they were also experimenting with leather made of mushroom root systems called mycelium. I think I gave it 2 sentences, and this was in, 2019 the book came out. So 4 years ago, it was worth 2 sentences in the book. Well, tomorrow night in London, I'm going to a dinner at St. Martin's where they're unveiling the mycelium, you know, everything. And this season, Stella McCartney's selling mycelium-made, you know, handbags, and like this just happened like that in 4 years from 2 sentences to it's in the stores. And I think that's amazing. And yes, it's not 100% biodegradable yet, because they're still having to use some petroleum-based bits to hold it all together and give it shape, and, you know, like the glue in a sense. But they're working towards making it so it's 100% biodegradable. And that's where the natural materials and these new innovative ideas are coming together in a good way. There's another really lovely one I wrote about in the book, and I met the woman who runs it a couple weeks ago, called Orange Fiber, where they're taking the waste of the orange juice industry, all the peels and membranes and all that cellulose, and mixing it with silk to make scarves for companies like Ferragamo. And this silk is great because it's biodegradable, and it requires therefore less silk. That's the silkworm silk. You're sort of cutting down that impact and taking trash and turning it into something that's usable. So I think that these kinds of innovations where you're taking things we have and blending it with some startup technology is really interesting. And then, of course, going back to the old classics, you know, wool today only makes up 1% of all clothing. Isn't that crazy? Wool. I mean, I'm wearing a wool suit, but so it's definitely more than 1% of what I'm wearing. But 1%. Meanwhile, polyester, nylon, and other petroleum-based fabrics are in more than 2/3 of all of our clothes, and we need to pivot out of that, because eventually we're not going to be sourcing petroleum-based anything, you know, in one generation. And why aren't we going back to wool and hemp, which is very resilient and it's really easy to grow and it doesn't take a lot from the soil? Linen, which is rain-fed and beautiful. And they're all, when you finally do get rid of them and you want to put them back, they will biodegrade into the soil, especially if they've used clean dyes and things like that. These are, you know, we've been wearing wool since the dawn of time, so it must be okay, right? We've only had polyester since the 1940s.
But it's here to stay forever, sadly.
So we need to start thinking about the old classics because they are our friends.
Would you like to add anything to the materials that
Maybe one thing that, like as Dana mentioned, though, all these new solutions have been able to scale and grow because there have been brands that have actually supported this type of innovation. So if you think about Orange Fiber, Ferragamo launched one of the first collection, but they also won the H&M Awards. So these allowed them to really get some fundings to continue this development. If you think about Mycelium, Stella McCartney is really like pushing and putting a lot of like attention in integrating this into supply chains. And we should not forget that it's not that easy to integrate such innovative materials in your supply chain. It can have a lot of like lead times. You can have like issues with quality. So brands that are really kind of like putting at risk somehow, right, themselves to really support this type of innovation are really kind of like meritable.
What excites me the most about such a material, it is actually how they allow us to change the set of values. So probably we'd start to think that the rubbish of the food waste is not a waste, it is actually source for kind of even luxurious material, considering the impact, the social, the ecological impact. So probably such a material, they just open up an opportunity to reconsider our approach to textiles, to clothes at all, to change our attitude, what is new, what should not be new, what is worn out. And that is kind of challenging things and exciting for humanity, how they treat their clothes, how they treat the waste in general. So I'm very much excited about them.
And speaking of the new, well, you know, the lead of the conference today is sort of looking into the future, predicting the future. Is metaverse the future? I'm curious, what is your take on, you know, digital sustainability and virtual fashion claiming to tackle overconsumption and wastage? Is this just a fad, or does it have the potential to transform the way we, you know, produce, design, consume clothes? You can be honest. You know, we're here for all the different perspectives.
I think it's not a point which should be focused when we're talking about digital clothes. Actually, digital clothes, they catalyze consumption. You could change easily like that. You don't need even to change, to go to the changing room, to change one dress to another. You just click, and you have an image. So we should stop this moralization in terms of consumption, in terms of digital clothes. They just let us to be the animal who could change our second skin as easy, as quick as we can. And if someone wants it, okay, then they could go for it. And another side is like communicate advertising digital fashion with this less rubbish, less impact on the nature. It is like advertise democracy as a political system which allows us to get rid of guillotine, which is true, but not necessarily the main point. The digital clothes, it is actually quite another era of considering who we are as a human. Where is the border between technology and humans if the real extension of our hands is an iPhone? So what is the border of our body? What does it mean to be human today? And digital clothes and avatars and metaverse, it actually question our existence nowadays. So, and that is interesting as well and challenging. How we're going to exist in the future if a lot of activity already moved to this metaverse, to these digital things. And I'd rather refuse, it is quite misleading to communicate digital clothes by using problem of real production, of real clothes. It's not like things which should be stay together. And digital clothes is a field to discover. And personally, I wouldn't wear them, but I'm really curious to see where it goes and how it's gonna like evolve, because it is evolving dramatically, and who we are at the end of the day with this closes.
Well, as someone who the last time I played a video game of any sort was Pac-Man, the whole gaming part of the digital fashion world is beyond me. And I spend so much time on a screen. The last thing I want to do in my spare time is be on a screen.
Yes.
But what's coming out of digital fashion will definitely reduce impact in that it's allowing for less waste in fashion production, for example, and fashion consumption. For example, eventually, and it's already happening in some places, we'll 3D scan ourselves, and then we can enter it into, say you're on Net-a-Porter and you want to look at something and see what it looks like. You can drop in your avatar into Net-a-Porter. They're not doing it yet, but this is where it's going. And you can try the outfit on and see if it's working on you, or if it's a little too tight in the hips, or it's too cut too low, or that color is just not you. And you don't have to have the clothes shipped to you, try it on at home, see that it doesn't work, and ship it back. So that's already cutting our impact. It's also helping in clothing design. I visited a young designer in Paris a couple weeks ago who is doing all his design on a software that's 3D. And he sketches originally to get his ideas, but then he takes from Nonasource, LVMH's dead stock library, he takes their digital swatches and drops them into his digital designs to see if it's working, and does all of everything on the computer, and then the computer calculates exactly how much fabric he needs, and he doesn't need 1 centimeter more, and there's therefore less waste. So all these different digital inventions that may be coming out of gaming or the metaverse can be applied to existing production and consumption practices for people like me who don't even know what Fortnite is, and therefore have a positive impact on the environment.
Absolutely. Federica, would you like to add something?
No, I completely agree with what both of them have said. So yes, I do think that we should not confuse digital and physical world. On the other hand, there are many digital solutions that can support the brands in the creation and production process to make sure that we reduce the waste we produce.
Absolutely. I wholeheartedly agree with everything you said. And I think this is a perfect leeway into our next discussion. Thank you so much. I mean, so much inspirations. Looking forward to continuing these conversations in our lunch breaks and coffee breaks. And honored to have you here on stage, in real life, in person, in real clothes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You know what, bear with me. Speaking of digital and paper, I just realized I forgot my next page, which is in paper, because the digital had failed me this morning. There you go. Greenwashing. We've already touched upon this. Well, it's difficult to talk about sustainability and not to question the kind of ever-present messaging we have everywhere. Fashion is still trying to greenwash away its problems, with fast fashion brands tapping influencers whose lifestyle has little to do with sustainability. Are we selling sustainability, or are we just selling more stuff? Discussing whether hollow statements can be followed by genuine actions will be Vasily Verekia, who partners with companies and their leadership to define the essence of their brands, communicate with their audiences, and execute tailor-made strategies that create sustainable growth. He will be joined by Jordan Salamis, who's a creative strategist bringing art, sustainability, and culture together to help brands to build on their values. He's also the co-founder of ERA, a non-profit organization connecting creatives with causes through artistic projects. Let me welcome the only 2 men on stage. I'm joking, we'll have more men. Don't worry, don't panic, don't leave. Where are you? I'm sorry if I butcher your name. No, please,
Thank you,
just
Susan.
like reintroduce yourself.
I have to say at first that it's an incredible privilege to be surrounded by such talented and inspiring women. We do feel a bit lonely, but I think that's a good thing. I'd also like to echo the previous conversation, and we came from Paris, and we thought that might not be the wisest thing to say, but I can't help to echo the conversation, the previous one, and to see that Fashion Week just ended a couple weeks ago in Paris, and looking back at this season, it kind of feels like we're back to 2019. And I was reading this very interesting column by Emily Chan of the British Vogue and asking herself if she was delusional on asking herself if she was asking where sustainability had been during this whole season. So I think from my very easy and immediate perception, I was like, we're back to this very sort of obscene and scary weapons race between the heavy hitters and who is going to make the biggest impression. And I can't help to ask myself, where has sustainability been over this last season? What's your take on it, Jordan?
Actually, that's the fashion shows is just the tip of the iceberg. Like everyone sees, but for me it's like the rotten fruit of a broken value system that we have built through luxury and cash power and sort of turn into a ideological disaster and can only breed more destruction. And to rebound on what Dana said, like when I watch an half-naked woman in the cold inhaling like synthetic fibers, the only thing that I see is that it's just there is no consciousness there. There is a misunderstanding of the bigger picture and what's unfolding in front of us. And don't get me wrong, I'm not against creativity and designer stance communication, but for me, fashion is bigger than that. Like fashion marked eras in their story, and what this fashion month shows that it's not taken seriously, actually.
Yeah, and I think we'll get back to that about the difference between perception and reality, which is quite a fashionable topic right now. But I feel there is, in terms of this pandemic has been a fantastic opportunity, I think, for companies, corporations, entrepreneurs, creatives, leaders within the industry to lead by example, to lead the world with a new set of values. I've been very impressed and quite disappointed, I must say, by the lack of leadership, the lack of vision within the industry, and not taking that opportunity to basically shine with that new set of values. Do you feel that sustainability has ever really been part of the conversation? Or are we really just missing something in terms of perception?
Actually, bringing sustainability in this equation can only seem off and an attempt of greenwashing, because there is this missing link between corporates and creative leadership, actually. And there is a lack of consistency in the discourse and the acts, and that's where authenticity lies. Like in the biggest brand, I just see a handful of designers taking sustainability seriously and putting it into their creative process. Usually just in the end of the CSR team or all those statements, and it's not just what it's about, like where are the designers talking about it? And I don't talk about like brands like Julie's or Marine Serre or the other one, but the biggest brand, big names, like where are they?
The thing is, if by saying that, which is a pretty big statement, does that mean that all sustainability efforts that a brand can make, and whether they're visible or non-visible, but in terms of the most visible, can they only be perceived as opportunistic and untrue, or is there, which would mean the system basically, to your point, is rotten?
You will I think you will always find someone to debunk your statements or question your action. And for me, it's not about perception. It's about reality. It's about consistency. It's about honesty. And if you have the material and the knowledge to back you up, like, you're good. But we see so many like crazy narratives. Like when I hear brands like trying to sell me that cleaning up the ocean to make recycled polyester will solve our problems. I'm like, no. If you look at the biggest picture, okay, you're cleaning a problem to create an even more insidious pollution that through microfibers that we don't know how to control, actually. And it's just about the bigger picture for me. And also there is the thing that for some players, it's more difficult than others because they have a problematic background or they are seen as shallows, actually.
Of course, going back to the pandemic, I've seen, in my experience with my clients, I've seen that many of them where there was this sort of hysteria going on in terms of sometimes the lack of leadership, sometimes the lack of vision, and the need to have a consistent strategy with fundamental and resonant pillars. So we've seen all these brands sort of try every and any strategy or tactic they could think of to basically express the essence of their brand. The result was a sort of dilution of brand essence and brand resonance. The thing, again, that I asked myself, and you and I were discussing this in Paris a few days ago. The value, it seems, of Shein is equivalent to the combined value of H&M and Zara. So once we digest that information, actually, I just asked myself, do consumers really care?
Actually, I don't really like this, like to discuss about consumers. Like, I'm kind of sick of hearing about all the studies saying that millennials cares and they are willing to favor like sustainable brands and to pay more. For me, it's just a smoke screen, actually, because of course people know, everybody knows, but ignorance is a bliss most of the time. And there is not a day that I send you an article about a brand being called out for greenwashing, and especially in Vogue, we see more and more articles about that. But let's just be honest and let's just open a dictionary when we say, okay, the consumers are conscious. Like, conscious means that you are aware of something, but it doesn't mean that you act. And that's kind of a good example for brands who choose the conscious name. That's kind of off. And actually, that's the fundamental difference for me between consciousness and responsibility. Responsibility means that you're aware, you're conscious, and then you're acting for it. And like the consumers, okay, fine, they are conscious. I'm glad, but it's not time anymore for market proof. Like, we don't need to run more studies to see, okay, is it a good thing or not to go into sustainability? Will the consumers will buy it? Like, do we have to go for it, or will be called out for being greenwashing? Like, I'm sorry, but like, fuck it. Like, the time has passed, and actually, it's for me, it's for the brands like to take their responsibility, and more important, to be accountable for their action.
Yeah, I think the thing between, and again, we're going back to perception versus reality, awareness and responsibility, consumers and corporations and entrepreneurs. But does that mean to you it's all about communication? What do you see amongst the clients and the companies you're working with and the creatives? Erie is a very good example, I think, of facing that challenge and making things organic, true, resonant, and impactful.
It's not just about communication, or maybe communication like inside a brand, but for me it comes to the people. It comes from a collective responsibility. The talk about it on the panel before, and because sustainability is not just the responsibility of a CSR team or just one person in a company. It's about everybody, and let's not forget that fashion is made of and made by independence, and that's why we created here actually. And because like I've seen so many like independent creatives around me and myself first, like being sick and of working with brands that do not take this seriously. And like, don't get me wrong, we had to continue to work with these brands because at the end of the month you have to pay your rent, and that's kind of this cognitive dissonance because you have some values, you have some beliefs, and you have to pay the bills, and still you have to work with these brands. So what's the solution and what's the strategy? Like, do you just, I don't know, go in the countryside and like have some goats, or I don't know, or try to change the thing from the inside? And I believe we can change the thing from the inside, but it's a dangerous strategy because when you're an insider, like you depend on the company's culture, and if like the leadership or the creatives, they didn't embed like sustainability in their DNA, you just blend off in this company culture and you leave your belief at the doorstep. And but when you're an outsider, like you have a power, I think, to change things, because like you know that the brands, they come to us because of our values, because of what we stand for, and not just to execute something. And with Air, we wanted to give the power to independent creatives to participate in more meaningful action and use their craft and their energy to make something interesting and speak to the brands they work with. Like, I've been reached out to so many directors, photographers, designers, stylists, and it kind of outgrown us, actually. Maybe we can watch a video. Let's watch a video, Joita, please. Actually, this is a short one from a capsule of 6 videos that we created with Thibaut Revet and Imrou Asha, stylists. Like, the whole purpose of it wasn't to talk to the consumers, because like many like organizations talk to consumers like, okay, you have to buy better, you have to buy this. But we wanted to talk to the brands and use the medium that they can understand and they can appreciate. And actually, all the people that work on this project, there are more stuff. We have like clothing, sculpture and stuff. All the creatives after this project have been reached out to big brands to say, okay, we've seen what you've done there. We want to do the same, actually. And that's what kind of interesting, because that's a side project and it kind of started to make a change, actually, at the end.
Yeah, I think this is a great example of how a very organic, and I mean, I remember when you started Erie and the whole conversation, things were very organic, very spontaneous, and the traction has been being very, very impressive. But going a bit off track, it's interesting to see, and again, I was having a conversation with someone in Paris last week about, I feel the change and the consciousness is, we're talking about consumers, we're talking about leadership, we're talking about corporations, is the change would be coming from within, and more about, I was just hearing a story about, and I obviously I won't say the name of the house, but a couple of young people starting to work in a very established fashion house in Paris, and completely overthrown by the lack of actually the messaging and the values and, let's say, the brand statements, the manifestos. Here is our sustainable policy and actions, and seeing from within that things were actually not really happening and things were not being implemented. Just a group of very young and talented creatives just saying, we're stepping out because the change isn't happening or the change isn't where it should be. Are you feeling that also from creatives you're working with? Is that the power of, let's say, the inside?
Yeah, totally. Like I can feel it. You can see the young people like in the big brands, their face, like they are just like, I can't anymore, because they have some promises when they came with the brand, like sustainability wise, they say, okay, well, we do a lot. And when they come into the side, they just see that, okay, the promises that it's not following. And actually, there is a huge turnover at the end in these brands.
Yeah, there's going back to morale and obviously the actions. Then there's also, again, going back to the values. And in my personal experience, I've been working with over 15 years now with Apple, and been learning the importance of leading with your values and leading by example. And I think today, in a context such as the one we are in, on so many perspectives, is incredibly valuable. I've seen when we were again having a conversation about where everything this was going, we are also having conversation. I think very recently, I'm sure everyone has seen in the news, Yvon Chouinard of Patagonia has pretty much given a lesson to everyone in terms of humility, and I think of putting things straight. And I think this giving Patagonia's ownership to a trust on one end, a nonprofit organization on the other end, and keeping it a commercial endeavor, I think is quite a big statement, and also an amazing invitation for people to lead with their values, whatever their means are, whether you are a billion-dollar corporation or an emerging company, and just the importance of that, of integrating that system of values and just replicating and showing something that is impactful, truthful, and resonant. What's your take on that?
Like, it's admirable. I think it's an amazing example. I don't think that it will have an impact on the luxury industry, on the big brands, because Yvon Chouinard, yeah. Patagonia, like, it's not shiny at all. But as I saw other people, even on smaller scale, having impact on the big brands. Like, I love this brand called Noah from New York. Like, I'm a huge fan. It was created from a former creative director of Supreme, actually, and actually he has been like newly
appointed men's creative director
of J. Crew. And actually, this guy started this brand called Noah. It's a streetwear brand, but kind of pretty high prices. And many people thought that Noah was super sustainable, and they were kind of a very good example of what a brand can be authentic in their sustainability effort. And actually, during a conference, I think it was in New York, a conference organized by Céline Sieman, super interesting woman about sustainability. She is learning amazing stuff. We're a foundation as well. He stated that we are not a sustainable company. And that's really funny because it's a very small brand. And this guy said that I want to make a point here because everybody thinks that we are sustainable, but we are not. We are just doing the good stuff. We are doing what we think is it's right. And actually it started to make a change in the industry. I think the next months, I saw so many brands dropping the sustainability words and on their website to change it by responsibility, actually, because sustainability for the last 2-3 years were kind of dirty. And for me, it's a silly discussion because it's not about words, but we like to talk like hours and on panels about words like sustainability. It's a good word, but it doesn't care. Sustainability, it's a philosophy, and let's not discuss the names anymore. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Great. Well, in order to conclude, I think it's fair to say that there's quite a big gap between perception and reality, and my feeling from, obviously we don't have time to get into the specifics and the details, but I think acting collectively and through a new set of values, I think they're amazing emerging and established creatives leading the way and operating a paradigm shift with a new set of values and integrating new business practices. And I think it's the essential, I guess to conclude would be, all asking ourselves, are we doing what we can to leave the world in a better place than we found it? And hopefully we can all do a good job at that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. This is just the beginning of the greenwashing, because we'll have another conversation in the afternoon on the new aspect of meta-washing. And now we've been talking since this morning a lot about the destructive take, make, and waste model. Walking us through fashion's big change to embrace circularity will be incredible panelists joining us in person and online. Please let me welcome on stage Pascal Brun, Global Sustainability Manager at H&M. Welcome.
Thank you.
As well as our online panelists. Are they present here? Can we call upon them to reappear on the screen? Yes, amazing to have you here. We have Merlin Martinez, Project Manager of the Make Fashion Circular Initiative at the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. We have with us as well Bettina Heller, Program Officer of Consumption and Production Unit at the United Nations Environment Programme, as well as Ksenia Schneider, founder and designer behind the Ksenia Schneider brand's Ukrainian brand known for its upcycled denim. And the panel will be moderated by Ewelina Antonowicz, chairwoman of Fashion Revolution Poland and co-founder of Sustainable Fashion Institute. I leave you in good hands. Enjoy.
Hello, hi. Good morning. Nice to see you.
Good morning.
Yeah, I will propose something different today because time for a long, nice conversation on circularity and sustainability has passed. So I will propose a fast Q&A session before the break. Do you agree?
Let's do that.
Okay, so let's start from Merlin. In the vision of the circular economy for fashion, products are used more, they are made to be made again, and they are made from safe, recyclable, or renewable fabrics. So, which of these are the current priorities?
The current priority is definitely keeping products in use. It is the most important ever because of the fact that up to 70% of the emissions happen at the material extraction, processing and manufacturing stage. And that was calculated by McKinsey and GFA in their climate and fashion report published a couple of years ago. So if up to 70% of the emissions happen in the upstream stages, then keeping these products that are already made in circulation for as long as possible is a lever that is the most important for a circular economy. And in a report that we published recently, in the report that we recently published, we did a like-to-like comparison between a linear with a circular business model, like resale, rental, repairs, and we found that in like-to-like comparison, these models can provide up to 30 to 60% emission reduction. So yeah, as the vision says, starting by products are used more, then they're made to be made again, and they're made from safe, recyclable, or renewable materials. The order of priority will be in that same order.
Okay, thank you. And Pascal, over the past 20 years, the life cycle of clothing has been reduced by 36%, and each garment is being used an average of 7 or 8 times. So it is claimed that the first step toward a closed loop in fashion is to ensure the durability and quality of textile products through the proper design and production. So durability can effectively reduce consumption and the number of collections. How do you see this aspect? Is it possible that fast fashion brands could ever produce less?
Great, thanks. Well, it's a lot of questions in your one question here, but let me address it like that. It's no doubt that the fashion industry needs to change and need to transform towards meaningful production, meaningful consumptions, we talked about that this morning, and meaningful growth all in all. So the answer to that, for me and for us, it's circularity. So it's to adopt circularity not from one aspect of our product, of our value chain, but to the entire value chain. So from the design, how the design is made. We work very closely with the Ellen MacArthur Foundation on that, and to make the design and the product made to be made again, made to last long, and made with the least environmental footprint. So those are the circularity principles that needs to be incorporated in the fashion tomorrow. Then it's about the choice of materials. We talk a lot about new innovative materials. How do we bring that to scale? Well, we can bring it to scale if we start to test, learn, and scale. That's the only way to basically get mushroom fibers, orange fiber, we talked about that as well, to basically to the many and at scale. Then it's the choice of the suppliers and where you decide to produce. Well, we have data today that enable us to basically be able to choose the best suppliers that has the least environmental footprint. Least environmental footprints when it comes to how we have managed to guide the suppliers to install solar panels, reduce their energy consumptions, regenerate rainwater to some extent in some countries where we operate. And then if we leave the production and the design of the product aside and go to the consumer side, well, it's about how do we offer consumer circular business model, rental, resell, second-hand, repair and remake, produce on demand. Those are key enablers. We just talked about that from the previous speaker. It has a great environmental footprint reduction as soon as we start to get towards those new business model, which basically disposed or displace the linear model. And then it's how we circle back, how we recycle, how we get product back into the loop.
Mm-hmm. But what about amount? Should it be like the same?
Well, we know that anyway, the amount of consumptions will grow. The 2030 estimation by the UN is that we will be 8.5 billion people on the planet. So we rather not ask ourselves how do we reduce, but how do we change the consumption? How do we make the consumption be better? How do we change the whole system to become more circular and to adopt circular economy into our value chain?
Okay, speaking of quantity and production, Ksenia, these days the fashion brand is also a banner for values, beliefs, but also for strength. You guys have decided to continue production despite the political situation. And what are your plans for the coming months? What is your production strategy?
Hi, everyone. My production is based in Kiev, and now it's around 8 years operating. When I started the brand, I realized that I need my own production because it's impossible to upcycle on a big scale. It was at that time it wasn't impossible to find any production who able to do like to work with waste, to work with vintage clothing, and so on. That's why I decided to have my own production. And now it's big challenges for us because, as you know, the situation in Ukraine is very terrible. But we were closed for a few months, and then my team asked me to reopen, to start working again. And our plans is continue, as much as we can, continue to produce in Ukraine, continue to keep our own production, our own supply chains, and now it's even important not only in a sustainable way, but it's also important in a way to keep people working, to keep people doing what they love and what they can.
Yeah, I keep my fingers crossed. And Bettina, the idea of closing the loop also carry a certain ecological footprint and impact on the environment. We also need water, energy, chemicals, and more to enable some circular business models. What processes should be paid special attention to so that circular fashion actually has less negative impact?
Thanks so much. It's a really good question, and I could spend a lot of time talking about this. But at UNEP, we are actually, the terminology we're using is that we're working towards a more circular and sustainable textile value chain. And the reason that we are referring to value chain is that it's really important to base our decisions on life cycle thinking. So we always have to consider the entire life cycle of the product. And we have to make sure that the decisions we take, that we know about potential trade-offs that we could cause and that we do not cause burden shifting. So that is very much the case for any decision we take around sustainability and circularity, but also for new circular business models. So as you said, there could also be trade-offs there, and there would also be environmental impacts. I think in general, what we can say is that as a usual rule, the durability of products is always the better option. But then when it comes to different circular business models, we can analyze from a life cycle perspective the trade-offs. So for instance, what is the difference between repairing a t-shirt and keeping it in use longer, or rental models? Under which conditions are rental models actually the better choice? So would it be something that we rent for a certain amount of time, and how do we use it? Or would it be a model where we exchange our clothes on a weekly basis, and there is a lot of transport involved and a lot of washing that then again needs chemicals in the detergents, and that needs energy for the drying process, etc. So we do feel there's a need to do more life cycle based analysis between different business models. It is quite complex because it very much depends on also how, what is the culture of the country, what are the boundary conditions that we set. But in general, we think keeping clothes and other textiles in the loop longer and ensuring their durability is always the better option.
Okay, thank you. Bettina, you said about the processes. So, Marilyn, the transition to a circular economy is expected to bring economic, environmental, and social benefits. Could you describe very briefly an existing example that demonstrates these benefits? Excuse me. Sorry, Marilyn, we can't hear you. Is it a problem here or in Marilyn? Hello, can you hear me? So, sorry for the technical problem. So let's move on now maybe to Pascal, because it is essential to check the latest industry requirements. Yeah, now it's better, yeah.
Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry, I will start again. Yeah, just to reiterate the point, right now, circular business models represent around 3.5% of the total fashion market, and they have the potential to become 23% of the total fashion market by 2030. And this could represent up to a 700 billion opportunity, while providing up to a third of the contribution to reach the 1.5-degree target of the Paris Agreement. A great example of providing these economic, environmental, and social benefits really is Bettter Collective, for example, which is a unicorn, which means that it's valued at over $1 billion US. And currently they've got around 23 million users worldwide, and they provide loads of benefits, not only for the user because they can reach high quality items at a lower price point, but also to the brands because they have like a wider reach of clients and acquisitions, and also product data points that they don't have. And around 85% of the current customers of Bettter Collective, for example, report that they're buying fewer but better quality items. And we can see these examples not just in a peer-to-peer platform, but actually really big household brands are also jumping into this opportunity. We've got Ralph Lauren providing repairs, but also launching Lauren Look last year. And the rationale behind it is this Lauren Look is a subscription model. So customers pay about $125 per month, and then they get access to, I think it's 4 to 5 products, and then they can return them and rotate. And the rationale behind it is because Ralph Lauren can then benefit from a predictable revenue opportunity. So yeah, I mean, there are a wider range of examples from different business models or resale. They're mostly in resale, but then quite a few in rental as well as remake. So we've got Gani actually designing garments that are unique, that they're made from used clothes in collaboration with Levi's or other different designers and providers, and then not selling those garments, but for example, putting them for rent only. So then if you want to access those clothes, you have to rent them. You cannot just purchase them like in the linear model. So we're seeing more and more of those, which is really encouraging.
Okay, thank you for that insight. Okay, Pascal, again, it is essential to check the requirements, also the latest European Commission strategy for sustainable and circular textiles. And fashion, as you know, is required to measure, collect, and use data in sustainability reports to meet expectations of stakeholders, governments, customers. So to what extent is the current communication by companies like H&M driven by a desire for change, and to what extent might it still just be so-called greenwashing?
Well, the transparency is core. It's core to create a change, and we have adopted transparent principle and to be transparent. I often say that I used to work in supply chain many years, and I was always welcoming anyone to visit the suppliers with me. Pick a suppliers, and you can even go online on our website, because we were one of the first brands as well to disclose our supplier list in 2013, to pick a supplier and let's go together and visit them, or come to our office and so on. So it's a principle that creates a change. If in 2013 we would have just thought about PR, we would not have done it. So it was really to create a change, push the industry to create an even level play field. And that's the key. That's what we should push regulators, we should push policymakers. That's also the reason why we are quite present in Brussels in the discussion now, for example, with PEF as well. We are part of the technical secretariat to really secure that there are policies coming in place that will enable everyone to basically disclose the same things, disclose the same calculation method around LCA, disclose the same how we claim products. We talked about in the last panel how we claim products and so on. Well, we need policy in place to do that. And that's the only way to bring the industry forward, and we are embracing that.
Okay, thank you. And the title of this panel is Scaling Circular Fashion. And Ksenia, you run a well-known upcycling brand. what is the biggest challenge in scaling upcycling on a mass scale today?
I think the biggest scale if when you want to produce like big scales of your product, each of your products should look the same, especially if you're planning to sell online. It's normally one picture of the product, and then if a customer receives something different, it may be a problem. So you need to explain, you need to make an exchange, or so it's really challenging. But we manage, for example, to solve this problem. So we solve this problem while sourcing. We're trying to source very similar materials, very similar clothes, very similar waste. Like it, of course, takes a lot of time, but at the end, our product looked very much the same. But it of course, it has some differences, but it's not like very big difference, so customers can take it.
Okay, thank you. So we heard from Pascal a bit about transparency, greenwashing, and challenges of manufacturing, from Ksenia about upcycling and scaling up upcycling on a mass scale, and from Marilyn about priorities and examples. So, Bettina, we see a lot of targets around sustainability and circularity that have a deadline of 2030. What do you think is possible to achieve in such a short deadline?
Thanks. So I think a lot is possible. I mean, we also should not forget that this is an industry that is highly creative, highly innovative, and that creativity and innovation can also be used for sustainability. We think it's good that there are many targets emerging around 2030. But actually also think that we need to break those down further, because even if 2030 seems like it's tomorrow, we also need to know, okay, to reach the target by 2030, what do we need to do by 2025? What do we need to do by 2027? So to outline more of the trajectory of how to get there. And this would then also help to measure the industry progress towards making those targets. What we think would help for this to be achieved is that there is better global coordination from all stakeholders around such common targets. And it links a bit to what Pascal has been saying about, for instance, really working with the suppliers and the supply chain. What we do feel is that we need to get the entire value chain on board. So that includes the producers and manufacturers, the brands, but also the governments, financial institutions, all of those that are also speaking to the consumers and engaging consumers, because it is an ambitious change and we need all the actors to take their role and to also take a very inclusive approach to that. Maybe just to mention that at UNEP we have a couple of projects where we do work in developing countries to support specifically small and medium enterprises to be part of that transition and to also change their own business models and contribute towards the targets. And we think there is a lot of willingness and drive there, but there's definitely more support, both in terms of financing and long-term planning, security for them, but also in terms of government regulations needed. And that maybe brings me to my final point on this question is we do see a need for more global policy coordination to help achieve those targets. And also to link the policy level discussion more to the industry level discussion, because we do see a lot of industry commitments that are emerging and have been there for years now in that space. We do see more and more governments also coming up with their strategies and policies, and we think it could be really beneficial to link the two, but also to coordinate policy at a global scale, given the global nature of that value chain.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of challenges and targets, H&M checked over 25 recycling and sorting companies, which is a lot, to discover what technologies will be economically and technically possible to scale up. Only when recycled fibers are good quality and competitive on the market, companies want to use them on a larger scale. What is your plan for textile to textile recycling, not only for polyester, cotton, leather, cellulose, but also for blends and accessories?
Great. Well, we have set a goal to only use or to have 100% either recycled or sustainably sourced material by 2030. So we are in the phase of test, learn, and scale. We achieved end of last year 80% of that goal, and obviously, what was sustainable in 2015, for example, when we started that journey, or when we were in that journey, especially on cotton, is probably not what is the most sustainable right now. So we need to constantly improve, constantly update, and again, scale and push for scale. We do that through investment. So we have created a green investment fund that basically has been enabled through the green bonds that we have issued 2 years ago, which basically invest on suppliers. And the investment that we are doing right now, it's on textile to textile recycling, because this is what we all need to go for. When it comes to polyester, when it comes to cotton, when it comes to circulose or viscose, and very good example on that, which is now on a scalable plan, is company Renewcell, which we have invested in, which have right now, it's basically textile to textile recycling at scale. They can scale, we can have volumes, and this is probably right now one of the most sustainable materials available at scale. To come back to your question, we have included all our materials, not only the easy ones. So step by step, we are including new materials as well. Art goods as well. We have a H&M Home, and we do art goods also. So in terms of incorporating recycling technologies in those, and try to basically change the full assortment that we have.
Okay, let's move on to the similar topic, Merlin. Policymakers can enable a wider range of circular solutions by improving collection systems, better standards to support second-hand markets, and preventing textile from being landfilled or incinerated. What else do we need to mobilize industry cooperation and facilitate dedicated investment? What is important to support the fashion market in implementing these circular business models?
Yeah, one of the main, I guess, challenges or roadblocks that circular business models are facing to scale and move from, these small pilots kind of thing to really get to these 23% or over 20% market share is how the industry measures performance and how the industry measures performance and metrics of success. So right now, the more items companies sell, the better they're doing. And that's how investors or the whole finance industry have to assess companies, is by volume growth. So in order to really move away from producing and selling more towards using more and having multiple revenue streams per product and having multiple transactions per product, we need new measures of success, and this needs to be developed and aligned to how businesses are actually doing. So policymakers have an active role to play because they can establish minimum design requirements for products to be durable, recyclable, and even made from regeneratively produced or recycled materials. And they can also develop financial incentives for the fashion industry to start decoupling their revenue streams from resource use. So that's by moving towards increasing the number of revenue streams per product so that their bottom line and margin per product increases while they use less material and resources because they're producing less. So that's great from the policy area, and I think moving forward, as Pascal just mentioned, we will see more of this regulation coming into play. However, I think that more than just the policy side and regulation. We need the whole investment part of the industry and finance part of the industry to start understanding how these models work, because it's not just one transaction, it's not transactional, it's more about relationships, it's multiple, it's about services, it's about multiple interactions and touch points per product, so that they start developing these new metrics of success. And so more investment will be channeled from, like the linear models to circular ones in that sense.
New metrics, it sounds great. Yeah, thank you. Ksenia, you have a great upcycling experience, and I wonder, how are upcycling brands treated in the minds of consumers? And is Central Europe eager to buy upcycling?
Now, yes, but when we started 10 years ago, I wasn't sure that customers in Kiev especially will buy. So that's why we never told our customers how product made and what material we used, because I thought that customers just will be scared, or I don't know, will not buy. But so that's why for a long period of time, for a few years, we've been doing like mass production, like upcycling and other practices, but we were not telling our customers. But then I saw that industry changed, and people are eager and are ready to buy such product. And like we started to show the process and tell everyone how the clothes are made. But yeah, it was also for me quite challenging to accept that I can tell people, that I can show the process, and it's okay, and they will love it. And this way, for me and for my brand, is like 10 years of evolution or revolution, and I'm really happy to see that now the world's changing and people are ready to not only to buy but to invest in such products.
Finally, perfect.
Yeah.
And as a conclusion to this panel, Bettina, could you highlight again 3 key priority actions that fashion brands, governments, and international organizations setting up standards for the fashion industry should develop faster in the near future?
Thanks, and this fits really well, as we are just about to finalize a report that outlines a roadmap on how to transition towards more sustainability and circularity in the sector. I would add to the list of actors also producers and manufacturers, as well as financial institutions, and all of those that are engaging with consumers. And so actually we are outlining 3 priorities in that report. So the first one we think is shifting consumption patterns, which is very much linked, of course, to the circular business models. So there needs to be more offer of circular business models, and this needs to be made easy, and the consumers need to embrace those to really change the way that we consume today. The second priority is to improve practices. So this is both improving practices of the current production process, but also practices at the use stage. So for instance, the washing and drying of textiles to move towards more cold wash, less wash, etc. And the final priority that we think needs more attention is infrastructure investment. And that again concerns both the current production system, so in terms of, for instance, having more access to renewable energy at production sites, or better wastewater management technologies. But also we have to think about the infrastructure that is needed for the more systemic shift that we want to see, so to bring circularity to scale, and make sure that we can offer a lot more repair, reuse, repurposing, and then finally, if the other options fail, also recycling, of textiles that will also need new infrastructure to be available. So these are the three priorities that we see: shifting consumption patterns, and improved practices, and infrastructure investment.
Thank you. Okay, so the common vision is to require industry and government work together. It will need significant investment, large-scale innovation, transparency, and of course traceability. And if we take these actions together and get started today, this new system and circularity can scale faster. So thank you so much for your inputs and thoughts. It was a pleasure.
Thank you.
Amazing, thank you so much. We will now have a little coffee break. Refresh yourself, get some fresh air, and we'll meet you back in 20 minutes with another exciting panel. Let me just make sure that our in-person panelists are in flesh. Ngozi, Beata, where are you? Make yourself visible, dressed in black, blending. Perfect. Sustainability is as much about honoring the planet as it is about respecting the people and communities. There is a pressing demand for systemic change to create a more ethical and inclusive fashion industry. Our next fabulous guests will focus on the human aspect of fashion, whether that applies to its material or digital form. We will discuss human rights, labor rights, fair representation, pushing back on exclusivity, and making the industry more accessible and democratized. What are the necessary steps to make that change happen? I would now love to welcome on stage our incredible panelists. I will start with Ngozi Okaro, who has come the long way from New York. Please welcome Ngozi Okaro. Oh, and the mic, so we can amplify your voice. Ngozi is a director of New York-based Custom Collaborative, which runs entrepreneurship and workforce development programs for women from low-income and immigrant communities to establish sustainable careers in fashion. Now, Beata, please welcome on stage. Beata Wilczek is a founder of Unfolding Strategies, head of impact at the Dematerialize, educator and advocate for digital transformation. And we have with us online Rachel Arthur, advocacy leads of sustainable fashion at United Nations Environment Programme, as well as business journalist and storyteller. Welcome, Rachel. We were also supposed to be joined, and this might still happen, there's some work in progress, by Sinead Bovell, who is a tech entrepreneur, futurist, and founder of Way, a tech education company. Sinead is calling from New York, and I think there might have been some, it's 5 a.m. in the morning in New York, and maybe there was a little miscommunication. So if she reappears in the midst of a panel, please excuse the slight change of plan. And if anything, I will bring up some of her case because she does a fascinating research on the ethics of avatars and robot cultural appropriation. Let's dive right into it. Perfect. Ngozi, so I thought I would actually start from you and ask you, how important is it to increase access to opportunities in the fashion industry and make sustainability more mainstream? I mean, so much of sustainability that we talk about is connected to luxurious, high-end, unattainable brands. And so much of the ways that we talk about is connected to fast fashion. But, let's not kid ourselves. Price tag is important. Every report shows that people make a decision based on the price. And I love what you're doing by championing women to start careers in fashion, but start them in a sustainable manner. Can you talk a little bit more about the work of your organization?
Sure. Thank you so much for the opportunity. This is actually my first time in Warsaw, in Poland overall, so I'm super excited to be here and share what we're doing in New York. Custom Collaborative, as you said, supports low and no income and immigrant women who are creating careers in sustainable fashion. In fact, these earrings that I'm wearing were made by one of the designers who we've incubated. She found some spare bits of leather and some old beads and made these earrings. And so really this is as sustainable as possible, especially considering I plan to wear them for the next however many decades. I think that as we talk about sustainability, the whole point is to keep the planet habitable for people and plants and animals. And in the process of doing so, I think we need to include the people who are already here. And so most of us in this room are wearing clothes that are made by women. Women are 80% of the garment workers in the world. And so it's really important, in my view, to center the work that they're doing and their conditions, whether it's forced labor or substandard wages, or even working with like hazardous chemicals that are in some of the textiles. It's really very important to center them and their experience, but also to recognize the value that women bring to clothing, like the people who are the designers and the makers are mostly women, and the people who mostly make the profit and don't bring as much of the creative value are not necessarily women. And so we really want to turn that on its head and make sure that women are the central part of the value chain and receive what they are due from the goods and services that they provide.
Yeah, because the pandemic has highlighted some of the extreme difficulties faced by garment workers around the world, and it only reinforces the urgency that people who make our clothes are paid a fair wage and have safe working conditions. And I would love to now turn to Rachel and ask you about some of the regulations that are put in place, but also where are we at with legal protection? Because, we're talking about mighty ideas, but, no ideas were turned into action unless we have policies and regulations enforcing these.
Sure. Hi, everyone, and it's wonderful to be here. I'm not an expert in regulation, but one thing I will say is that looking at this space from a sort of systems change perspective, which is where I sit in all of this, we're in a world where we are absolutely relying on the industry to mark its own homework almost entirely, and that goes for whether we're talking about environmental or social issues. Targets are great, and obviously we're seeing more and more of them coming from across the sector, but if we don't see enforcement on the one hand, or indeed incentive on the other, I just don't think we're going to get there in the time frame that's ahead of us. So we need a huge focus on policy that absolutely has to underpin systemic change. And things are moving in the right direction. There is more and more, certainly in the past of 12 months, we're starting to hear of more policy that is being put forward and recommended in different markets around the world. By no means are we in a place where that is yet at all strong enough. But certainly in the EU, we see a lot coming down the pipeline. And in the US, there are things beginning to bubble, which is extremely promising. And hopefully we will see some of that actually come through. From my side on the focus, I really focus on narrative change, which I know we'll talk about in a little bit. But even in that space, the role of policy is enormous, and it has to be. Part of that is about greenwashing, which I know was touched on earlier this morning. But it's much wider than that. The role of policymakers really does need to exist there to bend the curve on unsustainable fashion consumption. That's a very wide focus of what is possible in this space. And I think with the policies that are added or removed, they can really help change social norms. And that's the kind of place that we're in right now, what we're trying to explore. And by that, I mean everything from indeed enforcing that living wage really does become a reality, all the way through to how we regulate fashion advertising and the expectation that we have there around what is indeed desirable or aspirational. And within all of that is incentivizing businesses as well to switch to circular business models, which again was talked about earlier. So I think there's a lot coming. I know that my colleague Bettina talked earlier about the sort of unintended consequences and trade-offs that come in this space. And I think one thing that we are really missing within all of this, and I know that there are some efforts from different groups to try and address, is the way that policy gets coordinated internationally, and just ensuring that anything that's being put forward, the consequences are also considered in other markets around the world, so that we do ensure that whatever we end up doing, that we establish a just transition along the way as well.
I mean, like we're really entering an uncharted territory when we're talking about the metaverse, when we're talking about the digital transformation. And the notion is, what can we do to ensure that we don't replicate the harmful policies and also discrimination that's rampant in the sort of traditional fashion realm? And we have here with us Beata Wilczek, who is the founder of the consultancy agency Unfolding Strategies that aims to rethink ethical fashion also in that digital realm. I would love to hear more from you. What is it that you do within your work, but you also work as an educator?
Yeah, thank you for inviting me and having me here. It's a pleasure to speak to all of you. I started Unfolding Strategies amidst the pandemic at the early beginning because I felt that what I've been doing in academia, where I actually came from working in fashion industry and art world, kind of runs its course. Because we were having many fascinating conversations, predominantly in programs and courses around sustainable fashion, how to do things differently, maybe a little bit outside of the UN's kind of ways how to do sustainability in fashion industry. We were talking about decolonization. We were also thinking about digitization. So I felt this is a momentum when maybe actually the industry needs this knowledge. And I'm kind of reviving this second time in my life, because first when I was started working with sustainability as educator maybe 10, 11 years ago, everybody I knew who work in fashion industry or luxury or high street were saying, this is so nice, this is so sweet of you, this is so romantic, this is so naive. But yet we are here and the word environment, is next to business. So somehow, many jobs were created, we discussed that before. Mm-hmm. But the moment when everything shifts towards more digital, and that means digitization and introducing different technologies into the making, consuming, and experiencing fashion, but also creating new digital products, it's getting more and more complicated. So with digital fashion, and we will hear more about it today from really excellent speakers, but with digital fashion, what is interesting that there's a lot of hope, a lot of promises, but also a lot of fear. So somewhere, and that's usually what happens when there are new things and new technologies coming, but somewhere in the middle, we need to think, is it really a sustainable savior, or is it really something that tries to distance us from our lives, and it's horrible and has a very, very high environmental footprint because it's NFTs. So many of those statements, I think, are a little bit misleading, but these are very important conversations to have, because now we have a unique opportunity to start this new branch of fashion that will affect all of it with different ideas, with different values. It can be a different start. So if we start setting it from an ethical standpoint, if we start thinking about it in a different way, we don't later will have to fix it, like we see it now with fashion. We won't have to decarbonize it. We won't have to decolonize it, because it can be implemented from beginning. Obviously, that's easily said. It's hard to do. But I think it's very, very important that we try. With Unfolding Strategies, what we do right now is that we focus on helping to understand those things. So even explaining what is the metaverse, what is Web3, and how is it even connected to, I don't know, sustainability, carbon footprints, racism, what is the link and connection? Because with all this hype and newness and glossiness, we tend to not see that. So first we need to understand. So we're doing a lot of training, we're doing workshops. We do it mainly for companies and institutions, but we're now going to be launching online courses for anyone who wants to do it. So we don't have to, we have a bigger reach basically. And then we also support different projects, strategies, creation of new products. We are supporting strategy of different startups. So this is what we do. Also, sorry, forgot to say, we also support big fashion brands in navigating those territories. So I think it's very important, and I think it's an exciting opportunity, because instead of fixing, we can start doing something in a more ethical way, however we understand that, from a very, very beginning. So that's very valuable. And yeah, I think also what I wanted to just add about labor is also very, very important when we talk about digital fashion, because today we mainly talk about environmental sustainability, but cultural sustainability, social sustainability, these are topics that are just, behind the corner. So we also need to start addressing them, and this is gonna happen very, very soon.
And maybe now be a little bit the voice of Sinead, which is really overwhelming to step into her shoes, because what she does is huge, but there's something that this link that she's made between fair representation and the abuse well, also, the abuse of labor, because she talks about the ethics of avatars. And we have more and more cases of, there's this South African AI-generated model called Shudugram, as well as a fictional rapper, FN Mecca, who are both designed by non-Black creators, but who, by themselves, like, kind of tick the box of inclusivity by brands who use them and hire them. So it's also, asking these larger questions. Who is speaking on behalf and profiting of communities that they aren't a part of? So I think this is also fascinating, kind of going back to Rachel, when we talk about the storytelling connecting to sustainability is, who is speaking of sustainability? I mean, whose stories are we highlighting? I mean, can you tell us a little bit more about the work that you do around storytelling? Rachel? Oh.
I think there's a little bit of a delay.
Back, amazing. I think that you were just muted. Perfect, yes.
I think we almost have to pause for a moment and think about, what do we even mean when we say stories? In many ways, stories are everything to do with our entire world, right? So, sorry, I'm going to ask the tech team if they can mute myself again, because there's such an echo, I can't hear myself. Wonderful, thank you very much. So, stories are the underpinning of our world, right? And it's such a massive thing to say, and it's such a simple thing to say, but it's such an important one to sort of recognize. So everything we know about fashion and how it works today, what we expect as consumers, how we behave, is the result of the stories that we've been told, and that many of you in the room have indeed helped to shape and create over the past number of decades. So if you think about, what does fashion, that narrative, look like today? It is the idea that things are disposable, that we don't wear the same thing twice, that it's our democratic right to pay a cheap amount for it. And I literally mean that in terms of a democratic right. We celebrate the idea that there's a rising middle class when we see new fashion brands landing in that city. That idea that we've got somewhere we now can afford to buy this cheap fashion. And indeed, the idea that things are extractive or exploitative in order to give us all of those things. These are really important cultural factors that influence in a very powerful way. And they're our reality, but they're all based on a generation of stories. And actually, there's much bigger work in this beyond fashion, but looking at the role of narrative in terms of the climate emergency. There's a fantastic platform called Stories for Life. And it looks at how everything to do with the climate crisis is essentially an economic design issue shaped by the stories that we as a society primarily live with. So this includes ideas such as that productivity alone is success. So the idea of more and more is better and better, and that nature is our slave. So we're allowed to continuously take from it, and indeed from the people that surround that. And both of those things ring very, very true for fashion. So the idea is that if we can change the story, we can change the narrative, and we can change that reality and indeed that future in which we all encompass, which is why we need those people involved in this whole transition that we're talking about today, both environmental and social factors, to help, those involved with the storytelling to help with that. So it's the people that write them, that create them, that shape them, that promote them, and also who importantly now need to start thinking about how we change them. So our work from a sort of storytelling standpoint is looking at the role of the communicator within this focus on sustainability. And by that, I mean everybody from somebody who indeed works within communication within a brand or an agency, those are in marketing or social media, PR, etc. The media, the journalists, the influencers, even the creative directors. The role that creative director has within a brand is really about setting a vision. It is about storytelling. And indeed all of the image makers that surround that, so the stylists, the photographers, you name it. And a big piece of that then has to be, how do we redirect all of that effort accordingly? And I think we're seeing fantastic new stories coming about sustainability. For those of us who work in this space, the narrative that you're surrounding yourself with currently will be about a transition that's needed, from both sides of the coin, environmental and social. If you're fully embedded in that space, this is the echo chamber that you live in, because the reality is that the stories of fashion today, otherwise, when you look outside of that remit, really are still very, very broadly about injustice. They are about exploitation. They are about extraction. They are about the idea that we can buy things as quickly as possible and dispose of them just as fast out the other side. And that's the narrative that we need to think about changing. And if you look at who's actually powerful in that space, the number one communicator that we sort of have honed in on initially as a sort of primary piece of work is indeed the role of the brands themselves, because of just how much power they have to really set cultural norms and expectations for the way that we consume and enjoy fashion. So happily talk a bit more about the work that we're doing, but that was essentially our starting place, is looking at the importance of narrative and how we as a fashion industry have a responsibility to help change it and shift it towards a sort of a new version, a new vision of what a positive future could look like.
Inspiring, and it instantly made me think of like the women that we could highlight and the work that they do and what you do, Ngozi, because you really empower marginalized communities who normally don't have a voice and don't get to sit at such panels, in such environments. And I was wondering if you could share with us some of the inspiring stories of your alumni. I know there is also a project coming up, if you happen to be in New York soon, if you could shed some light on that.
Sure. I am hearing a few things that I just want to comment on. And one that we just heard about stories, right? So there are these stories that we have about fashion, but the fashion companies created these stories like 30 years ago. Like it wasn't always the way that you would buy clothes and wear them up to 8 times and then throw them away. And so I'm just thinking, yes, we can create new stories, but what we can also do is share the reality of how clothing is created. What is the history of fashion, so people can more understand how this expression of ourselves, right? Because fashion is the first way that we tell the world who we are, that how this expression of ourselves has historically been created and what it means, right? And so it means something to me when I wear my grandmother's dress that was 60 years old, right? It obviously means something to me when I wear these earrings that Irma created because I told you the story about them. So it's I think, as much coming to terms with what is the real reality, like what is the impact of the current fashion system on the universe, on the planet, and what we can do to change that, but also still look good and feel comfortable about ourselves and in our clothes. And I so much relate to the story this morning about like being a tall woman and not having clothes that fit, and like how much better I felt when I was able to wear something that fit me and suited me. So the women in our programs come from to the US from about 25 different countries. And one woman who stands out to me, Jasminia, who originally came from Angola, when she came to me one day after our sustainability lesson, because we have a 15-week program where we teach women to design, sew, and sell sustainable fashion so they can become entrepreneurs. She came to me and she said, oh, I never understood this sustainability. We have it in Angola, but we just don't call it that. This is just what we do. This is the normal way of being. And so when I hear words like sustainability and circularity, obviously I understand what they mean, but I wonder if we are excluding people and excluding indigenous and native and normal practices by putting these special words to the types of systems that we're trying to create.
It's a form of like gatekeeping in some way, we kind of, we just box it up in these academic terms, and then we believe that we are the ones passing the knowledge of, sustainability to others. Like, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt,
no, but that's exactly right.
Yes.
No, I think that's exactly right. That's the conversation, right? So how do we make this, how do we normalize this and keep it, outside of like the ivory tower, like you're saying, like keep it out of academia and make it a part of our normal lives. And so I think that that's where we're trying to go. In terms of the project that we're working on, I feel like I'm regularly working on projects. I'm a bit of an innovator. A few things that we've done really since the pandemic is start an apprenticeship program. We did a pilot with Mara Hoffman in the United Nations Office of Partnerships, Slow Factory Swarovski, and some others, and developed a program where we could figure out how to advance skills of women in workplaces so they could have more opportunity to earn money and to gain skills. And so many of the businesses who are saying that the people who know how to do these techniques are aging out and retiring so they could actually replenish their skilled labor market. And we'll do a project in the fall with the photographer Camila Falquez and highlight the work of 10 or 12 of our resident designers at Custom Collaborative. And I'm really proud to be able to help put these women in the spotlight that they should naturally have because they have talents and skills and abilities. They just have not had the same advantages of some of us who appear on these stages.
Absolutely. Thank you.
That sounds great. It's a tough one. Yeah, I want to. I wish I could. Speaking of projects that are relevant to storytelling and narratives, and also working with communities, maybe this would be a great opportunity to share two projects. One we just launched with Dematerialize, where I serve as a head of impact. It's a digital fashion marketplace. And one of the projects, it's something close to the passport that we heard about today, this morning at Bettter. We created Real, a transparency standard for digital fashion, focusing on labor, which is basically a bit of data in the product description that says who made this digital asset, where was it created, what was the time, what is the carbon footprint. We have one more, but I forgot now. What blockchain is it on, obviously, but there's one more. So we provide this data to kind of be transparent and deliver on the transparency of the product, which in that case is a fashion NFT. But on the other hand, it also makes it more tangible. And it also mitigates the risk of issues with lack of labor transparency. And some creators said to me, but we don't have that problem in tech. There's a massive problem in tech with labor transparency as well. If you take fashion standards and practices with tech, this is becoming a bit problematic. And the second project we've been working now for 10 months, it's a quite unique partnership. We launched at Dematerialize with a school called CEDIM. It's a design university in Monterrey in Mexico. And with them, we thought of creating, and this is like a team of 15 interdisciplinary students working on a massive project, which is basically focusing on how to bring cultural sustainability and indigenous knowledge to metaverse. So we all seen how digital fashion looks like. It's fantastic, it's creative, it's on fire, it's bubbles, it's everything. But what if we also use it to, preserve heritage? Think about all the vintage collections, and this is happening now, being digitized in that way. There are certain projects doing it well. But what if we also start introducing and inviting the indigenous people, the different communities that are still a little bit erased from those conversations and narratives. So it was very interesting to support this group of interdisciplinary students in doing that. And they work with the local community, co-creating with them, listening to them, not getting inspired, not co-opting what they do. So I think there's a great potential in also making initiatives and projects like that.
Rachel, would you like to add something to that? Speak on the projects that you're working on, or in what ways does it connect with the work that you do?
Yeah, I mean, actually, just one thing to build on what Beata said is that I think the idea of the metaverse is so exciting to think around a place that we could fully embrace this idea of a new narrative, because one of the biggest challenges I think within all of it is that we're expecting people to change, but we're not providing them a vision for what that future could look like. So we know that we need to embrace ideas such as quality, longevity, equity, new value sets, regeneration, indeed massively that piece around these wider community sets of the world that have been such a sort of foundation of fashion and what it's about and their stories. and being able to place them somewhere and showing how that vision can be a reality is a huge challenge that I think we had ahead of us, but also a massive opportunity. So I'm incredibly excited about the opportunity that the metaverse presents within all of that. And then bringing it back to the work that we're doing, Zuzanna, to answer your question, one of the things we recognize with this work is indeed if we are asking people to change the way that they communicate, we need to present a guideline for how to actually go about doing so. So we did a couple of things over the past couple of years. One of the sort of core components of this is that the UN Environment Programme where I work and the UNFCCC, which is focused on climate and has, as I'm sure many of you are aware, the Fashion Industry Charter for Climate Action. We teamed up together and we spent a long time working on different consultations with the industry to really understand this role of communication and the part that it needs to play within that sort of set of wider sustainability targets. So the outcome from that we announced during COP26 last year in November, which was that indeed we had added a commitment to communication to the Fashion Charter. So anybody that is now a signatory, of which there are about 160 organizations, also now has committed to, and the phrase is aligning all communication to the 1.5 degree pathway of the Paris Agreement, and indeed to wider sustainability targets, ensuring a just and equitable future. So that was a fantastic sort of starting point for this work, to sort of show the importance of it, demonstrate that we are taking communication and this whole idea of narrative very seriously within the space. And then what we've been working on since is a guide or a playbook, if you will, which is presenting exactly how communicators can go about that. And the one thing I just wanted to say briefly was that we sort of see this world, I see this world sort of split into two in its sort of simplest sense. It's obviously much more nuanced than that. But on the one side, we have the how in a very tangible, logical sense can you go about ensuring that you do not greenwash with what it is you're putting out in your communication. And that is a place that I think the majority of the industry are focused right now. We sort of have a very good understanding of what that looks like. There's more regulation coming down the line. There is indeed some very strong other guidance in different markets around how to do so. There's more indeed legal cases coming forward to try and stop businesses from doing so. So that's all really strong. That's the sort of information-based layer, if you will, that we're seeing in sustainability. The second side of it, and the place where I think this huge opportunity lies, is around the role of culture. And this is the piece where the fashion industry needs to start embracing the opportunity that it has to reshape culture. And that is, as I was talking about earlier, due to the huge influence the industry has. But specifically focus on what is it indeed that we look at when we say that we make something aspirational or desirable, and how do we reshape or redirect what it is that we even consider to be a version of status or success. There was a lot of talk earlier around the idea of consumption and that we don't necessarily need to reduce it, but we need to change it. I would argue we definitely need to change it. I would say we also need to reduce it. And so one of the things that we're looking at in this guide is what role does communication play within that to redirect those efforts. Do we need material wealth to be such a symbol of status and success? And if it isn't, as it currently is, if it isn't, what does another version of that look like? And that's where this vision piece really has to live. So in the playbook, we talk a lot around the ideas of changing behavior and practices of consumers, so that indeed redirecting efforts towards circular practices instead. And we also look at this idea of reimagining values, so looking instead at that piece around aspiration, around desire. And a big part of that within there, circling back to what the other ladies have been talking about this morning, is around spotlighting new role models and sort of versions of success, as I talked about, but also really heavily looking at the idea of celebrating the ecological, cultural and social values of the industry, and really focusing on that idea of inclusive marketing and storytelling to encourage a more equitable industry. So what we're doing is, within this playbook, is those are quite lofty statements, if you will. So what we've been doing is then saying, okay, how do we make this very practical and usable for the communicator to say, what is it that I need to do to ensure that I start hitting some of these I don't like using the word targets because we've got enough of those, but start hitting some of these intentions. And so we break it down in a very clear outline of you should be doing this and you shouldn't be doing this. So do's and don'ts, and a checklist that basically says at the end of the day, am I doing each of these things individually? We're not expecting a communicator to be able to tick every single box with every single piece of communication that goes out there, but indeed starting to push in that direction is the effort. So that's an ongoing piece of work, but hopefully it will come out in 2023.
And we will actually have a session on do's and don'ts in the afternoon, and the kind of checklist and a bit of a guidebook for what can we do and how can we communicate things in a more transparent manner by Lucy, who I'm looking at right here from Futera. Amazing. Rachel, I'm so sorry. I hear the flashing red lights that says time's over, get off stage. So I would love to, I feel right at home discussing social justice and empowering communities, and I hope we can take this conversation later on. And thank you. I feel incredibly inspired, and I feel like we're in good hands, building, striving towards that future that works for everyone. Thank you so much, Ngozi, Beata, Rachel, with us online. Thank you. I will leave the stage for a second, but I pass the mic to my dear colleague, Szymon Machnikowski.
Good afternoon. For our founder and publisher, Kasia Jordan-Kulczyk, making real impact was always important and is always important. That's why, while thinking of the concept of Business Fashion Environment Summit, we already knew that our goal is not only to create inspiring conference for CE leaders, but also to create a platform which gives young sustainable businesses opportunity to grow. Thanks to FFVC, the most committed venture capital fund operating in New York and apparently in Warsaw, with investment with over 140 companies, we were able to create a competition for young businesses with prize in financing up to $250,000 and a package of operational and content-related support. Please welcome Mateusz Zawistowski, Managing Director of FFVC, and our board members Małgorzata Walczak and Bartosz Berestecki, who will tell you more about the competition itself. Thank you.
So firstly, thank you for all of you for attending. So for the guests attending, the pitching founders, and our guests of honor, the jury members, Małgorzata Walczak, who's director at Payfair Ventures, responsible for green investments, as well as active fashion industry investor, and Bartosz Berestecki, a very seasoned and experienced fintech C-level executive, former president of the board of PayU, recent CEO of Paytel. The idea of this contest is to select the best company that supports fashion industry and ESG theses, and that changes the ecosystem within the CE with such solution. So in our works prior to the conference, we've pre-selected 8 teams with a great vision, great energy, great liability, and great boldness to create the future tech solutions. And we're gonna give them room to present themselves, to get the exposure they deserve for their hard work, their passion, and the commitment to entrepreneurship. And in return, we're gonna select one company that's gonna win the contest, and with this selected company, we're gonna discuss investment in the amount of 250,000 injection from FF Venture Capital, and our support, ongoing support with growing the business, hopefully to the unicorn stage. So we'll have another unicorn from the CE, hopefully within the fashion, fashion or fashion-related industry. So again, thank you very much for coming. And I'm gonna right now leave the stage to the founders who are today the most important part of the contest. We have the first contestant missing, I suppose. So give him a short second.
Sorry, we're just waiting for people joining online, but we have a crowd of eager people to step in flesh. So, okay, great.
Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Okay, amazing. Super. I want to say sorry in advance for potential noise. So nowadays, the supply chain is no more a chain. It is a wall between farmers and enterprises. It is long, counterproductive, and with food losses. Next, please. Thank you. Meet Stefan. He's a farmer. He wants to sell, but he has no place where to do this. He meets with money delay on 30, 60, or 90 days and has price risks. And meet Klaus. He's the manager of the retail chain. He wants to buy, but he cannot see the whole picture of available products on the market. And meet the problem as price risk in international trade because of work with few stages of middlemen during the supply chain. And he has higher processes. And there is a wall between them. We know how to break this wall. My name is Anna. I'm the co-founder of Fruitwork. Next, please. Fruitwork, technology-driven agri-marketplace for transparent digital food supply chain. And let me show you how it works. Next, please. Fruitwork ecosystem built on three main pillars. First one, AI machine learning driven solution, which ensure quality control and supply chain automation. Next one, blockchain, what helps to keep all the information about the production, storage, contracts, and delivery in a single ledger. And third one, digital tools that covers logistics and transportation by connecting logistic operators and document management capability with agri-financial and capability to make the loan to farmers. Next, please. You will ask what advantages it has. First of all, we form the demand for farmers, choosing the main sell channels, credible financial options, and optimal price for the produce. And we provide businesses with a secure procurement, with end-to-end supply chain, visibility, access to the global market, and competitive and transparent pricing. Next, please. We also can give a great contribution into sustainability and save up to 35% of products that are becoming waste during the supply chain of fruits and vegetables to retail chain. Next, please. But also we about business, so our business model based on subscription, sales commission, and fixed fee per order. Next, please. Surely we have got a lot of competitors, but our main advantages is that we have got direct fruit and vegetable specialization, what helps us to make more efficient supply chain, and we have high automatization processes with visible supply chain because of analyzing the internal and external data, and we supporting both clients on every stage of trade process. Next, please. Right now, we have got a huge market, and we are focusing on Central and Eastern Europe. And these numbers are not seems large for us because we have got an amazing team. Next, please. Who are experienced in agri, tech, and digital areas, where from one side we have got our CEO Serhii, who is experienced in agricultural business and has a wide network there. From other side, me, Anna, who is experienced in digital and marketing field and previously built a startup. Next, please. And also we have got an amazing advisors on board who are experts in financial, machine learning, marketing, AI, and help us to grow every day. Next, please. Our advisors, it's not the only thing which we are proud of, because I'm happy to announce that this week we are launching the soft version of MVP with ability to place ads, search for the most relevant product. Currently, we have 400 pre-registrations and 42 customers ready to pay. Previously, we became the winners at Agro Hackathon, the main agri-tech event in Ukraine, gained the support from Polish-Ukrainian Startup Bridge, and were represented at Viva at Paris this year. This was done only for 2 months. Imagine what we can do for next 6 months. Next slide, please. With investment we are looking for in amount of 150K. And I have got the answer because let me show you our product timeline. Next, please. In November, we will do the updated MVP launch with additional features. Till the end of this year, we will have 36 conducted deals and 10 paid subscription. And in 6 months, we will launch the product with more experience, more advanced features, and we'll have 560 customers on the platform. Next, please. And about attracting clients, we will do direct sales to existing base of contacts. We'll cooperate with the partners. We already signed 4 memorandums with farmers associations. We'll do referral sales, collaborate with agri-food tech startups, and will participate in exhibitions and events on Web Summit, Slush, and Fruit Logistica. Next, please. Thank you for your attention. Scan the QR code, read more details about us, and let's stay in touch.
Thank you for invitation. I had no chance to say anything before. So since the time is crucial here, we decided that there will be just probably 1 or 2 questions per startup. So our question now is, I understand that from consumer perspective, it's super important, the quality of the food. Hello? She's gone.
No,
Okay.
I'm here.
Yeah, can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Okay, so there will be no question.
No.
Let's go to the next one, yeah? No, so just to finish the thought, we were thinking about controlling the quality of the product. Hello?
Hi, yeah, I hear you. Okay, to answer the question about quality control, first of all, the main idea is because of AI and machine learning solutions to take the data from IoT devices, drones, sensors, and other farmer-based devices to monitor the soil, to monitor the product, but it's in the future. Right now, our vision of quality control is first of all screening, rating, yeah, and previous cooperation reviews.
Thank you.
So right now we are welcoming queer warfits on with that pitch.
Can you repeat, please, one more time?
Hi, are we okay? Can we start?
Hello.
We can hear you.
We can hear you. You can start with a pitch.
Great. Hi. So my name is Lucas, and I'm a CEO of Werfit. Just 1 second, because I can't see my slides. Okay, so at Werfit is the gateway to the metaverse for the fashion industry. We disrupt industry through 3D, augmented reality, and machine learning by offering a stunning online shopping experience, helping to optimize sales and reduce returns. Next slide, please. Werfit was founded by serial entrepreneurs with experience in 3D graphics, IT, and fashion. We have successful exits on our account. I have sold my shares in previous startup, Authentic, to invest in and focus on Werfit. Chris has built 2 companies specializing in 3D graphics, special effects, and photorealistic content creation. Kate has experience in marketing and the fashion industry. Our team counts 8, and all research and development is done internally. Next, please. We operate in most innovative and promising business areas. Our business is B2B for fashion, retail, and e-commerce. We focus on augmented reality technology, which is the future of e-commerce, and it will change e-commerce like mobile has changed it a few years ago. It will be the next big thing. Next one. Fashion industry struggles with low conversion rates and large amounts of returns. Even 30% of products purchased online are returned. Users demand better digital shopping and product experience. Next, please. We are the only ones who offer solutions for 2 most important parts of the fashion industry, apparel and footwear. And for each of them, we offer comprehensive solutions consisting of digitization, visualization, and size fitting. Unlike the competition, we cover the whole digital transformation process. And our huge advantage is the technology of automatic digitization of shoes based on the photographs. Next. Now let's play the video to see how it works. Can we launch the video? So this is how it works. Solutions for footwear first. Thanks to integration with photographic devices like Orbit View, we can offer automatic digitization of footwear. After scanning, we can visualize the product in augmented reality and in virtual try-on. You can try on shoes at home, like in a brick-and-mortar store in front of the mirror at home. And while you are trying on shoes, we are measuring your foot. We take 6 precise measurements. For the apparel industry, we have developed virtual avatars and models. They may be visualized in augmented reality as well. Thanks to our avatar creator, we can do the size fitting and recommend the right size. And we visualize the fitting as a heat map showing in which parts of the body the product is tight or loose. Great, so let's back to the presentation. So the market potential is huge and it's growing. It will reach $15 billion in 5 years. It ensures a great exit potential for investors. We focus on clothing and footwear manufacturers and footwear retailers. And next, please. Almost 2 years ago, we raised a pre-seed round. Last year, we got an EU grant for research and development. We already have our first sales in Poland. In the following months, we'd like to raise a seed round to launch an automated SaaS platform and start sales globally. Next, please. Here are some case studies. Last year, we implemented AR for the sportswear collection of the 4F brand and Robert Lewandowski. And a few weeks ago, we have finished implementing AR try-on for CCC. This is one of the largest footwear retailers and we did it in the most popular e-commerce app in Poland, used by 10 million of users. Next, please. We've got good investment benchmarks. Our two main competitors, one in apparel and the second one in footwear, were recently acquired by large enterprises for good money. Entry barriers are quite high. It is not so easy and quick to develop solutions like ours. For example, we have used 17,000 of photographs, which were manually annotated to train our machine learning model. Next, please. Our business model is simple and scalable. First, we sell subscriptions. The price is about 60 euro per product per year. Right now, we reach clients directly, but our goal is to transform the business into a self-service SaaS model. We believe we can win the global market of digitization and AR try-on for the footwear industry in 3 years. And ultimately, we'd like to become a leader in AR solutions. Next one. Thanks to integrations like OrbitView and SaaS platform, we'll be able to reach a lot of clients quickly. Partnership with OrbitView gives us access to hundreds of potential clients from the footwear industry who already have the necessary hardware and the business need. We believe we can reach 20 million revenues in 5 years. And it was the last one. Thank you. I think we have some time for questions. I can't hear you right now.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. I have one question. You mentioned two competitors. I hear a lot, many during the pitches, many startups like yours, maybe not with the same R&D part. But do you know any others, smaller competitors here in Europe?
Yes, of course, there's several companies which operate in similar business, but most on some small piece of the technology which we have. For example, there is another solution for the footwear try-on, but they do not offer the digitization of footwear or the size fitting. There is a few startups which offer the try-on of clothes, of apparel, but most of them do it only in 2D. So it is not possible to do it in augmented reality. So yes, there is several startups, but I was talking only about the two ones which were successful.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So we invite another participants. This time, I believe it's going to be a physical presentation or airflow.
My name is Ada. And my name is Karol, and we are building Airflow, fully automated air purifiers in the form of a green wall for healthier, safer, and more sustainable workplaces.
First, let me introduce you to our team. We have the pleasure to work with Paweł, Jakub, and Kamil. Together, we're an interdisciplinary, multifunctioning team. Knowledge from the architecture, electroengineering, and electrotechnics allows us to have a basis to create a hardware product. Having elementary knowledge from business, law, and medicine, we have all it takes to build a holistically business.
Had the pandemic started, we've all noticed that the air in the interiors isn't safe anymore. Research shows it's up to 1,000 times more likely to catch COVID inside the building than outside. Also, we're detached from the nature. It's estimated that we spend around 90% of our time indoors with that polluted air, without contact with nature, which affects our mental health. However, when we've asked our clients and the managers of the companies that try to do something about that and introduced greenery into their offices, they told us that green solutions were costly and the maintenance was time-consuming. So what can we do about that situation? Firstly, we need to focus on what we breathe. By means of active purification, we're able to reduce the number of dangerous pollutants for our health. Secondly, the introduction of greenery. Simply by adding greenery and plants, we can boost cognitive functions and the overall well-being of the employees and clients. And lastly, full automation. Time is money, as the saying goes, and we are able to reduce the time that is spent on maintenance so our clients can take the full benefits of greenery and air purification. What's unique about our product is its multifunctionality. Our competitive advantage lies in the combination of the air purification technology and the nature. The main problem, however, that our clients face is the maintenance, and we aim to solve it by means of machine learning supervision software for plants that makes it effortless and cost-effective. But how the air purification works? Firstly, the polluted air goes through the biofilter in the form of plants that reduces volatile organic compounds. Then, the photocatalytic filter releases little particles that have the ability to neutralize dangerous compounds like viruses, like SARS-CoV-2, and bacteria with the efficacy of up to 99%. That leaves us with the fresh and forest-like air for you to breathe on a daily basis.
Before 2020, we could observe the trends in biophilic design and investments in greener workplaces. During the COVID-19 pandemic, people realized how much air purification has the impact on our health. Then we have more focus on sustainable trends. For example, companies investing in the LEED, ESG and WELL indicators. What's more, due to the European Union directive, it will be necessary for companies to report on their ESG efforts. Our total addressable market reaches almost $8 billion. SAM is relatively limited to TAM to $1.5 billion. Our service obtainable market can reach almost $121 million, and our early evangelists are valued for almost $8,100 in the first year and a half. Our adventure started with a success from the National Startup Contest when we managed to win. Then, after securing our first funding round, we were able to build our prototype to tested laboratory and send a patent application in Poland. Also, I am happy to announce that our recent laboratory testing for the efficiency for cleaning for the synergy technology we're using were successful, were even up to 2 times more effective than traditional methods.
For the first round, we plan to raise $250,000 for the product development and software development and to ensure first sales. Later on, we plan the product line extension, for which we plan to raise $500,000.
Our mission is to create more human-oriented, employee-friendly workplaces worldwide. Thank you for listening to our presentation. We'll be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you.
Maybe only one very short one. How fast you think you should get to the point of being a big company having this physical component, not only the tech layer?
Only the physical component, you mean the...
How quickly you can grow, essentially?
Okay, so we plan to start with the first sales at the beginning of the 2024.
Okay, thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you might need it.
Hi, I think I should stand here. So my name is Alina. I am the CCO at Zilli. Zilli is a mobile-first website and ad builder that helps micro and small business owners grow their online sales. And in just 2 months, we have grown by 300%. So before launching the startup, we worked in the industry of digital marketing for 7 years. We worked with micro and small business owners. So we discovered a critical problem of this target audience. 80% of them do not use laptops, so they cannot create a website, launch advertising, and even start an online business. So that is why we created Zilli. So in just 3 months, we got 5,000 users from the United States, Brazil, Mexico, and Chile. So who are these clients? They are lawyers, retailers, coaches, and even NFT creators. So, and we increased our MRR to $40,000. But what is the most interesting that thanks to proven unit economics, we will have $700,000 MRR in June 2023. So our target audience is a huge market where there are more than 30 million entrepreneurs in the US and in Latin America. So covering even just 1% of this target audience, we will have MRR of more than $7 million in 3 years. So we're building this product with a great team. So our SEO, Dima, he has more than 7 years of experience working with micro entrepreneurs. He assembled a team with 80 specialists and attracted more than 1 million clients to customers' products. So Yaroslav Semylyuk was the head of the sales department, and he increased the turnover of agency from $0 to $700,000 per year. And I was developing some marketing strategies for international brands, gathering them more than 5 million audience to their social networks. So based on this experience, we created Zili, and here's how it works. So you can easily download the app in App Store or Google Play. By going through a short onboarding process, you will add your business industry, and you will receive a sales-oriented website in seconds with our AI. So then you will be able to launch advertising on Facebook, Google, YouTube, and Instagram. So you don't need to open Facebook Ads Manager or Google AdWords and so on, because you can manage the budget and duration of your advertising campaigns right in our mobile app. So we will also provide you with advertising banners, and when you will receive requests from your clients, you will be able to call and message them right in our CRM system and track their activity built-in analytics. So we have great numbers in usage activity and retention. So, and this is how our users grow their online business in just one application. So we have SaaS freemium business model with 7 days free trial period, and our monthly subscription $37.99. So with influencer marketing and paid advertising on Facebook, TikTok, and Google, we found our product market fit and got great unit economics. So our customer acquisition cost is $50. Our lifetime value is $600. So we have become one of the hottest Ukrainian startups and raised more than 1,500 in equity-free grants, and it helped us a lot to grow even faster. So we have just opened an investment round for $2 million and have a commitment for $700,000. So if you want to take over Zili, contact us to connect, partner, and invest. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm definitely not marketing expert, but I live in digital world, so I assume there's a huge competition. So what's your competitive advantage?
First of all, it's huge growth and their experience for more than 7 years. So we know exactly how to get their $7 million MRR. And because we have really great numbers in our unit economics, and we exactly know how to work with this target audience. So it shows our great numbers in usage activity and retention.
But what is your advantage? We understand that the team is advantage, and the fact that you grow so fast is an advantage, but from the technological point of view?
Sure. You were talking about technology. Products that work, for example, like Wix, Squarespace, and so on, they work with other target audiences. They work with creative professionals, and their products are difficult. So our solution is super easy because you can create a website and launch advertising to attract clients in less than 1 hour. So our technology is super clear to this target audience.
So UX is your...
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the presentation. So right now invite Filippo from Mesmerize, who came all the way from a much warmer country to us. So
slightly warmer, yeah.
Please
Filippo,
commence.
pleasure to meet you. So I'm a former, sorry about the pictures, a little bit old. I'm a former BCG consultant. I was the chief of staff at Montblanc, so I spent about 7-8 years working in the fashion luxury sector before launching Mesmerize. With me on the team, Nassimi. He's a Ukrainian refugee, so he couldn't join us today. He's our CTO, brilliant full stack developer. And Fede, who has previous startup experience, he's our head of data science. So what are we trying to do? Right now we're focusing on a similar problem you saw, actually the same problem you saw mentioned a couple minutes ago. We're trying to solve sizing as a problem for online e-commerce, not only for the consumer, not only for the brand who ends up paying for it, but also for the planet, as we've discussed today. Long term, however, our mission is to go well beyond that and offer personalized recommendations, leveraging the magic of machine learning and artificial intelligence at a 360-degree level for brands. I think the problem is very top of mind. We've all done shopping online. It can be painful. I think we're always very, very, very focused on returns. It is a huge problem. 65 to 80% of returns are driven by size and fit. But just as important, I would argue even more important from an economic perspective, is the opportunity cost of missed sales. You have almost 60% of consumers who tell you, I'll never buy online from a brand whose size and fit I'm not familiar with. So we've developed this innovative solution. Here you can see it on Montclair. The way it works is you land on the PDP page, you'll find a button that says either size recommendation, find your size. We'll ask you a couple of very, very intuitive questions, so there's no need to take a picture, there's no need to measure yourself, pick a perfect garment out of your closet, measure a garment, very, very simple, 30 seconds. We ask you gender, height, weight, age of birth, and on the second page, very intuitively, very subjectively, how would you compare yourself to people of similar weight and height? Based on that, we're able not only to recommend the right size to you, but also to tell you exactly how the garment is going to fit on your body around the specific points that are important for that garment. Once you've done it the first time, the great thing is you never have to do it again. So the tool will recognize you not only within the same brand, but within other brands that work with us. So we're creating a fairly significant network effect. We're very lucky in the sense that we have some great partners trusting us. We've become the leading solution within the luxury sector. We're now expanding beyond luxury. And the reason we've been so successful is essentially the quality of the solution. If you look at our KPIs, we're increasing sales, so conversion rates between 4 and 11 times. Users who use Mesmerize have a conversion rate which is 4 to 11 times higher. Average order value is 15% higher. That translates essentially on a brand where Mesmerize is active, between 15 and 25% of sales are based on recommendation. In terms of returns, we're very, very accurate. So when we're estimating the consumer's body, our average is less than 2 centimeters. That means a return rate of a Mesmerize user is 25 to 40% lower. This ultimately means for a brand a significant ROI. So what you're seeing here is a very conservative scenario. One of our live clients in December wanted to see, we're spending a bit on Mesmerize. We've been working with you for 3 years. Is it worth it? So what they did is essentially 3 very conservative scenarios. What you can see is they said out of that increase in sales, we can quantify that increase in conversion rate, increase in average order value. Let's say that only 5% of that is actually attributable to Mesmerize. The remaining 95% is cannibalization. Somehow we would have brought it home anyway. So even if it's only 5%, considering the other effects as well, the ROI is almost 8x. So I think that's very relevant, A, from a sales perspective, because it makes it easier to sell the tool, but also in a medium-term perspective, it gives us a great opportunity to raise prices. From a commercial perspective, we've been fairly successful. You've seen, we work with some great brands. We've grown about 60% in the past 5 months. We've grown over 100% since the beginning of the year. We're currently at 400,000 ARR. We expect, based on contracts that are currently being negotiated, will be between 500 and 600 by December. Now, I think what's happened is what we've seen over the past 12 months is incredibly strong word of mouth effect. So we've stopped having to go to brands, to go online, and brands are starting to come to us. Ferragamo, for example, went on the website, reached out to us. Again, based on the results, based on the credibility we've built, that's very important because it's made our pipeline a lot healthier and has shortened our sales cycle significantly. We're now launching a solution for shoes, exact same, very similar approach. We're launching it this quarter. Last but not least, sorry, the slide's a little bit messed up. Last but not least, especially given today's focus, this is something we're very proud of. In the past 3 years, we've saved essentially over 360 tons of CO2. That's equivalent to parking 100 cars for a year. Within the next 4 years, we expect that number to go over 1,000 cars per year. So a very tangible impact on the environment. That's me.
So one short question from my side. So what's unique about Mesmerize when you compare it to the competitors that were already present on the market for the last few years?
Yeah, so there's definitely, as you guys were mentioning earlier, it is a very busy environment. Our competitive advantage is essentially the way we make the recommendation, our data science approach. So the way it works is we ask you a couple questions, as you saw in your body, so very, very intuitive. That, on one hand, ensures we have very high adoption rates. So again, you don't need to take a picture of yourself. You don't need, complex processes. At the same time, because of how we use that data, and again, we use that data to estimate your consumers, your physical body, we're very, very accurate. And comparing that data to the garment's measurements, that allows us to be very, very accurate. So when you look at competitors, you mentioned there's quite a few, our two largest ones, TrueFit and Fit Analytics, they use an approach where they don't use product information. That means that they need a lot of sales data in order to be accurate. That's very relevant when you think of the fashion market, because if you look at the fashion market, less than 15% of the market is composed by the big players we always think of, right? Amazon, Farfetch, YNAB, Zalando. They don't even make up 15% of the market. Someone was talking about how fashion is driven by independents, and it's very true. The industry is driven by small and medium players, and we definitely have a competitive advantage on that part of the market, as shown by our success in luxury so far.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now we welcome another great company from Ukraine, Finmap.
Hi, everybody. I'm Alex, CEO and co-founder of Finmap. Our story began more than 5 years ago, while we were doing more than 200 custom consulting projects for small businesses in financial management in Ukraine. Meet our user, Andrew. Andrew has been in business for about 5 years, and he's got a lot of projects going on simultaneously. Keeping track of all the finances are pretty tough for him because he has a lot of small expenses, a lot of payments, and he's overwhelmed because he managed this in his own self-created spreadsheet. While working on projects, he wants to see the profitability of each project, he wants to turn away unprofitable clients, and he wants to save his money for his business, so he will optimize the resources. But the main problem is that more than 90% of small business owners suffer from the same problem. They have cash gaps, they have different problems in their financial management, and the way that they manage their finances right now keeps them, in more than 70% of the cases, to a cash gap, and the businesses dies because of that. This is why we have created Finmap. Finmap is a cash flow management tool that helps small and mid-sized businesses to get a real-time visibility on what's going on in their business in terms of money, avoid cash gaps, and make right decisions. Company owners know how much money they have in their company. They know which projects are more profitable. And most of all, they have understandable financial reports that are generated automatically. Well, Finmap is much more than just another financial management tool. We are not doing any tax accounting or bookkeeping. We help small businesses to manage their day-to-day finances. Those finances that they are used to manage in their Excel spreadsheet. We are unique because of more than 2,800 different integrations with banks, online tools, digital wallets, and even cryptocurrencies. We're a SaaS solution. We charge $14 a month and generate extra revenue from additional setup fees and financial educational products. We're now scaling rapidly in the Central Europe with more than 24 million SMEs in our target audience. And this is the very beginning of our global expansion. Currently, we have recreated our product, and our MRR started to grow more than 15% month over month. Right now, more than 2,000 companies from more than 50 countries are using Finmap daily to manage their finances, understand the profitability of their small businesses, and to make their businesses much more sustainable than they are. Because, as I told, the biggest problem is the chaos in the finances that is caused because they are managing their finances in just self-made spreadsheet. They're a team of 60 of us. The company is structured in 5 different departments, weekly report system, and personal KPIs. Right now, we're raising our round in $1 million to reach our goal in 100K of MRR and to continue our scaling through the Central Europe and Southeast Asia. This is it. I'm Alex. Thank you so much. We'll be very glad to answer your questions.
it sounds like your guys touching finances or financial information. Are you licensed or?
Yeah, exactly. This is about the financial information. We have the PSD2 certificate. This is the special certificate that is eligible for us to use the bank data on one hand. But on the other hand, there is a lot of like open APIs through the Europe, for example, and we can use this information directly from the sources.
So you're licensed in Europe?
Yes, exactly. So yes, just to say the very short answer, yes. Yeah, I mean, because there's a lot of legal things and so on.
No, I got PSD2, so that's enough.
Okay, cool.
So thank you very much. Maybe Małgorzata had only one comment related to the theme of the whole.
No, I think it's very needed solution, especially in small and medium fashion businesses. I was running one myself, so the cash flow forecasts and a regular daily finance management is a pain. So for most of the startups I know in operating in Poland, so congratulations for.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to add that it's not only about the Poland, it's in the whole for the small businesses, because they really do not understand how to manage finances properly, because they think it is very complicated. But in our case, we are doing that as much understandable as possible just for small businesses.
If you look at what the Polish GDP looks like, it consists still 50% of small and medium business, so
exactly,
it's a good country to start with.
This is why I'm here.
Cool. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you so much.
Right now we are slowly getting to the end, and we invite Make Grow Labs, the 7th participant.
Hello everyone, my name is Rosa, co-founder of Make Grow Lab. Make Grow Lab happened to change the future of materials. And we all aware of negative impact of plastics. Sometimes we're not aware that plastic actually hidden not only in the packaging that we use every day, but in textiles, in cosmetics, in food. Plastic is everywhere. So now brands moving from plastics to natural fibers. But there is one problem. There is a reason why we moved to plastic. Natural fibers many times are not fast renewable, and they cause deforestation. So we have a solution with new type of cellulose fibers that works like plastic. So they have barrier, they're very strong, but they will compost or they will recycle together with other fiber streams like paper. And we obtain these fibers, we get them from very abundant resource, which is food waste. And we use different types of waste. We feed it to microbes, so we use biology. And these microbes turn this food waste into nanofibers. These nanofibers are the base to make materials, natural materials, more efficient, and also replace plastic as a films, as a leather. We compared our efficiency growth of our fibers to eucalyptus farming, and we learned that in the same space, in the same time, we can grow 600 times more of pure cellulose than traditional forestry. Here you can see some examples of use cases. So I mentioned that we make materials stronger. That's why we, together with Colgate-Palmolive, we work on paperboard that can be stronger, so it can be lighter. So we can use less trees or less material to actually ship our product or get our products in store. We also add these fibers to make, to replace the plastic sachets that many times are not recyclable, because our fibers have barriers, just like plastic, so we can keep fluids with just like plastic sachets. We focus right now on packaging, but after piloting this project with the packaging companies and brands, we also want to do the same with textiles. So make them stronger, more efficient, and with less plastic. We have competitors, but they extract nanocellulose from trees, and they do it chemically. So it's very expensive, and it's also damaging for environment. We're a team of biotechnologists, chemists, environmental scientists, and so far as a team, We managed to file 2 patents in Poland and US, get clients, paid clients like Avery Dennison and Colgate-Palmolive, won a few awards as well, raise equity-free funding. With that, we could actually also open a pilot production. Right now, we are on a stage where we move from R&D pilot. So we move from checking the technology to actually have commercial agreements. And within these commercial agreements, we plan to scale to actually have an impact and scale the production. Currently, we look for $500,000 funding in order to get the commercial agreements and actually start the biorevolution for the biology to replace plastic globally and in scale. Thank you very much. My name is Rosa. Join the biorevolution.
I understand that, totally not my expertise, so, but I understand you have to be super sophisticated and well educated, so can you tell us a bit more about your team then?
So I started together with Josh. Josh is an environmental scientist from California, and we managed to get an amazing team of chemists. So we have biotechnologists that actually helped us to develop the technology. Me personally, I'm industrial designer, so I work with the processes. But we have a complementary team to actually enable to have these clients and these projects that are really mass scale usage, like a paperboard or labels.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So now we can invite the last participant, Tergo.
Hello, everyone. As eco-game changers, we are here to fight with climate change and save the planet. However, we found out lately that this reason is not good enough to close the deal. So today, I want to share with you some bullet points about our company, scalability, market needs, and traction. My name is Ewelina Sasin, and I'm co-founder of Tergo. What distinguishes us is a full-stack approach in the carbon footprint market. We cover all 3 steps to net zero: measuring, reducing, and offsetting emissions. And each part of our business is scalable in a different way. To speak about carbon footprint, we have to start with measuring. Tergo has already developed a set of automated calculators based on GHG protocol, ISO and PAS standards. We have tools dedicated for events, flights, and individuals. But in terms of traction, the most important one is Tergo Scope. Carbon footprint calculator for companies in a subscription model. Demand for our product is growing rapidly in Poland, EU, and the whole world. Some companies are measuring carbon footprint because of their ESG strategies or different kind of tenders. But the most crucial factor here is legislation. Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, CSRD, obligates big companies, and by 2026 will obligate every company employing more than 10 people to report their level of emissions. Within the next 3 months, Tergo will start pilot programs with 2 major Polish banks. Tergo Scope will be introduced to their corporate clients as a tool, as a carbon footprint manager in their account. This B2B2B model is a great leverage for our traction. The second step towards carbon neutral future is reduction. And here comes our biggest innovation. Terbit is an app which changes attitude to offsets. For the first time, individuals will be able to generate carbon credits through their eco choices. For example, if you choose bike walking or public transport instead of your car, you will save particular amount of CO2. Tergo algorithm will convert these savings into TERs through emissions reduction, the most innovative kind of carbon credits on the voluntary market. In the future, our users will be able to tokenize TERs and sell them on the Tergo market, fully transparent marketplace for carbon offset on the blockchain technology. On top of that, we have introduced Terbit as an eco-HR programs to our corporate clients. Companies can launch internal programs convincing their staff to choose bike or public transport while commuting to work. Users can sell TERs to their corporates, to their employer, gaining financial benefit. And a company will be able to include this voluntary emissions reduction in their ESG reports. Win-win situation. The third step is offsetting. All scientific analyses claim that net zero goal set for 2050 is not possible without offsetting. We have launched our own agroforestry project, which will sequester 1 million metric tons of greenhouse gas emissions. That means that we have already from our project 1 million carbon credits ready to use for carbon labeling in fashion industry, for carbon neutral certification, for carbon neutral checkout in e-commerce, or just for offsets. So to summarize, something wrong? Oh, sorry. To summarize, we can help our clients in a full way to decarbonization. We have perfect timing in terms of market needs. And our tools are scalable. How? Tergo Scope Calculator. Working with banks gives us opportunity to reach a base of thousands of business clients, and there are many different channels of distribution worldwide. Terbit app can be used all over the world by companies and individuals. Agroforestry project. Verse market reached $1 billion in 2021 and is projected to grow 100 times before 2050. We have developed our own international forestry carbon credit standard, and we are able to launch any of new projects. Thank you very much. I believe that now you know why it pays to go green with Tergo. Some questions?
Yes, who are your competitors in Poland?
In Poland, we have competitors only with First, with measuring, and there are Plan B Eco, Envirely, and Responsibly. But this is only measuring. So from their perspective, we are their competitors.
I'm just checking if you know the markets.
Okay.
Thank you.
I can send you all the competitors analyzed through this all three products all over the world.
And you two are the founders, right?
Yes. Here's Tui.
Could you tell us about a little bit more about yourself and your co-founder?
Of course. This is a story we met in charity committee in our school. We have both 3 kids, including twins. Can you imagine that? And
actually, I can. I have twins, and I had 3 kids.
Oh my God! Congratulations. Okay, so we have experiences. I run a marketing agency for more than 16 years. Tui has her solar farm in Vietnam. So when we met and we start to talk about future and about eco possibilities, she found out this possibility to generate carbon credits by individuals, and then we tried to develop our idea as a 360 solution. Next to us, we have 25 people on board in Poland and 5 people in Belize, in the region which support with our agroforestry project. So 30 people together.
Have you thought about? I mean, I understand the front end, which is an app. What about the behind? What's the backbone? Is it blockchain? Is it general ledger? Where you guys want to register those certificates, coupons, or whatever you call it?
Tergo market will be on the blockchain technology, but for now we developed app in React Native. This is I can set a different call with our CTO and IT guys.
Okay, thank you.
Hope that this answer was good, but because the CTO is watching me there. Hi, Łukasz.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I feel...
And thank you.
I feel, and I hope you feel too, very inspired by seeing so many diversified business pitches and so many great business opportunities. And we'll now go back to discuss, and we'll show you the result of the competition around 5 p.m. during the conference. So thank you very much for your attention. And
Nie, już.
Thank you very much. We now had the chance to listen to very interesting ideas about the future of fashion. But now is the time to talk about the real business that is currently ongoing and has many sustainability initiatives. I'm Sandra, a senior associate at the Boston Consulting Group. And today I have a chance to host a conversation with Adrianna Wiślińska, sustainability lead at L'Oréal Luxe division. Welcome.
Hello. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Maybe you will sit. Yes. Should I
Great to have you here.
Yes, thank you so much. So maybe I will introduce myself in a more wider. So basically my name is Adrianna Magdalena Wiślińska and I represent L'Oréal Luxe division in L'Oréal Poland and Baltics. And my additional function to my regular position is to be a champion of sustainability agenda for L'Oréal for sustainability for Luxe division. And apart from this function, basically I'm on the commercial assignment, and starting from once I joined L'Oréal in January 2020, I was as a brand business director working within the marketing. So basically this sustainability function is more like coexisting with my regular functions.
Yes, and actually across your career you supervised 50 countries. And I'm thinking, how did this international experience has shaped you, the way that you strategize for sustainability currently?
Yeah, I think that the biggest benefit when working in a such international environment is to get high level of the expertise in terms of strategic thinking, strategic thought as a competences, because once you are working in a such diverse and complex environment, which is given either by geographics or by categories, it's there is like a need to drive this ability, which is all about narrowing the thinking and really focusing on the areas which are critical in order to drive the scale. And my key learnings out of this assignment was all about that all winning strategy needs to have very relevant locally implications. And this is what I'm taking also now when working on sustainability, because on one hand, it's all about having this big picture and holistic perspective on what's the global threats and challenges in regards to sustainability. But for and foremost is to really bring impact which is very tangibly locally. So that's the key learnings which I have out of those previous experience.
Sounds very challenging, but you're doing it great. And actually, I was thinking that as a sustainability leader, you carry out the company mission. And I know that one of its pillars is removal of marine waste that has accumulated across the past decades. And I'm thinking, can you tell me a little bit more about Operation Ghost?
Yes, absolutely. And this is a fantastic project. And basically, this project is assigned specifically to one of the brands within the L'Oréal Luxe division, and this is Biotherm. And this is a really personal project for me because it was initiated when I was in the shoes of brand business director for Biotherm. Biotherm is a skincare brand, and basically it comes from water, from the sea, because one of the key ingredients within a Biotherm is live plankton. So basically, our mission is to give back to water what we got from it. And we initiated with Mare Foundation the project which is called Ghost Nets Operation, which is in Polish is Operacja Widmo. And that was also given by a scientific patronage of a maritime university at Szczecin. And the idea itself is all about that we want to clean the shipwrecks which ends in the Baltic Sea from, as it's called commonly, ghost nets. And ghost nets is one of the key sources of the microplastic. So this is really tangible and locally relevant project we initiated in last year in October with Reconnaissance, which was all about identifying those shipwrecks, which ultimately we want to clean up. And now in June and August, there was expeditions, 2 levels of the expedition when we went into Baltic Sea for up to 2 weeks. In order to make those wrecks cleaned up.
Well, all of this partnership sounds that you really tackle the problem complexly. Actually, this is a great experience of remodeling the past. And
I think we have a video also,
yes,
in order to visualize Operacja Widmo, so Ghost Net mission, so maybe we'll show it. I can only say that apart of fact that it was so needed project, it was amazing adventure because physically I've been there, so great experience.
Sounds amazing. And what about the future then? I see that this is a great example of handling the past, but I heard that you have a program L'Oréal for the future, and can you tell a little bit more about how you strategize for the future of your business and to make it sustainable?
Yes, absolutely. So in L'Oréal, we always have been committed to sustainability, but also observing on how rapidly the current world has been changing and seeing on how high it's stake. Also, we thought that we need to put our commitments at a much higher level. So that was also the reason why in 2020 we renew our sustainability program, call it as a L'Oréal for the future. And this program is based, the strategy of this program is threefold. So basically it's all about transforming our activities in order to protect the planet boundaries. Secondly, it's all about contributing in really fighting with numbers of environmental and social challenges which we are facing. And the third one, which I think is the most importantly when working at the local level, is all about engaging our business ecosystem. So really showing, helping, enabling our suppliers, retailers and consumers to live in a more sustainable way. And basically this is really all about our backbone in terms of business, on how we are approaching to our business. We are doing this in a sustainable way. So this is like a key reference for us on how ultimately we are shaping our business model nowadays.
Yeah, and you're doing it end to end, as you say. Okay, and have you observed some less tangible positive outcomes of this strategy?
Yes, of course. Probably I wouldn't call it as a less tangible because what I want to mention is all about changing mindset. And I see it really very clearly in the organization which I have been working, that sustainability, of course, is all about big programs and big commitments at the global level, all those activities which we are doing locally, but it's very much about having this thought, what we can change as an individualist, at our personal level, and both at our private life, but also at business, and having this thought, how personally I can reduce this impact and what I can do in order to improve our common life. It's very much common within a L'Oréal community, and as I'm saying, it's very much at personal level, but also when working in a different functions, being in the market here, it's all about, okay, what kind of message I'm putting in on air, how transparent I am. When I'm working in a supply, what I can do in order to minimize the CO2 reduction with some changes on the transportation. So this is absolutely critical to change this mindset, and I think this tangible outcome of it is all about experiencing to meeting a new profile of the leaders, which are more mindful, which are more conscious, which are more responsible, which are more curious, and it's very much impacting on the overall cultural organization. So I would say that this is one of the key impact, because the environment, marketplace which we are working in is absolutely critical to be happy and to be efficient at work.
Yes, and you mentioned that the most important part was to change actually the mindset. And I know that for well-established companies, it's actually quite difficult sometimes to grasp the idea that the world is changing, that they need to seek strategy improvements. Didn't this lead you to any obstacles on your way to achieve these sustainability goals that you currently aimed?
I wouldn't say that probably those difficulties so different on established companies and startups or smaller companies, but I think that L'Oréal as a company has a particular sense of responsibility toward sustainability, and this is very much given due to the fact that we are like a global leader. We are a leader in the beauty industry, and our mission as such is to embed sustainability in the new standard of the luxury, because those standard has been changing as well. And of course, if we are talking about saying about the components which are assigned to luxury as a efficacy, as a quality, as a sensuality, that remains. But there is one key important factor, which is all about being responsible for planet and for other people. And this is really our mission to drive this shift toward more mindful beauty luxury. But, and this is our responsibility, true responsibility. But also what I want to say, it's not only about responsibility, but also tremendously big opportunity to innovate. Because when we think sustainability, we can innovate, bringing new products, new materials, new experience for the consumer. So this is also this mutual benefit which we are getting. So I think ultimately this is the reason why this path is such rewarding for all of us.
And what do you wish for when thinking of the future of your business?
Sorry?
What do you wish for when you're thinking about the future of your business?
If I'm thinking about my future of my business, yeah, I would like to make people happy with our products. L'Oréal is all about bringing a beauty which moves the world, and I would like to make people happy and to really authentic with what they are doing in their life. So, yeah, this is my, I would say, my aim.
I wish you all the best in achieving that.
Thank you.
And thank you very much for the conversation. And yeah, a round of applause.
Thank you so much. And we're going to end for now on this positive, happy note. Please take a break for lunch, and we'll meet you back here 2 p.m. for a special conversation between Stella McCartney, Henrik Wenders, moderated by Ina Lekiewicz. So please be back promptly. So I can see that you're already holding a little card. This is more to be revealed in our second part today. But before we jump into the future and the world of the metaverse, still nascent metaverse, we'll have a special guest, two guests and a moderator. Sustainability begins with design from the outset. This next panel will be all about innovation and creativity. Creativity to find long-lasting solutions and design for better future. It is my absolute pleasure to now welcome on stage Henrik Wenders, Chief Marketing Officer of Audi. And the conversation will be moderated by Ina Lekiewicz, Editor-in-Chief of Vogue Poland, and we have with us online Stella McCartney, the designer that I believe does not need an introduction.
Hello, everyone. Hi, Stella. Such an honor to have you with us. How are you today?
I'm really well, thank you. I'm really excited to do this. How are you all?
We're fine. Yeah, Henrik, how are you?
Very well. Good to see you, Stella.
Likewise. Hopefully there isn't too much of an echo.
No, the connection's amazing. I think everyone's wondering why we all here together. So my first question would be, in what way are the fashion and automobile industries connected?
Do you want me to start?
With great pleasure, Stella, as I think we are a good reference. And it's hopefully not a surprise at all, simply due to the fact that the automotive industry and the fashion industry, like all industries in the world, are entering, we all together, the transformation decade in history. Because after centuries of industrialization, all of us need to get rid of something which is called CO2, and this as soon and fast as possible. And as we all know that climate change cannot be postponed, we are teaming up in all industry in order to learn from each other and to make this an even better, and I also liked your agenda, Ina, a more ethical future. So, and this is the reason why Stella and Audi, we teamed up, because we are on the same page. We have the same understanding, the same interest in order to keep the human being on the experience level where they are today, so without a compromise, by providing the most beautiful, astonishing, and high-qualitative fashion and cars and forms of mobility, yet getting rid of CO2 in order to contribute to a more sustainable and better future. Am I right, Stella?
Yeah, no. Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, there's we're in both in the industry and in the career of design and creation. So I think that there's already something that connects the two together, just in the desire to create beauty, and that in itself is a sustainable way of working. If you create something that's going to last forever, that's incredibly well made, crafted, considered, that already is creating something that people are going to cherish and they're going to have value to. When you're working in a sustainable way in the fashion industry, you have to consider also taking in technology and really working with your sourcing and your suppliers. And it's a critical piece of being able to work in a better way for the environment. What I love about working with Audi is there's a real open-mindedness. We've worked, together just even on having a vegan interior, which for me at Stella McCartney, not using animal products is probably the most sustainable thing that we do. We're not cutting down rainforests for leather. We're not using water to go to an animal. We're not killing animals. Things like that are really, in my view, a conscious future. And I think that if you want to make a change and you want to be more sustainable in your choices, I think you have to be conscious of all of the information. And that's what I love about working with Audi, is there is information in what we're doing. There's also a communication in trying to really let people understand what does sustainable even mean. You know, it's such an overused word. And our industries are very different, but very similar in that respect. And I think it's an incredibly exciting place to be. You know, for me as a designer, it's the most exciting part of the future.
Talking about such, what's the role of design and innovation in sustainability?
Yeah, from my point of view, design and innovation are the, let's say, absolutely key drivers of sustainability. So, and when you apply it, then you can achieve amazing end results. Stella just mentioned water. So we designed in our world, in the automotive world, we designed plants from scratch, which are operating already CO2 neutral on balance. When you research online, where are the largest photovoltaic systems in Europe? By coincidence, they are on our roof. So our roof in Brussels, our roof of the plant in Győr, Hungary, they're entirely photovoltaic systems on that in order to electrify the plants and power them. So, and that's with us already. And we are designing closed loop cycles in order to reuse, for example, as Stella said, water. So just last year, by installing those closed loop cycles, we were able to save 1.7 million cubic meters of water, which is 1.7 billion liters of water. So cheers. So, and that's already achieved and in the beginning. And this layout we are sharing with our suppliers and sharing with partners in order to learn from each other. And that's an insight in our industry. And the same holds true for you, Stella, right? So in your world.
Yeah, I mean, we have at Stella, there's so many things that we're working on. We've been doing this for, I hate to say, nearly 25 years I've been working in this way. So much has changed, and that's incredibly exciting. There's so much more available now to work with. Again, I can't stress enough how much your relationships with your suppliers is critical in this, you know, in really solving the problem that we all face in, you know, in the environment today. But, you know, at Stella, we work on a lot of pilot systems, and they're the kind of things that we love to talk to Audi about as well, and try to kind of encourage all of our partners to look at and bring on board. We're working a lot with regenerative farming. It's such an exciting, and it's actually a very old-fashioned way to work, but it really encourages nature to come back to the soil, come back to the plants, not using chemicals and pesticides, but also really putting the nutrients back into the soil. And those are very simple things, but we have to encourage our suppliers and our partners to work that way, and we need to give them we need to give them an order. So that kind of thing is working all the time. In fact, my show 1 week ago today in Paris had for the first time my regenerative cotton on the runway, and I hope that will be the first of many, you know, examples of us using that partnership. We've been working a lot with mycelium leathers, working with mushroom root systems, working with, you know, growing them in laboratories. So we again are using less water, less land mass, less energy, less manpower, you know. And I think one of the things that also is really important to really talk about here is also human welfare. You know, people are working in bad conditions for a more conventional product, you know. And I think if you're looking at leathers and you're looking at the chemicals that are used to tan them, and they can be quite harmful, cancerous in some cases, and entire communities are affected by that. So it really is something that at Stella we look at every single element. We're working with forest-friendly viscoses, and, you know, there's just so much. And it is truly the most exciting way to work, I think. It can be pretty hard. It can be kind of, you know, there can be a lot of limitations. We're not encouraged. There's a lot of, you know, you don't get subsidies to really work that way in fashion. In fact, you can be penalized. So I think the more and more we all work together and cross-pollinate industries, the better it's going to be for everyone.
Henrik, do you want to add anything? Or?
I think it's absolutely the right approach, and we are applying it and living it. And And I think all those examples Stella was just sharing are beautiful references telling us that we have everything we need, because we are the best informed society ever living on planet Earth. All those technologies are with us already. We just need to apply them, and we just need to purchase them consciously. So we need to understand what's the difference between high impact and low impact. That's a vocabulary the next generation needs to know and needs to understand. And that's the exciting times of this decade.
This is really beautiful that it's not only a process of design, but also education as well, and informing the next generations. Can you walk us through the process of sustainable design? What are the exact steps you're taking?
I think, Stella, do you want to start?
What are the steps that we take in design going forward?
Yes.
I mean, again, really, it's Stella. We're just leaning into technologies and new ways of working with people. A lot of people come to us because I guess we lead in this. So, I mean, right now I'm working on amazing technologies that are breaking down plastics, a lot of waste. I work a lot with waste. In fact, I've run out of waste, so I'm kind of searching for more waste. If anyone has some, I'm really excited to try and use it and figure out how to make it into fashion. We're breaking down a lot of plastics at the moment that we find, and then we're injection molding them into things like hangers, even if it's just transport hangers and things like that. I think there is a really sexy sweet spot between technology, science, and the fashion industry. And I think that, you guys at Audi are doing that far and beyond my industry. It's probably far more cutting edge than us, but we're really working with technologies and all around the world. I think that's what's so exciting, both locally and also regionally. We're trying to really regionalize our suppliers as well in the supply chain. There's so many things. I mean, packaging is a big one for us. I've just launched my skincare, and just working on refillables and biodegradable materials. There's a huge amount now on offer, and I think a lot of testing, rigorous testing is really important, especially when you're working in the luxury sector of fashion. You have to really deliver against the competitors that are doing things in a more conventional way. But I couldn't agree more. I think one of the most important things is that this is not a sacrifice. I love the idea that most people wouldn't know that, all of the bags and shoes and accessories at Stella McCartney are plant-based and vegan, and and people don't even know that. And for me, that's where it becomes really, really good fun.
It's incredible. Do you want to walk us through the steps of sustainable design at Audi? Is a similar process?
I mean, it's literally covering the entire value chain and is an integral part of our value system and therefore DNA. And we are all human beings here in this room and in this conference. So we all do know that we are all based and moving based on interest. If we are not interested in something, we are actually not doing it. So therefore, everything we are just sharing is based on sheer interest and passion. And then you are quite surprised how exciting and fun it can make to create so sustainable products, which are beautiful to touch, to feel. Stella and we are using Econyl, which is a recycled fiber. We're having it in our seats, Stella in her bag collection. So you wouldn't find out that Econyl exists and that you can touch such a beautiful fiber without having this interest. So therefore, it is in our company, it is a true interest and lived through the entire value chain, starting from supply chain, where we're holding CO2 workshops with our suppliers. In our world, we're talking about 14,000 suppliers coming from 60 countries, so it's quite a complex ecosystem. But we are sharing with them our experiences, what we found out, how we improve, including, of course, labor and improving the working conditions. Then when the products and the parts arrive, then we are mounting and using them in plants which are CO2 neutral on balance already. And by 2025, we are there. So as a deeply industrialized company. So every e-tron you see driving on the public road is coming out of this process. It is being produced in a CO2 neutral ecosystem, and then you can drive it, and ideally you power it with electricity out of renewables, and then you are there already. So then you can enjoy mobility without harming anyone and without emitting CO2. And that's the recipe we need to apply in all industries.
How do you see the future of your industries?
As a notorious optimist, definitely bright. And the glass definitely half full and not half empty. Because, as said, we are the best informed society on planet Earth. So we should not go to bed and ignore that. So we should be aware of it and we should leverage it. We have the information, we do know about it, and by being a change enabler, by being a game changer, we can create impact. And that's the reason why we are collaborating with Stella and many others who are sharing this value system, who are also interested in a better, more ethical and brighter future. Because we love the past, no doubt about it, but we are much more interested in the future, because in the future we intend to live. And this change we cannot create just by fashion and automotive industry. We need simply every single one. And therefore, this is an invitation to all of you to become a change enabler and a game changer as well, because we all do know that those like-minded characters, we need many, because the more we are, the greater the impact will be.
Stella?
Well, I mean, I think the question depends really on what angle you're asking for. But I mean, the future of our children's and our grandchildren's careers is here. You know, I don't think that many people of the next generations want to work in businesses and in companies, whether it be design or anything, that doesn't have a conscious way of looking at sustainability and how to treat people and how to be morally a good business to work for. So I really believe, and I see people are attracted to working at Stella McCartney in the fashion industry, because we are really truly one of the few houses that works in this way, with real honesty and transparency and authenticity. And I think that the next generation and the future of careers is in sustainability, or in a business that cares or has some kind of policy here. Speaking of policy, I think the future for the fashion industry is, we do need some limitations. I right now, as I said, I work, our bags and shoes and everything are vegan and plant-based. And when I export that product into America, I can be taxed up to 30% more than a leather or luxury, exotic skin product. And that is purely because it's not made out of an animal. And I have to take that on my margin. I don't put it on my cost. But to be penalized for this way of working is, for me, incredibly old-fashioned. And so the future of the fashion industry, I think, has to look at how we change policy, how we're given some stricter guidelines, how we can be encouraged to work in a better way, even if we're actually not penalized, but actually, incentivized to work in this way, to encourage young businesses to start out with this way of thinking. So I think the future, I agree, I'm an optimist too. It's bright, because these are conversations that we're allowed to have now. And I think that a lot of people are very conscious of what these issues are and how important they are. I think the future is bright. It's fun too. I think that working this way, I think it's the sexiest, most fashionable way to work.
Thank you so much. It was such a pleasure having you both. Thank you so much for this conversation.
With great pleasure. Thank you for having us.
Thank you for having me.
My name is Oktawian Zając. I'm a head of BCG in Poland. And today I have a great pleasure to present you the result of our joint collaboration between BCG and Vogue Poland, which is a report that you can already download today. It was published, it was released just today, about a very controversial topic. So the topic of the metaverse and to what extent metaverse can be a problem or opportunity for sustainability in fashion in particular. And I'm sure that most of you have heard a lot of hype recently, generally speaking, about metaverse. Everybody and their brother is talking about the metaverse. So you actually, I mean, some of the experts even say that by 2025, as much as a quarter of the population will emerge in the metaverse more than 1 hour a day, which is a huge change versus what we see currently. But even now, when you look at Generation Z, Generation Alpha, they interact with themselves, between themselves in metaverse platforms such as Decentraland, Sandbox, or Roblox. Not only they communicate and exchange thoughts, but they also buy stuff, buy virtual garments, virtual pieces of clothing. And with this context, it's probably no surprise to see numbers like that, that 86% of people actually admit that they have socialized with friends online, or 40% played online games between themselves, or 63% attended online events. After the massive digital acceleration that has been caused by the pandemic, those numbers are pretty much normal, not surprising, nothing special. Now, what is very interesting for me personally is some of the other numbers that you will find in the report that actually deal with how people perceive their online digital presence versus their physical presence. So what is interesting is that for 45% of people that we talk to in Asia, the virtual, digital, metaverse presence is as important as their physical presence. Obviously, that number for Europe or US is still much smaller, but Asia has always been on the forefront of digital adoption. So that clearly tells us about some shift, some change from the consumer perspective that we're about to witness. So we have also looked at the fashion companies and fashion brands, fashion labels, what they are doing with respect to that trend from the consumers to establish their digital presence. So we looked at over 120 top largest global fashion brands and fashion companies. And we found out that actually 42 of them have established already, smaller or bigger, but established, some sort of metaverse presence. So 21 of them actually engaged in the gaming space through selling some clothes that you can wear in the online games, or through developing their own online games. Then about 40, I think, yeah, about exactly 40 of them have had projects related to augmented reality or virtual reality. So they had, for example, apps that enable you to try the clothes that you want to buy virtually before making a purchase decision, so that you make it consciously. Now, interestingly enough, 28 of them have embarked on NFT projects. You know, bigger or smaller, more or less successful, but still that's quite a large number. And indeed, we see that a number of such NFT projects and the interest in the NFT project is on the rise. Actually, from 2021 to 2022, the number of fashion-related NFTs have doubled to reach 100,000 in different artifacts, different items in 2022. And last but not least, 21 companies already now have established some sort of presence in one of the most popular platforms for metaverse, so Decentraland, Sandbox, or Roblox, for example. So you can see there for example, Nike Land or Gucci Town or Vans World and so on. So this is actually happening. Now, as I said, we see a clear push from the customers towards the metaverse. We see that companies are already establishing presence. So that would obviously suggest that something is about to happen in terms of size of the market. The market is definitely going to grow. And indeed, we estimate that by 2030, the size of the fashion-related metaverse market globally will reach 25 billion. So it's 50x from roughly $500 million these days, which is a huge growth. You see 25 billion, big number. Though when you compare that 25 billion to the total fashion apparel market globally, which is 1.7 trillion or so, this is a small number still in that context. So how this 25 billion will actually the average? So we estimate that 6 billion will be related to video game skins. 6 billion will be different, digital fashion items, and 13 billion will actually account for NFTs. So we estimate that NFTs will be a very important part of the fashion metaverse in the future. Why am I saying that? It's because the NFTs are very important in the context of the sustainability of the metaverse. So this big growth that I just described leads us to a fundamental question. Is that going to be helpful to advance sustainability agenda of the fashion companies? Or to the contrary, maybe that will be a big burden, a big problem, another problem for the environment, so something bad. So we, together with the team composed of BCG experts, Vogue and BCG colleagues, we actually, in the report, approach this in a very analytical manner. And to understand the answer of the question, we will look at three distinct components of that. And first element that we try to understand there is the question of technology. So what technology will be used to actually develop the metaverse of the future, how carbon intensive it will be, and what impact will it have on the overall emissions. Secondly, we'll look also at the replacement rates. So to what extent the digital products, the products that you wear in the metaverse, can replace the physical products. And thirdly, how the industry, the players, can use the technologies that are inspired by metaverse or digital technologies to reduce their footprint along their traditional value chains. And as you know from the last year, from the previous conference, the supply chain of the fashion industry and the fashion players, the biggest problem is exactly in the supply chains, in emissions, in Scope 3 emissions, which account for more than 70% of all of the emissions. So let me start with the technology. And why this is important. I think that picture illustrates it fairly well. So as NFTs are an important part of overall metaverse for fashion, one of the most widely used blockchains that was the base for trading and creating NFTs for fashion was Ethereum blockchain. And until recently, unfortunately, it had a very, very big carbon footprint because of its intensity in terms of energy consumption. So just Ethereum blockchain itself consumed as much energy as the whole Finland per annum. So obviously, when you also take a different lens and compare one single NFT that was produced with this old proof of work consensus mechanism, it would generate from 10 to 50 times as much emissions as T-shirt or jeans or standard dress. So it was a huge problem, and that's why you heard so much controversy around the sustainability impact of NFTs and the metaverse and the direction in which everything is going. Now, but what happened in mid-September was a fundamental change. So this problem was resolved as Ethereum moved from proof of work to proof of stake consensus mechanism, as you can see on the picture. Now, it's no longer the case. So the average NFT based on proof of stake consensus mechanisms consumes over 99% less power and hence less emissions. So that problem is solved, not anymore so dangerous for the environment. Now, the second question that will lead us to the answer is on the replacement rate. So to what extent a very obvious overproduction in the fashion industry, which is clearly the case, can be replaced by the digital products, and will the consumers actually do it? So what was very interesting from the research that we did globally across all the continents was that 20% of young people, so people aged 18 to 25 years old, admitted that it happened to them that they would buy a piece of clothing for the only single purpose to post it on the social media, not to wear it, most likely to send it back to the retailer, creating some additional carbon footprint, logistic, DCs, warehouses, and so on, or maybe to buy a couple of products, try them on, and send them back, but never to wear them. So if you think about that phenomenon, that this is 20% of these young people, then you clearly see the case for those digital fashion items to replace some of that clearly wasteful overproduction. However, from the research, it's also clear that still the consumers are rather hesitant. So they don't fully believe that they would be keen to replace those physical products that they buy with the purely digital products. What will be the future? Time will tell. Actually, we don't know exactly how the consumers will behave, but clearly there is potential for at least replacing part of that wasteful overproduction with the digital items. So that could clearly support the case of sustainable metaverse. And last but not least, as I see I have just 2 more minutes left, the last element is how can the fashion companies use the technologies inspired by digital or metaverse to improve the traditional value chains in their industries. So something that we discussed last year in the conference. And actually a lot has changed, a lot has improved since the last year. We are now working with many clients from the fashion sectors on topics such as 3D design, digital 3D design that can reduce the number of samples that are used to design products, that can improve time to market, digital twins that actually are tags attached to the garments that can improve tracking of them across the supply chain, or artificial intelligence that can much better match supply with demand for products, certain styles, types of products, and hence reducing the waste inventory levels, and so on. Or virtual try-ons that can just help to reduce any waste with just conscious buying. So clearly, a lot can be done here. So now, taking this all 3 elements into account, that leads us in the report to the 3 scenarios for the fashion metaverse. So the first scenario is a nasty scenario that assumes that we are still mainly using proof of work as the main mechanism for the NFTs in the fashion space, which is unlikely actually to happen. So it's a good news. This scenario is not very likely to materialize going forward. We are now more towards this light carbon metaverse, where main consensus mechanism is either proof of stake or some other environmentally friendly mechanism to fuel the metaverse in fashion. And after doing all the maths and calculation, that will lead us to just 0.1% increased emission of the industry, thanks to those low emission technologies. But even that can be managed down, and even that can be used as an opportunity to further reduce the emission of the sector by applying those two last levers that I described. So by replacing some of that wasteful production of physical items, not transporting them across many countries or continents, but just producing a digital display of those products. And then to use much more of those new technologies inspired by metaverse in the traditional supply chains of the companies. So that could further reduce the emissions by 0.2 to 0.4% per each 1% of reduced overproduction in the industry. So the companies are facing those two challenges: how to enter the metaverse in a sustainable way, and then how to navigate that with success, this new virtual world. You can read much more details on what the companies are doing in our report. But last but not least, both BCG and Vogue in Poland have been pioneers in their respective industries. So we also have prepared something unique for you, which is the unique NFT drop of 25 distinct NFT pieces that you can obtain. You should read the details on Vogue website. 5 of them can be redeemed to physical objects, also designed by Magda Butrym. So I encourage you to, number 1, download and read the report, and number 2, to try to obtain one of those 25 NFTs. Thank you very much.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Octavian. And you can find the report in the card that was placed on your seats. And as we're already on this journey of the metaverse, there's no better person to take you up on it than the actual godmother of the metaverse, Kathy Hackle herself. We're connecting with Kathy online right now, and I would love to welcome on stage Beata Wilczek, who will have a fireside chat with Kathy, who is a tech-futurist and the author of Navigating the Metaverse. So good to see you, Kathy. How are you?
I'm doing great. I wish I was there with you in person.
Yeah, we wish you would be here too, Kathy. Pleasure to talk to you. I'm honored. I will allow myself to introduce you briefly. So Kathy Hackle is a founder and chief metaverse officer at Journey, podcast host and published author, and renowned expert on all things metaverse. I thought we can unfold quickly 3 questions, and these are the things that people were also sharing with me yesterday. So I prepared 3 questions. First one is the one that you're probably used to now. So what is the metaverse? Are there many metaverses? Is it singular, plural, or is it a verb? Do we or will we metaverse? And also, is it a utopian future that expands our reality as it is? Or is it actually a very dystopian scenario where we're going to be locked in basements wearing VR glasses?
So I'll tell you this, I'll start by this. I think we need to ground the conversation because there's so much hype around the word. So I want to take a step back and kind of just, let people understand that when we're talking about the metaverse, we're talking about something that is not necessarily fully here. It is being constructed over the next 10 years. We're building towards that vision of the metaverse. It's really important, if people want a textbook definition, it is about virtual shared experiences that happen both in virtual spaces, but will also happen in the physical world. Just the physical world hasn't been fully enabled, right? So I think it's really important to start to think about that. It is the successor state to today's mobile internet. That's what a lot of us in the industry do align around. It is about a more immersive, internet that is 3D, that is all around us, that is persistent and social. So yeah, if you wanted a textbook definition, I think, there's ways to find it, define it. What I will say is this, I think a lot of people have a misconception as to what it is, and they immediately think it's virtual reality, right? That it's only Ready Player One because they saw the movie or read the book, or Snow Crash because they read that. But yeah, those are very dystopian sci-fi novels. So the word metaverse does come from sci-fi, right? And from dystopian sci-fi at that. But I think a lot of us want to work towards a protopian future. So neither that dystopia of life is so horrible we want to escape, right? or either utopia, like we're still humans, we're still flawed, right? There's still going to be things in between. So the technology itself, to me, is not, it's not neither good nor bad, right? It is neutral. It is what we do with it. But yeah, I think it is thinking about also the physical world is part of the metaverse. It just hasn't been fully enabled. It is enabled by many different technologies. So VR is one of those technologies, augmented reality, NFTs, blockchain, cloud computing, AI, many different technologies enable it. So it's not just one technology, and it's not just one company. Obviously, there's a lot of things happening around Meta today with Meta Connect. But yeah, it's not just one company, and it is not just one technology. So I think a lot of us are building towards a better future that merges physical and digital, but not a dystopia that that we kind of I don't think anyone wants a dystopia.
Definitely, I don't want dystopia. Thank you for answering that. That was excellent. As we are at a fashion event, at a fashion summit organized by Vogue and BCG, let's take it there. Yesterday at the dinner, we had a chat about fashion products becoming digital and phygital. And the question that I got from an excellent sustainability officer working in fashion is, why would I own an image of a product? So maybe you can share with us, what do you think, how can we wear digital fashion? And on the kind of macro perspective, where is the body in the metaverse, this digitally dressed body?
Yeah, so I think it's interesting because it's a misconception that you own the image. Yes, you own the digital asset, right? But what you're really owning when you have an NFT tied to a virtual, to a phygital product, it is you own the computer code that has the smart contract that says this is yours or this is in your wallet, right? So yeah, right now I own images of apes, right? I'm a mutant ape, for example, and or I'm a cool cat, but it's not necessarily about the image. It's the digital asset and the underlying technology that is underneath it. So I think that that's important to clarify. What I will say is that if you do take the physical world into account and you start to think about what happens to fashion when we move from our phones into glasses, right? And we can kind of wear different outfits or have different people see different outfits through their glasses, right? I think that will change fashion substantially. And virtual fashion will be unlocked from our screens, right? We're still going to dress our avatars. We're still going to do a lot of amazing things with identity in virtual worlds, but I think it'll kind of bleed into the physical world, right? So if I can use my, my outfit as a canvas, but it can do different things and people can see different things of what it can do in the physical world. I think that is where it gets really, really interesting. So it's not so much about owning a JPEG. It's really about thinking about the underlying technology from a blockchain perspective, and then also thinking long-term in the longer-term future, whenever we do have glasses that merge the physical and the digital, what types of things our fashion is going to be able to do in the physical world because it is digitalized.
Thank you. Speaking of blockchain, we just had a really great breakdown the second before. What's the difference between proof of work and proof of stake, and how Ethereum now successfully, after merge, has such a lower carbon footprint. I personally entered Web3 to support all the projects connected to social impact and sustainability. So I wanted to ask you how it will change also fashion, and how it will also change a work of sustainability officers who are here with us today, how it will transform fashion and sustainability.
Yeah, I think Metaverse and Web3 in general are going to have impacts, right? Both on the sustainability side and on the work that we do. I'll give you an example. I just finished doing work with Walmart. My company helped build their two worlds in Roblox, right? And you think Walmart, you don't necessarily think like, haute couture, right? But one of the really interesting things that we just did is we spent a lot of time producing a concert inside Roblox, inside Walmart land in Roblox. And we spent a lot of time with three different artists: Kane Brown, who's a country artist, Youngblood, who's like a punk rock artist, and Madison Beer, who's more on the pop side. And we spent a lot of time working with each artist on their virtual couture looks for that concert. So trying to look at ways to create fashion moments of impact in the metaverse. Let's call it the metaverse, right? In gaming spaces, really, in virtual worlds. So that was a new role, right? I helped produce the concert, doing motion capture, but then I stepped into a virtual couture advisory role, helping the artist decide, what should your dress look like? What if your dress can do sparkles, and what if your hair can go on fire? So all these sorts of things, and it changes, I think, the narrative, and it really brings technology a lot closer to fashion, right? And what I think is important is, like, we don't want to create more waste. We want to be able to create less waste and more moments of impact, right? So to me, I think it's really important to start to think about how this technology and fashion come closer together, and we can start to create less waste and more moments of impact. So I do think it's going to change a little bit on maybe how sustainability officers work, maybe with the gaming side of the company, and it'll kind of evolve. I do see this. I will say that the big thing here is not only for chief sustainability officers, but for a lot of other people, it's that it's reinvigorating careers. It's an era of reinvention for many different professionals, and it's a moment for change, right, for the fashion industry. I'll give you an example. I was at New York Fashion Week a couple of weeks ago, and I used to go to New York Fashion Week, and I would get asked, like, "What do you do?" And I would say, like, I work in technology, right? It was like almost like a whisper. But now I went there, and technology was the hottest thing on the runway, right? So I think that there's this evolution in this moment right now where technology has never been closer to fashion, and we're really it's really a good time to have a seat at the table and have these very honest conversations as to how can technology improve fashion, and how can fashion also impact technology.
Thank you so much. My last question is to follow up on that. What about digital sustainability? Just a last thought, because we can think how technology and metaverse in future will enable sustainability in fashion. But looking at the other side of things, where's the place for digital sustainability and all of that?
Well, I think it'll be important to kind of figure out how much energy are you using when you're, obviously, the change on Ethereum the merge with Ethereum has changed things, but thinking through, how much energy is it taking us to build, to create a digital dress, right? Is it comparable to what it would be the same, with a physical item? So I think you're going to have to start to create comparative tools to see, what your impact is in the virtual side. But digital sustainability, I think, is important. Everything from understanding, what is your energy intake if you're using, servers, all those sorts of things. I worked for a while at a volumetric capture studio that was inside a data center, and the amount of energy, right, that is taken into data centers is massive. So, so I don't want to kind of overshadow that, digital does have a footprint. And we do have to be conscious, but starting to create metrics around how much does it cost us to build this dress, let's say, in the physical world, and how much does it actually take for us to build it in the virtual side.
That was excellent. I hope we will all kind of follow and also take under consideration digital sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much. That was indeed a fireside chat. I love the dynamic in here. I think that all of us are like metaverse experts right now. Kathy just does an amazing job of demystifying the metaverse. But now let's get down to the clothes in the metaverse. And addressing the digital fashion will be creators who design fashion for metaverse. It is my pleasure to welcome on stage the contributing editor of Vogue Poland, Kara Becker. Kara, materialize yourself, perfect. Who will be joined in a conversation by Małgorzata Kudła and Adrian Hołota, the founders of Nueno, the first Polish digital fashion brand. Woo. As well as, yes, welcome, welcome, welcome. Actually, when I did see them for the very first time, because we had actually recorded a podcast, I was curious, what do the digital creators wear in real life? And they are undeniably still very stylish and and Scarlett Young, who's the innovation designer from London. Welcome. We're also joined online by Giovanna Graziosi Casimiro, who's the founder of the Centraland Fashion Week. So good to have you here, Gigi. Hi. As well as Mishi McDuff. Everyone. Hi, Mishi McDuff, CEO of Blueberry Entertainment. Enjoy.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's such a privilege to be here and to moderate this panel and to be here with such talented and amazingly creative people from the field of metaverse and digital art and fashion. And to be honest, when I started to think about metaverse and everything that is going on, history teaches us, like in the 50s, everyone was like suspicious if TV would actually be more important for us than radio, or in the 90s, if internet will be part of our everyday life. And I was wondering if in the future, what do you think, will metaverse be part of our lives as the internet is right now? So if it's inevitable for us to dress and live in virtual reality. Małgorzata.
Yes, I think that metaverse is shaping on our eyes nowadays. So it is our future, and it is normal that in metaverse our alter egos, our avatars, will need digital fashion. So yeah, I think that it is our nearest future, and it's a matter of time and matter of technology, while it just join us every day. So.
And Mishi, do you think that digital fashion will replace the fashion industry as we have right now, or is it a complementary system that we will build?
I strongly believe that it's going to be a complementary system. There is just so much we can do. For example, 50% of the gamers are actually female or identify as female. So there is a huge space and a huge TAM that can be addressed through metaverse fashion. And I believe that it can complement real life fashion simply because in digital spaces, we are able to see trends much faster as we can identify and analyze customer sale behavior, and we don't have production time. We don't have to wait 6 months for it to hit the shelves and get initial data. So I believe that it's going to be a complementary to real life fashion, but a huge market on its own.
Do you think that is mostly designed for younger audience, or can everyone shift to it?
I believe that everyone can shift to it, and anywhere that virtual identity matters, and that can be a social virtual platform like the metaverse, but it can also be TikTok, Snapchat, when we think about AR and mixed reality.
And Scarlett, first of all, what do you think about that? And also another question for you. I remember in one of your interviews, you said that designing is about solving problems. So what problems can digital fashion solve from your point of view?
Okay, cool. Sure, it's quite a loaded question, first of all. And
sorry to put you on the spot like that,
no
but
worries.
you're
Okay.
perfect for it.
I'll just briefly introduce what I do as an intro. So I'm a phygital designer, and design into the metaverse, or even in a physical means of creating, materials that's hybrid, physical and digital fabricated, and or experiential, immersive experiences for these digital fashion as well. I've done collaborated with some brands, luxury brands, or art institutions, and yes. So I think first of all, it's quite evident, right? We can see now that. I think that this has been iterated in the past couple of panels in the morning and earlier, that the Gen Z, the millennials, we can clearly see their interest into their identity. I think to be able to go further from what we can see now on the internet or in the games or social media platforms of how, this optimistic metaverse future we're heading into, I think to be able to do something with it, we think we also need to critically think in what scenarios are people exploring their virtual identity, or what's their preferences in different even demographics within Gen Z and millennials, and even gender, if that contributes anything to it, or there's so much to it that we can explore in different settings. We can design and curate and encourage more and more people to come into this. But first of all, we need to understand what they like and where we where the future, what is a desirable future for us?
That's another big question that you've asked. But I was also wondering about your clients, because we have some of the best digital fashion designers, and I was wondering who is buying your digital clothes. So maybe Adrian?
About our clients. In fact, our companies did it as a very experimental project. So we are not based for some profits from it. We want to mainly do it for some expression ourselves, our art thinking, about our aesthetics. But in general, when we think about digital fashion industry and customers, so we should think mainly about Gen Z and younger people who are accustomed with technology, with mobile phones from the very beginning of their life. Yeah, and of course we have second part of the industry, producers, and there is a lot of possibilities to use the technology of fashion industry and etc. So we are mainly think about this part of industry as an Nueno, and our other brands, technological brands.
And Mishi, what about your clients? What are there?
Perspective, because Blueberry is all about the actual sales and revenue, and we've been doing this for about 10 years and have over 10 million transactions. So when I look at my customer base, and I'm going to talk about different platforms. So Roblox is going to have a younger audience, but then when you look at fashion games on mobile apps, there is a significantly older audience, and there is still great customer base. So I think that there's a market for both. We do see higher spending habits from older audiences and more frequency and stickiness, repeat sales from younger audiences.
And I'm also so happy to have today Giovanna, who is the founder of Decentraland Fashion Week. And to be honest, like one of the questions I had in my mind is like, because I don't honestly like fully understand everything. That's why I have you here, guys, and I wanted to talk about it. But my first thought would be, who wants to buy, clothes that we cannot touch, like digital clothing? Who wants to spend an amount of money for it? And then I joined Decentraland because I wanted to just take a look at it and to feel it. And then I saw my avatar, and the first thought was, oh my gosh, my avatar is not cute enough. I need to pump it up, And I just found myself wanting to look better in Decentraland. So I completely understood when I just went into it. And Giovanna, I wanted to ask you about the Fashion Week, because what you did in March this year was amazing. Over 60 brands collaborating with the first Meta Fashion Week. What were the challenges? Can you tell us something about the process and everything?
Of course. Hello, everyone. And I will apologize in advance. I was on a flight from Dubai, and then I'm still stuck at the airport, but I'm here with you. So I think, first of all, before I answer your question, I think it's quite important we understand that fashion in the Web3 space, in the virtual world, is about telling a story. It's already about that in the physical world, but I think in the metaverse is part of how you identify yourself within a community. So when we look into the achievement we did with the first Metaverse Fashion Week in Decentraland, we saw that brands, they had as the main challenge, I think, to unlock their experiences, how they could really unlock what they understand as storytelling of their brand, their message, their values in the metaverse. And I think that transition is still happening. But I think some brands, they really crack the code, trying to go beyond the traditional catalog. So I always use the example of Dolce & Gabbana doing the runaway show with models as cats, because I think that's really a try of disrupting the traditional standards of beauty, or even trying to bring new lenses into what is a runway show. So I think the main challenge was to get out of the box or the standards that we already know for the industry, and trying to, of course, tell their story in a different way, from a different angle.
Comes to Digital Fashion Week, I've heard that there were more than 100,000 attendees. So I was also wondering if digital fashion won't be the part when it's like democratizing fashion even more, that everyone can be a part of it, right?
Definitely, and especially because I think that was an opportunity for everyone to be somehow in the first row, right, of an event such as the Fashion Week. And we want to place ourselves as really a very relevant Fashion Week that connect different metaverses, not just the central one, but we have some interesting goals for next edition that will be even more ambitious and will bring even more communities together, being able to access such kind of fashion experiences. And even I think when we talk about making it accessible, we have to remember is also making it accessible for the communities of creators and new designers that co-created with traditional brands. So that's the place where we see fashion bridging tradition and innovation, physical and digital world. It's key. Fashion is going to be, and it is key for the Web3 space.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is so interesting with the Central Land as well, that you can like be a part of events, you can join your friends, you can go shopping. And as I mentioned, over 60 brands were part of the Fashion Week, and you could as well buy high fashion brands in digital way. So it's absolutely interesting for me as well. And when it comes to democratization as well, because this is interesting for me, what do you think about that, guys from Nueno? What is your like vision when it comes to being more open towards everyone? Do you think that the digital world, digital fashion will have an impact on that as well?
Sure. I think that digital fashion is really inclusive because it's open for everyone. It doesn't matter about the gender, about the shape of the body. So yes, I think that it will get more and more popular, especially in Gen Z. So yes, I think that it is our future, that it will be more democracy and more accessible for us.
And Scarlett, what are the challenges in creating a digital garment? Because we all can imagine how it is when you create a real one. And what are the challenges when it comes to digital? Is it easier? Do you have like other problems that we cannot imagine not being part of the process?
Yeah, again, I think there are different types of digital garments, right? Digital fashion. Some of them you can use it in games, some of them as a filter on Instagram, social media. Some of them are for magazines, CGI, photo shoot. So there are a variety of different sort of output and methods to make them. I guess if we were to compare it to physical fashion, the challenges will be, I mean, right now for the vast majority of people who wants to, say, go into it, the challenge will be to learn the software and then to kind of adapt a new, almost like a new way of designing. They have to kind of train your designer mindset into operating with like programming, data points, and all of that. But then beyond that, it's literally the the potential of doing anything. Like there's no restrictions once you kind of adapt into how things are created or how things are done, existing in the digital world. So I think that's just like a leap into a brand new world, I think. And again, I think the challenge, another thing I would like to mention is also the, again, accessibility. Like, so from my past experience of like collaborating with big brands, also participating in the Metaverse Fashion Week in March, or doing it also with Vogue, with like editorial in the past. The thing is, how can we design for the audience to access these digital fashions? How do they experience it? For Metaverse Fashion Week, that was obviously people will log on to your to the Decentraland website, and even for that, there is certain trade-offs that we will need to accept at this stage, right? There's, some people's hardware or internet's not good enough. And all of these things need to be taken into consideration in order to really be inviting and curate an excellent experience for digital fashion.
Yeah, but also when it comes to AR, because the dream is to have the garment and to have it as a filter, right? So if you have satin or leather, it's supposed to move with you the same way as it's in real life. I imagine this is a challenge as well for you designers to create the reality, like to make it real, to make it seem real, right? So how do you do it? How does your process look like, if you can just...
Okay, yeah, I'll briefly say, I've sort of experimented quite a variety of different tech because, I have backgrounds from both fashion and innovation engineering. So I kind of go deep into tech to really explore what can be done and then bring it back to luxury fashion or lifestyle and like cars, sportswear, in a digital sense. And so yeah, I think it's, I don't know if that answers your question. Well, not really.
Okay, love it. Mishi, and also because I've heard you're a gamer as well, and I was wondering if how much digital fashion is, stuck to the gaming part. How do we separate these two worlds?
Honestly, you don't. These are not just games, these are social environments. So the reason why I curled my hair today is the same reason why I will buy a different hair in the metaverse and in games and make my avatar cuter. It's because of the social interactions. I want to look good with I want my avatar to look cool for the people that I'm playing with and making friends. And people do make friends and long-lasting relationships on these social platforms, and 50% of this audience, as I mentioned, they're women. But between men and women, the spending habits are actually pretty similar. Everybody cares about how they express themselves, whether this is in real life or on digital spaces. It is all about being able to express yourself, where you put your time in, where you're socializing.
Mishi, can you also tell us more about the whole purchasing process? Because is it possible for example, if I would want to have a cute Instagram photo, but I don't want to, buy new clothing for just one photo that I have then later, I don't know, bring back to the store or leave in my wardrobe forever. Is it possible just to buy it for one picture?
It is not my area of expertise, just to disclaim. We have not stepped into AR. However, I do follow the technology, and it is possible. You should be able to try it on, maybe a one-time experience, and that would also make the price points more accessible for your audience. Instead of spending high price points, maybe you're spending more micro purchases just for that one picture. I think that makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, absolutely. And Małgorzata as well, because I know you are working a lot with fashion when in shootings, etc. So this is a way where you can use digital fashion as well, right?
Yes, exactly. We created the collection where we made a photo shooting, and then we put our designs, our digital clothes on the photo shoots, on the photos of model. The process was quite quickly, and it is easy way to create a magazine cover or a photo shooting with really unreal clothes or something from the other space. So it's one way of using digital fashion. You can create something extraordinary or for cover of the Vogue magazine.
I can add something because
sure.
It is also about sustainability and reducing cost of transport, because we can reduce, we can do a shoot in a different place, even if we have some garments in not digital, physical. We don't need to transport it to somewhere else. We can use digital one models, and I think it is a little bit more difficult for a model to do such a shoot, but I think it can help us to reduce some
it's a
carbon
challenge
footprint.
to pose without the clothes, you know.
Yeah, exactly. I can imagine because the model will have like a basic, I don't know, skirt or something like that,
Basic
or
shorts
underwear.
and top, yeah, which is very close to the body. Yes, the model should just imagine how she will look like after. So
you're
it's
telling the model like, this is the thing
exactly.
you're wearing right now, just imagine. And this is like an acting game more than
Yes, it's a challenge,
modeling.
but the effects are amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. So, guys, also, I wanted to dig in also to like the differences more from the perspective of like creating a digital clothing to the real ones, because as I saw in like many digital brands, the clothes are more crazy than we could ever imagine. So we have like a dress that looks like running water. We have everything that we can absolutely, could never have in real life. So how fun is that to don't have like any limits, Scarlett?
Yeah, I think, well, it really is, I think this, for me, say, for example, making a dress that looks like water or looks like broken glass or looks like a butterfly, giant butterfly, stuff like this, right? It's almost like going back to, this used to be a subculture of like, you know, within the gaming, comic books, anime sort of world, which I was really obsessed in while I was like 12, 13. And, you know, people doing costume play, and they were really imagining themselves as in, at that time it was dressing up physically with After Effects, computer After Effects as their favorite fictional character. So now this is really interesting that this is no longer a subculture. It's going into the fashion industry as a mainstream approach. So it's really exciting. And more people are able to enjoy it, I think.
But also we have to talk about sustainability, and maybe Giovanna, I was thinking about like the whole metaverse experience and the metaverse being very transparent when it comes to everything that is going on behind like what brands are doing. And do you think that there's place for greenwashing as well? Do we have to be careful when it comes to metaverse as well, when it comes to greenwashing?
Absolutely. I think that sustainability is a big discussion in this ecosystem, right? And that's why I think we see the Ethereum Foundation doing the merge, and we're trying to find solutions that are less CO2 consuming. But I think that especially in the case of the central land that I can speak on behalf of, we do have the use of a sidechain. And then I think it helps a lot because majority of our wearables, all our wearables are on Polygon. So I think that really reduces the damage it can cause to the environment. But I think this should be one of the core discussions, especially when we think about NFTs. And now that there is this huge boom of NFTs in the fashion industry. So I think this discussion is key. And I feel all designers are thinking about that more and more. I have been having meetings with brands and even with designers from the community. And that is a point that is quite relevant. Sometimes people would even give up on a project if that is not on a side chain or if that is too damageful. So it's not related to fashion, but for example, Marina Abramovic made a project on Tezos because she had a particular desire to talk about sustainability also. So I think this is one of the core values of the Web3 because that's also about rethinking the future and the accessibility of the experiences and the environment, right? So yeah, I think this is key to all brands entering the metaverse. And I would say 4 out of 5 meetings that questions always come up with brands and key designers entering the space.
But you touched a very interesting topic, which is like collaborating with big brands, because as we've mentioned, you've collaborated with more than 60, and it was Tommy Hilfiger and many, many more that are like super well-known brands. So how difficult is it, or is it not? Maybe what is the process to collaborate with the classical brands as we know them, and if they understand the shift and the change?
So first, I think it's nice to mention that also on the top of sustainability, when we bring digital fashion, is a completely different angle of consumption because we're just talking about that, right? So I think the brands are also trying to create digital collections that reduce the fast fashion or even the perspective of buying too many fashion items. But when we talk about working with brands, we had different types of brands. Some of the brands were very easy to work with. I think Tommy was very independent. For example, he worked with a service called Boson Protocol to digitalize his clothes. And I think he's very proactive in this space. So in his case particularly, was very easy to work with. But then, of course, we have some brands that are really trying to still stick with the aesthetics they have in the physical world. And for those, I think that's the biggest struggle. It's not even about thinking about DeFi or how they're going to be sustainable or not, but I think really trying to, one, reach their target audience in the metaverse when maybe that group is not yet so familiarized to that particular environment. And second, trying to detach from the traditional way of making the runaway show. So maybe we have to really rethink the models or even how you do the runaway walk. Not always you have to be walking, you can be flying, your dress can be made of water, like you mentioned before with Jan. So I think those are the biggest challenges we found with brands. So I think also onboarding about MetaMask. What is to have a digital wallet? Because the truth is the same questions we see generations that are not used to be so in the internet have, those traditional maisons they also have. So I think what I did most of the time was an educational process, and I hope to do it even more and in a deeper sense for the next edition, because I think brands need to understand that metaverse can't be contained into the screens and it needs to slowly come out. And I think that's the next stage of this whole revolution, how we're going to connect IoT with digital experiences, mixed reality with those immersive worlds and so on. And that's going to be the next season challenge, in my opinion.
And Scarlett, what was your experience? And do you think like many more like classical brands will be like shifting towards digital fashion?
Yeah, I think it's we can already see that, right? I mean, in the past year and a half, kind of, ever since the pandemic. I think a lot of the brands are from fashion or car brands, sportswear brands, and even tech giants. Some of the biggest tech brands that we know are going into this world and are kind of starting to, I say, tiptoe, like exploring what their option is, to see how their audience group can be expanded, or would the audience group be able to accept their new sort of branding mechanism in the metaverse. And I think again, sustainability is been widely sort of been reflected upon in the past 8 months, maybe, right, a year or so. And I think that's when I think in the future more and more the brands or consultancy side or marketing agencies and the general publics or academia of research, everyone is going to be even more and more, critical on the sustainability part of like, how can we actually design in the metaverse that does not harm the planet? Like without saying that we need to be more sustainable, they're actually looking for, concrete evidence, for example. Is there any data that's recorded of your energy consumption of your blockchain, for example, or how does this actually compare? And how much percentage of it is actually replacing the physical garment wearing experience, hence it's more sustainable. All of these needs to be articulated a lot more. And I believe like a lot of people are starting to realize and are trying to be very honest about it. And because that's the only way to go forward, is to be honest about how can we actually be sustainable.
Yeah, and transparency as well. But you touched also an interesting topic, it's the pandemic, which I'm sure like helped a lot when it comes to everything that is happening right now and how it's developing. So guys, Adrian, Małgorzata, because I know that for you, the pandemic was an important moment in Ueno?
Yes, it was our aha moment that it is a great time to create our digital fashion brand, because everyone just dived deeper and deeper into the online world. So it was obvious for us that we want to try and we want to create a digital fashion brand which would inspire fashion brands on Polish market. So yeah, it's true that pandemic create the perfect time for us, because it was easier to people to imagine that our lives can be deeper into the online world. So yes, it was our start.
Yeah, and it was better for understanding how we can use this kind of clothes not only in metaverse or something, but also, for example, during calls. Yeah, in the future when we work remotely, for example, from the beach, and we wear some shirt or something. Yeah.
Or a bathing suit, and then you can just go quickly into a Zoom call and put on a shirt and you're ready to go, right? That's interesting, absolutely. And Mishi, I have a question for you as well. Do you think that it's easier or it's easier to get there? I mean, if it's easier to be a digital fashion designer than a real life fashion designer, if anyone who has a computer, can we learn to do it?
Yes, you can. When I started Blueberry, I lived in Turkey. I'm Turkish, born and raised, and I built this multi-million-dollar company from Turkey, just designing 3D clothes. And I learned these 3D softwares watching YouTube tutorials, by the way. And then it turned into this big opportunity for me, and that might not have been available to me in actual fashion. And as a woman in the industry, I think that's really significant. You have a much lower barrier of entry, and the opportunity is massive. I mean, McKinsey just recently did a survey, and they predicted that the total spending in the metaverse would be $5 trillion. And 79% of the survey respondents said they already made a purchase in the metaverse. So not only is the barrier of entry low, but the market opportunity is huge. You can be anywhere in the world and you have a passion for fashion. You can learn these softwares and express yourself and express your art and build a community around it and turn it into a business.
And also I was wondering, Giovanna, how do you see the future of digital fashion? What is the end goal? Giovanna, do you hear us? Okay, so maybe for now, Scarlett, can you take over and also let us know what is your vision of the future for digital fashion?
Yeah, I think it's everything's changing so quick. Yeah, even a year ago, a lot of my friends are, we were just like, still like sort of learning our 3D softwares. Well, maybe not a year ago, 2 years ago. And now everyone has their startups and it's really booming. And then it seems like the industry is really embracing. So I think, yeah, and actually, I would really love to see if there's more opportunities to, for example, collaborate with like gaming platforms, for example, because the gaming industry has existed before digital fashion, as we know, and a lot of their technologies is actually applicable on wearing experience. So yeah, this is totally bright to me.
And Adrian, Małgorzata, what is your vision, and do you see any dangers within
I can say about the thing that everyone can imagine in our real daily life, how we can use it. I think it will be the help for us how to choose clothes, how to buy virtual fitting rooms, by smart wardrobes, by virtual assistants. And this is available via digital fashion twins, which I am a huge fan of, and the data that are stored by systems, then the algorithms that help us in such things. And I think this is the future that everyone will touch in the nearest future.
Yes, but it is also crucial to notice that, as everything, digital fashion also have two-faced. And like everything, it is not totally white or it is not totally black. So digital fashion creates many opportunities to express yourself in digital fashion, to the space to create, and a lot of space for entertainment. But it also a great tool for e-commerces and for companies to collect the data about customers. So it can bring us to back to the question about fast fashion and how these companies are going to use this data, because they can make it and use it to make the production more ethical, but it also can use it to sell more, and
Yeah, there's always an ethical problem. Yes, Scarlett?
Yeah, so one thing I would like to add, on top of that, I think definitely it's not always black and white, and there's one other possible opportunity for digital fashion. I see it quite in a positive sense, is that it could be used in physical production. Maybe we could use, so I've done some projects previously before, hugely exciting, about, for example, using 3D simulation technology to almost like creating so many versions of digital twins before the physical clothes are going to be produced. So then you can predict, like, okay, what's the life cycle looking like, and can you optimize, say, that we create 1,000 of these pieces that it's supposed to be produced in real life, and then with the digital simulation, we realize, oh, actually, we need to do some adjustment in order to achieve our sustainability. So digital fashion in that sense, in the back end, in the B2B world, to the more the in-house strategy side, it's hugely supporting.
Mish, you were nodding. Do you want to add something on that topic?
The data side of it can definitely have an ethical concern, but it can also be very beneficial done right, regulated right. It can, like I mentioned before, it can help companies predict the upcoming trends, what is selling, so the actual production is more informed. But I do agree that we have to be careful about how we use that data and the purpose behind it. And I do expect there to be a lot more thought around it in the next couple of years.
Totally. Giovanna, do we have you for the last couple of words? Do you hear us? Oh, unfortunately, we have technical problems, but thank you so much, everyone. It was a real pleasure, really, to speak to you and to discuss about Metaverse. Maybe the next time we'll see each other in Metaverse, we'll see. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Metaverse or in person. I mean, thank you so much. And now the moment we've all been waiting for, something I've mentioned 3 times by now, is the do's and don'ts of the metaverse. How can we avoid replicating the same mistakes that we do with greenwashing, with the physical fashion, and what's the future, what's the fair and transparent future of meta fashion? Lucy Shea. Oh, I'm so sorry, Lucy.
Thank you, Zuzanna.
Incredible, Lucy.
No,
I'm out of words right now.
No pressure
CEO
there.
Of Terra, but let the presentation, Lucy, speak for herself.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. And yeah, no pressure there. So, the do's and don'ts, summing up everything that we've heard today. Well, I will do my best. So firstly, cześć. Thank you so much for having me. I am so delighted and honoured to share a platform with so many fantastic leading visionary thinkers and doers today. So thank you for having me. I'm Lucy Shea. I'm the Group CEO of Futera, and I've spent much of my career working in the sustainable fashion space. So I am on the steering committee of the UN's Fashion Charter. I'm a trustee of Fashion Revolution. I'm a co-author of Futera's Greenwash Guide, which we first wrote 14 years ago. And I'm an author of UNEP's Communicating Sustainability, which has been downloaded over 1 million times. I'm wearing today, in my personal life, what I try and do is not buy new. It causes me don't think this is an easy decision. I've noted here that everyone is really kind of on the theme of wearing black. My not buying new has resulted in me wearing brown, feeling a little bit out of place here, I won't lie. But that's what I try and do. But it also is within my kind of business and cultural circle, it also sends some quite useful status signals. More on those later. Why I'm also so delighted to be here talking to you all is that actually what we do in our personal lives is important, but what we do in our professional lives, in the brands, with the brands that we run, in the consultancies that we work in, is actually far more impactful. So this is what we do at Futera. We are mission first, mission owned, mission led. We are a majority female run company. We have sustainability in our governance documents, in our articles of association, and that means we've been able to certify as a B Corporation, and very recently as the first professional services firm to gain climate solutions provider status with Exponential Roadmap. And it was a lot harder than B Corp, let me tell you that. This is our mission, and it is an invitation to work with you all, to make the Anthropocene awesome. And what that means, Anthropocene is the age of humans. It's our most recent and current geological era. Awesome, not just less bad or marginally better, but fucking awesome. Radically transformed, and our mission really is an invitation to work with you and everyone in order to get us there. What we do at Futera is we work on the structure and story of change. So with Google, we've worked on the structure of their circular strategy, which kind of really came to place when we realized that waste is a data issue. Everything fell out of that insight. But for Econil, who've been mentioned earlier, we worked on the story of change, rebranding them around their product truth, which the yarn is so high quality, it can go round and round. It has endless possibilities, and this is some of their resulting work with Prada, autumn, winter, fall 22. With Formula One, we worked on the structure of change, taking them net zero. We set that goal with them back in 2019, net zero by 2030. As Greenpeace said, if Formula One can do it, anyone can. And but also that same year we worked on the ads for the Fridays for Future, the climate strike ads. So structure and story of change. Now, let me just do a short moment on the policy context for greenwash and credible communications, and then I'll go to the importance of story in this task that we've set ourselves, and finally some on influencer marketing before we go to the metaverse. And I've got 10 minutes to do it in, so here we go. All right. There is new legislation afoot. We heard a little bit about this earlier, but the EU is updating, or was proposing to update, 2 of its existing directives, one on unfair commercial practices and one on consumer rights. And I mean, the catchy headline, but it's true, is that it's seeking to ban greenwashing. And this sits within a wider context of environmental and social legislation for the fashion sector, from the Fashion Act or the Fabric Act in the US to the one we just touched on, to the EU's corporate sustainability due diligence. Now, what's not on here is some of the additional policy signals. So in the UK, We have, when you mention EU and UK, you automatically do a bit of a sad face. But one good thing we've done, is our Competition and Markets Authority has relatively recently published a new Green Claims Code and is now systematically working through sectors, starting with fashion and looking at whether businesses and brands are up to scratch with that Green Claims Code. Also, I'm sure many of you would have heard about the Norwegian Consumer Agency taking the HIG to task over overstatement of the different methodology, basically, between polyester and cotton. So it really is it's a pumping space at the moment in terms of developing policy signals. This I love. Now, this is outside of the fashion industry, but it speaks to the move around attempts to limit lobbytising. So in both France and Amsterdam, fossil fuel ads are now banned. Advertisements about fossil fuel products, but also advertisements coming from fossil fuel companies. And that seeks to address something which we've heard some of it today, the unbalance between the spend from fossil fuel companies on renewables and the amount of advertising that's done on renewables, like spend being a drop and advertising being a lot. So that's quite interesting. But really what I'd say is, having reviewed a lot of the greenwash out there in the kind of the wider space, a lot of it is mistaken rather than malicious, in my view. And a lot of it is a result of perhaps over-enthusiastic marketing teams, not necessarily from a malicious intent to missell. And so we've got to ditch the greenwashing, that much is clear. But what is really important is a wider focus around story and communications. And this, to me, is very interesting, that there are now developing policy signals around this as well. So now, here's a rather scientific view of storytelling, that narratives enable people to imagine and make sense of the future through processes of interpretation, understanding, communication, and social interaction. That's from the latest IPCC report, Report 6, Annual Report 6, Chapter 5. And in it's pretty thrilling stuff. It is written in scientific language, but what IPCC has done for the first time is to review all the social science out there and bring together the social scientists with the environmental scientists to really validate what you all know, that storytelling is key. And there's a validation in there of the need for storytelling to drive a sustainable future, and a validation in there of the need for storytelling. It's a critical tool that we have in order to not tip past 1.5 degrees of climate change, temperature change. And more we see that there's evidence to say we tell ourselves a story. We literally write our future as we tell ourselves a story. So actually really thinking about, ditch the greenwashing, but what is the positive influence and impact our marketing, narrative and communication work can have. And my colleague Solovey has said recently that, climate change, it's doing enough communication now. It's communication itself. We've got the floods in Pakistan, we've got increasing, no longer freak, just terrible weather events. It is the solutions that need our storytelling support. And there's, again, from policy signals, WBCSD is looking at how companies can now start to if they get their consumers to lower their emissions, so if you can get your consumers to take up sustainable lifestyles, you may be able to count that in your scope 3 emissions. So lots happening here. And as we can see, consumers are literally searching for solutions. This was a stat at the start of the pandemic that our client Google, the data engineers actually, brought it to the CSO, the Chief Sustainability Officer of Google, and said, "Have you seen this?" It's like, can we make that public, please? Showing a 4,550% rise in searches for a sustainable lifestyle. All right, so we will get to metaverse, but before we get there, if you as a brand want to really meet your consumers where they are, if you want to figure out how to help support this desire, this explosion of interest in a sustainable lifestyle, one of the things you might look at is your influencers. And how you could work with them to be greenfluencers. Now, this is an area that I think is really interesting and is not yet built out enough. And it's something that Futera is going to be really looking at and developing in the coming months. So again, invitation to you all to work with us on this. Now, I've got to speed up because it's 3 minutes. We've started developing 7 tips, if you like. In the interest of time, I'll show you 3 and then highlight some of the others. So more from IPCC on how important influencers are. First of all, if you've ever tried to lead any kind of buy sustainable fashion, lead an eco-conscious or socially just lifestyle, you'll have seen that there's a lot of misinformation out there, it's particularly online and digitally. So let's have a look at this. So this is what influencers do. They are well placed to put actual facts in a very entertaining and kind of authentic way. They can do it far better, I would say, than the sustainability community can by preaching and telling what to do. Here's another one. Lead with joy.
Hello there, y'all all right? So today's Taco Tuesday, as they call it. Today is gonna be Nacho Tuesday in my house. Now, a lot of y'all have been messaging me saying, Tab, I'm doing the Daniel fast, girl. We can't have no processed food, Lord. Can you show us how to, make other meat substitutes? Now, I showed y'all last week the raw pecan tacos, but you can also add a couple other things to those pecans, right? And cook them. Say what, Tab? And cook them. Yes. So tonight I'm gonna make some nachos, but let me show you how I'm gonna prepare the meat.
So another example of how, we tie ourselves up in knots trying to communicate the kind of complexity and importance of sustainable lifestyle behaviours. But again, what influencers can do is be authentically themselves and place those behaviours in a way that is kind of joyful and fun and shows that in a way that people want to take up.
Hello.
And then finally, weave sustainability in. We do not exist in silos. We don't, our minds are made up of a complex mix of, maybe climate change, but cats and fashion and fixes. So and our influencers can actually bring together a lot of these somewhat disparate ideas in their feeds. Our feeds are a mix of things, but here's Stacey Solomon, who she does parenting and craft and homemaking, but when launching her swimwear line, talked about the desire to hold up her boobs and cover her flaps, but also the importance of sustainable materials and recyclable materials, basically. So there's 4 others, which modelling new behaviours, normalising sustainability, selling the solutions, and passing the mic, making sure we bring others along on this journey with us. But I promised to get to the metaverse, so here we are. So we've heard a lot from experts in the metaverse today, and one thing I wanted to just point to is there does seem to be a correlation between a desire to purchase sustainable products and a happiness or aptitude or likelihood to be in the developing metaverse. And when you look around at the accusations of greenwash which are levelled against the metaverse, a lot of the current landscape is really around that piece that we saw earlier around the energy use. And so again, with that Ethereum merger, we can start to see that issue being knocked out. And if I can be a bit blunt, I feel that actually we've been a little distracted with the energy use because that can get fixed. back to those status signals, what's really interesting for the metaverse is how we can potentially replace those material status signals with digital ones. So these are our 10 signs of greenwashing. As you see, that green products versus dirty company, that would have been that piece around, well, metaverse is requiring a load of fossil fuel energy to power it. That's been knocked out almost overnight. And the rest of these, I leave with you. They're freely available on our website. I've got to run after this, so here are my details. If you want to get in touch, here are our socials, my email address. Greenwash Guide is freely available on our website to download, and I really look forward to working with many of you on updating it to see what we're going to need most and least to take us forward in Metaverse. So thank you so much.
Lucy, that was truly amazing. I've seen lots of phones in the air, so you'll be receiving plenty of emails asking for collaborations. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Truly, truly inspiring. And we now have a 20 minutes coffee break that we all need so much. Yes, so we'll see you back here at 4:20. content platform that brings digital fashion to consumers. Natalia, are you ready? I'm going to bring you up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Natalia Modanova and Daria Shapovalova online.
That's right. Thank you so much. Thanks for having us, and I guess myself and Daria with this presentation represent really the future of the metaverse, which will be a physical and digital, and our topic is touching base on the avatars. So let's get right into it and let's cover it. A little bit about DressX. Daria, you want to start?
Yes, of course. And by the way, hello everyone. It's early morning in Los Angeles, but I'm glad to hear you. Thank you so much, Natalia, for the introduction. And happy that we combine this format between me being present there online and between Natalia being there in person, which is so significant. So we started DressX in August 2020, and we quickly became the worldwide leader in digital fashion and built the largest AR fashion app. And we always thought about how we can bring utility to digital fashion, so anyone can wear digital fashion now rather than waiting for a so-called metaverse, which 2 years ago, by the way, did not exist yet in our minds. So we were thinking about like how we can tackle this digital fashion question with showing everyone that it is actually accessible now to everyone in the world, and we can all have fun with that at the same time being on the way to sustainability, because we'll tell you more a little bit, but a bit later about it, but it's definitely the way of how we can consume less and consume differently. Natalia?
Sure, and with that, we started DressX as a meta closet of your AR looks, photo looks, of the editorial quality. Actually, at the BCG presentation, you have seen some digital fashion outfits. They are all by DressX. Gaming skin and virtual outfits for avatars. So DressX is a place that combines all of that, and we call it a meta closet. And we've managed to work with a bunch of different partners from the traditional fashion industry, but actually not only, because recently we partnered with Coca-Cola and brands on a more like consumer side. However, the most exciting partnerships for us are with the tech companies, because DressX is a fashion tech in a core of it. And what we are very much excited about is this possibility to actually wear digital fashion. And we started from the use case of the photo looks. And the topic is who is an avatar, and we are all actually avatars of ourselves in social media. Then we introduced the augmented reality use case and utility, and partnered with other companies like Roblox. And here I pass it to you, Daria.
Yes, and obviously the big question is about interoperability, as mentioned, but we managed to kind of pave the way for it, and obviously Web3 environments are also important for us. So doing this, bringing the DressX brand to Decentraland and Somnium also is a part of the journey, though we really believe that social media are the games of today, and that's why our big partnership with Meta, where DressX items became available instantly on Instagram and soon in Oculus in VR is a great step for the company, because when the feature will be rolled out on 100% of devices, that will give us the scale and the opportunity to be present in everyone's Instagram account. And obviously continue working with Web3 environments, like here shown on the left, Ready Player Me, is continue to be important for us, because we are in between Web2 and Web3 as people, and all of our customers are.
Absolutely. And what's also important to remember that digital worlds and so-called metaverse is just a different type of language that we can use to express ourselves, and it's a visual language. And when we work with the traditional fashion brands, at the beginning that would be quite reluctant that it doesn't look like real, but it looks like for kids, or it's pixelated, and a lot of other things that people with a kind of traditional fashion background would consider, and this feedback is very important. But also what's important is that how this visual language of a certain brand is translated into the new language of digital. And this is a very significant collaboration that we did recently with Dundas, which is luxury fashion brand. And we digitized and created this drop for Roblox. And this is outfits from their kind of latest collection, but also the most significant ones, like this accessory that Emrata was wearing on a red carpet of Met Gala in 2019, and that was the most picture in social media, and still a very significant outfit. So we created some of the looks for Roblox, and people from fashion industry actually appreciate it, and the native Roblox community also appreciate it. So that's really a matter of how it is translated into the new tool that can be used and should be used and adopted. Daria?
Yes, absolutely. So we'll continue with the avatar digital dressing, because for us, we always said from the very beginning when DressX was started that regardless whether you decide to be an avatar or a kind of digital version of yourself, as I am now, we are creating the wardrobe for you. And that's exactly how we're showing here how digital fashion can be worn by one of our friends, Nina, who is here posing as her avatar on the cover of the fashion magazine. And yes, what's exciting that for us, like the next use case after that, can we move into the next slide? Will be the dressing on the camera. So something that like you see me here talking and everyone is using Google Meet or Zoom, and that's exactly where we will move next, because obviously like wearing fashion on the avatars for Roblox and Meta and various other environments, it's amazing, but also we want to move where somewhere is on a daily basis, and that's exactly the optimization that is the big question. But we really do a lot of researches, and at the same time we understand that consumers believe that digital fashion could replace real clothes for content creation, and that's a kind of big move. But at the same time, it does not translate into physical purchases of the same items. But for us, it's an indication that your digital wardrobe will look a little bit different than your physical wardrobe, but you will still continue to have it. And that's exactly the mission of the company, to continue to build it for you.
Absolutely. And yes, what we have here is part of our contribution to the BCG report that was presented earlier today, because for us from the day one, the scientific approach to the data was very important. And here we are moving to the part about sustainability. Because there was a notion that digital fashion is fully sustainable, and we wanted to actually prove it by data. There was no data, and our chief sustainability officer started the research, and we are actually now patenting the methodology of calculating environmental impact of digital fashion compared with physical. And all their reports on the sustainability and our impact is also something that is a public information, and you can go to dressx.com/sustainability and find out more about the details of this research. But what's important that with digital fashion, we contribute to at least 6 of Sustainable Development Goals, so-called SDGs, and work closely with the UN Environmental Partnerships Office. And with our methodology, we are calculating different models of how it can be approached, and we calculated a displacement rate. What if we will replace 1% of our wardrobes of physical clothes with digital? Daria, you want to present this data?
Yes. So when with 1% displacement rate, we eliminate annually 35 million tons. That actually is the annual CO2 emission of the entire Denmark, the country. So which is kind of quite significant, and it saves 5 trillion liters of water. Its annual global consumption of fresh water for agriculture and domestic use. And it's important to remember that when you're producing digital fashion item, it emits 97% less CO2 and almost does not use the water in the production. So every time we're switching at least once into the digital item, and that means like we sometimes are purchasing the items to wear it just once or twice. In this case, digital item is the answer, or like when you're dressing your avatar is the only answer. So basically you at this time you are saving a little bit for the environment, and that's really important to understand. And that's the numbers for our performance for 2021, but we're calculating that on a yearly basis, and there is section on DressX on the website where you can go and check. We publish all of this data because we want to make it accessible for the industry, and we also patented the sustainability calculation method of how we're doing that, which was reviewed by various experts in the industry. So here you can make sure that we're providing the data that is quite valid. Natalia?
Yes, and it's been said a lot about sustainability, but also we understand that it's very kind of hard to relate what to these numbers, to these millions of liters, to these trillions of kilos of CO2. That's why we always try to compare it with something that it's quite easy to understand, of like how many times you can charge your smartphone, for example. And why this is important? Because right now, a lot of digital fashion is consumed actually through the smartphones. And that's how many times you can wear the digital fashion items compared to physical, and how much less of the impact you do. And it's been a lot of talking today. Yes, we will show you the video that we have about sustainability, because this is a topic that should be explained in a fun and a beautiful way. By the way, all half of the looks are not real. You can see. That's right. And I have a question to you now. How many of you actually have an avatar of yourself? Can you raise your hand, please? Well, it's not a half, right? And how many of you have an account in social media? Can you raise your hand, please? Well, it's everyone, right? And that's exactly why we started DressX, for the purpose of giving an opportunity to wear something new, something really kind of fancy or creative for your social media. And that was very first use case of DressX. And the second use case was augmented reality, which we really believe in. And actually, we are updating our mobile app right now. So soon it's going to be the new release. And in the meantime, what's important that this augmented reality use case is also possible into this digital format that we have right now. I'll ask Daria to tell about our experiential pop-ups, and we'll be wrapping up soon.
Yes, actually, it's a very funny thing because we started DressX before it became DressX. Is the idea that such pop-ups should exist in the stores, in the big shopping malls, to give people an opportunity to interact with clothing. And our idea 3 years before, like 3 years ago, and DressX was started 2 years ago, just as a reminder, was that when you come to the store, you should be able to interact with the clothing in the other way. And actually, like, it became a certain part of DressX because we started to do this pop-up AR experiences when you go into the store or into the festival or into any other environment, and you can see the screen where you can actually wear different items via the DressX software, the DressX app, and it's a fun way to interact with people. And we also believe that there are so many premises of the big fashion houses and the brands, and they still own properties and there are shops, but they can become way more interactive where you can like enjoy some other colors of the same dress, have fun with augmented reality, and do so many other things. And that's why we started to introduce DressX AR pop-up, and it's been successful so far, but I'm sure that you will see more in the coming years. Natalia.
Absolutely. And the last slide is actually an invitation to start building your meta closet. And why? Because it's so easy. Because all of you have an avatar of yourself. You all raised your hand, and in augmented reality, we don't need any separate file. It's just your own body filmed on a camera through augmented reality. We say don't shop less, but shop digital. And we talked a lot about the displacement rate. Sometimes maybe we just need a digital shopping therapy rather than physical orders, deliveries. Yes. Well, I think that's a wrap. Thank you so much for your attention, and I hope you enjoyed this digital format.
Thank you for showcasing really the best of virtual fashion, just the fun aspects of it, but also the green aspect of it. And now we're diving into another part of Web3, NFTs. Are they the future? Is this the future of investment, or is it maybe a bubble? And we happen to have only one speaker in flesh with us today, with two more joining us online. Łukasz Trojan from FFVC. I would love to welcome you on stage. You'll be all by yourself.
Hi, hello.
And we have with us Tarek Nezlavi, who's the president of Science Magic Studios, as well as Zofia Zwiglinska, who is a reporter for Glossy, covering all things Web3 and Metaverse.
Hi guys, it's great to be here. Thank you so much for joining me, and it's great to be on a panel on the future of investment with NFTs. Is that another bubble, or is it going to be something that is going to instruct the way that we look at investment, in online? Tarek and Łukasz, it's great to be on the panel with you. I was wondering if maybe you could give us a little bit of an intro first as to what you guys do, and then we'll jump into questions around this whole interesting topic about what NFTs are going to be like in the future.
Cool. I feel like
Łukasz,
we should do the in-person intro first.
Okay, yeah. I'm Lucas. I'm senior associate at FFVC, that is a venture capital firm from New York. We invest in early stage startups, and I'm responsible for fintech, insurtech, and also Web3 projects. So that means also like any NFT decks that I see. I'm the one who will decide whether it's a good investment for us or not.
Brilliant.
And hi, everybody. Thank you so much for having me. Really thrilled to be here. My name is Tarek. I'm the president of a company called Science Magic Studios. We are a company that helps brands and talent work out with their communities how to use Web3 to create and share new value. We work across fashion, music, sport, and media. Before leading this company, I was also at Adidas. As you can see, my wardrobe still has yet to catch up with my new role, where I was leading their Web3 initiative over there. And before that, I was actually with BCG. So it's lovely to be part of the BCG family again as part of this event. Pleasure to be here.
So one comment, prior to FF, I was also a consultant at BCG, so it's like a mafia, I think, is in this room.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I'd love to give the room a little bit of an intro into the NFT space so far. So fashion and luxury have been looking at NFTs, Web3 and blockchain for the last year as a way of solidifying trust from customers, growing new customer bases and engaging in new product and marketing categories. Now it's about the question remains if the NFTs still pose a value to the industry, because the sales of NFTs have actually dropped 60% in Q3 from the last quarter. So are they a trend deemed to pass in the next few months, or are there bigger applications that the fashion industry and the luxury industry are not engaging with yet? So I think we'll go into the first question, which is, the first one that all NFT panels start with. What's the simplest way of understanding NFTs? I think, Tarek, maybe if you can give us an intro first.
Yeah, I'm going to shamelessly rip off Naval Ravikant's description from his interview with Tim Ferriss, which is by far the easiest way I've ever found to explain it. NFTs are basically a way that we can do things in the digital world that reflect a little bit more the real world. And so we can own things in a digital space for the first time, and they can cross between boundaries. So, when you think about when you leave the house with the clothes that you're wearing, you don't leave your clothes behind you in this walled garden called your house. They come with you from one environment to another. And NFTs enable that for the first time for you to carry assets, whether that's currencies, items, clothing, or membership currency between one ecosystem and another. And NFT is just the underlying technology which enables that to happen. So I find it easiest to describe it by analogy with the real world. And that's a little bit about how we think about it at Science Magic Studios too.
Brilliant. And Felix, do you have anything to add?
Well, for me, the name says a lot. I mean, NFT, non-fungible tokens. So tokens, that means digital assets on blockchain. But as crypto and like Bitcoin are like fungible ones that are interchangeable, NFTs means that they are not interchangeable. So they any NFT is unique, and it cannot be exchanged within one another. So that's basically a digital asset that is unique, and it cannot be replicated in a simple way, let's say.
Brilliant. Yeah, and I think that, in luxury and in fashion, NFTs have become a bit of like a thing over this last year. There was a specific boom in February and March. But I think that the market itself has changed quite a lot over this last year. I'm not sure if Akash, you have anything to add on the fashion side, but maybe Tarek, do you have anything to add in terms of how that market has changed over that last year?
Yeah, actually, I mean, a year is a long time. So, if we think about that, we've seen a little bit like what we think of as the rise and fall of NFTs almost in that time. But I would say that, when you look into it a bit more detail, you start to see a little bit of insight. You have to separate a little bit the market from people buying and selling NFTs as a financial speculation thing. And then people starting to understand that NFT applications potentially are broader than just this hype cycle that we see, which will come and go. And so even since the decline in NFT trading volume that we've seen over the course of the market crash, you still see brands figuring out how to enter the space. Notably Tiffany's with CryptoPunks and the NFTs, for example, and apparel brands are still coming in. I think Puma's stuff has happened after the crash. And I think we'll still continue to see that because from my perspective, I think the role that fashion can play in this space is really thinking about creativity as reigning supreme. And this is just a new medium for creativity. And the nexus of innovation and luxury is something that I think several brands are still willing to explore. And then beyond fashion, you still see the same thing happening in other sectors too. Media companies coming into the space, like Time, like Fox, and in the music space, Warner Music Group has been very active as well. So it feels to me like that big companies, including fashion and apparel brands, are starting to understand that the technology is probably here to stay, no matter if the hype curve is kind of going through its own highs and lows.
Brilliant. And well, gosh, I don't know if you've got anything to add in terms of luxury, because I know that you obviously help with choosing the kind of NFT and blockchain projects that you guys work with. So it'd be great to see if, has the market shifted in any way in terms of how you're approaching those different projects?
So from the investment perspective, as it was said, there are like two trends. First is like infrastructure play, and second is like this like an asset bubble play around like certain collections. And what we see that it's super hard for startups to raise money right now based on their like hype on one particular collection, let's say, but startups that are focusing on infrastructural play have the best year is probably right now, because everyone see that NFTs are adapting, that the communities are raising, so everyone knows that like Web3 is the next thing for us, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. And I cover, the NFT plays by fashion brands a lot. So I've written about brands from Balenciaga to Balmain to lots of different Web3 plays. And I'm really interested in seeing kind of how a brand builds that NFT value. So I'm wondering if maybe you have a structure or a rule book as to what makes an effective kind of NFT brand play and how does that build that value? Tarek, maybe a quick intro.
So I'm sorry to say this, but I actually am struggling to actually hear the question. So Zofia, I'm actually not hearing anything you're saying. I don't know if you might be able to repeat the question for me, but I'd love to answer it. I'd just love to get some audio.
Great. I know that, when it comes to fashion brands, it's always about that kind of cultural capital that they have. And I think for a lot of long-term brands, that has been something that they've really built up. They've tried to make sure that whatever cultural capital they have as a brand is kind of clearly defined to their Web3 customers and also to their regular luxury customers, because it's not just about people who are interested in Web3 and already kind of familiar with the space, but it's also about, the luxury fans that they have already and trying to bring them on board. If anyone is thinking about NFTs being a part of Web3 culture in the future, then onboarding them now makes a lot of sense and brings another kind of additional value stream by offering them specific kind of events or VIP parties. We've seen that a lot with brands at Fashion Weeks who have done specific kind of exclusive parties available just to NFT holders. Which is something that I think that community building is going to be a bigger part of brands' value building for NFTs in the next couple of months and also in years to come. So I'm sure that that's going to be a way to build that out as well. And I think that, when it comes to investment, what does that mean? Like, how do you choose which NFT to invest in, from brands? Like, what makes it something that is bring that kind of brand value in there as well? Lucas, maybe you could give us an insight.
Because for me, it's like dangerously close to tulip mania in 17th century. Like NFTs and blockchain technology itself are huge and have huge potential, but NFT itself, that's questionable. I mean, NFT itself has value for companies because of the communities that there are around them, and like legacy corporations can cross-sell their legacy products on this community. they can position themselves as innovative companies, and also like do their NFT drops that are like easy revenue for them. But as long as the use cases are only around ticketing, it's extremely hard to select the NFTs that would be a good investments. Like it's similar to crypto in several years ago, and most of the cryptos basically went to zero, except the few biggest ones, and they were the first one, right? Like Bitcoin, Ethereum, they were like obvious like leaders in fungible tokens. In NFTs, it's not so obvious. So investing in NFTs is like extremely risky right now.
Hi, I'm so sorry, but I can't hear anything at the moment. I think we're running into some technical difficulties. If you can give us just a minute to sort that out, that would be great.
For what it's worth, I hear you, Sophia.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Okay, can everyone hear me? Great. All right, brilliant. I will move on in that case. Obviously, when it comes to NFTs, I know that there's been a lot of talks about how that converges with virtual worlds. And a lot of the panelists today have already talked about, Web3 and the bigger applications with that in the metaverse. So I'm wondering, how virtual worlds can actually be a platform for NFT users and what those uses would be within, the Web3 space. Tarek, maybe you could take that.
Yeah. So sound check. I guess people are hearing me too.
Right. I got you.
Okay. So I think I kind of separate this a little bit into a Web3 and a Web2 conversation, because I think virtual worlds have been around for a long time already. When we think especially about gaming environments, and so that kind of environment is extremely relevant really for any brand, I think, at the moment. So if you want to address a young audience in a culturally relevant way, starting to think about gaming environments is going to be a very natural extension for most brands. And you see a lot of people doing that now, like there are partnerships and Roblox popping up left, right, and center as well. And I think these things are just good for grabbing the attention of people where they are. It's a little bit like what the modern day social media marketing looks like. I think the conversation that we're having around NFT and Web3s is somewhat different. And the reason for that is, the offer is that your fashion items are things that you like legit own. You legit buy, you keep them, you trade them, and eventually we imagine these things being transferable between one environment and another, like between a sandbox and the other side, for example. And that feels really appealing because it means that you end up being able to kind of literally take your fashion with you, just like you do in real life. And games don't allow you to do that in the current environment. My personal take on it, though, is that for the near future, I still think that the Web3 virtual environments and the NFT side of fashion will probably still be mostly relevant in marketing activations to create awesome aesthetics, great PR as well for brands. But the world of, an always-on persistent metaverse where, you can interoperably take one thing from one environment to another environment is pretty far away, in my view. And actually, Matthew Ball's book on the metaverse and how it will change everything, I think, lays it all out really, really well in terms of describing what some of the barriers are from interoperability, from computing power, from rendering. But there are definitely companies making some really interesting advances in this space. So, place your forecast. But I actually hope that fashion brands will continue to keep exploring both in the Web2 and the Web3 environments, because I believe fashion brands will be the leading light and still have a lot to gain in terms of their brand positioning by being active in both.
Yeah, definitely. And I think when it comes to that interoperability that you just mentioned, it's a lot about kind of collaboration that might be quite new. I think coming out of the pandemic, there's been a lot of ideas about collaboration between brands. There's been collaboration between different kind of fashion channels as well, and also between technology and fashion, technology and chemistry, biology, science. Like, I think a lot of those areas are becoming less siloed. So do you think that maybe collaboration is a way that fashion is going to be able to lead that interoperability? Because as you said, that kind of way of taking things from one brand to another, being able to own things on multiple systems and transfer them over is kind of the most important part of all of this. Tara?
Yeah, I mean, I'd almost say I completely agree with that statement, whether we think about virtual world environments or not. You know, I was just, you know, catching the end of the DressX presentation, and a lot of the theme here is around sustainability. And, you know, before Web3 was common language, I was working actually at Adidas on open source creation models where, you know, the infrastructure of the brand would be put in service of outside creators to power their own kind of brands, if you like, powered by Adidas, using the manufacturing, product development expertise, and, you know, really sort of opening up to new creative capital outside the operation, the corporate environment. And I'm now more excited for models like that than ever before, because now it's possible, you know, digital creativity is something which is actually, the barriers to entry are lower. We've seen that a lot actually over the course of the pandemic, and NFTs have really encouraged people to come out of their shells creatively and experiment and find their audience and their community. And, you know, communities like Artifact, of course, have like popped up explicitly around that, now owned by Nike as well. And the idea that you can use the creative tools to actually figure out what has meaning to community well before anything has ever been made is fascinating, absolutely fascinating. Not just because those things could have their own utility in virtual worlds when those eventually come online, but because those can also teach a little bit what physical supply chains should be eventually making. And the items that are birthed in the real world already have meaning from engagement in the digital world. And that to me is an entirely new way for fashion brands to consider open source collaboration with creative capital outside, always being able to maintain a degree of curation about how their trademark and their IP and their design language is coming to life through the eyes of others. So I really hope to see a lot of that, because that's a more creative and more equitable future. I think that's what everybody really wants to see happen as a result of this technology coming into the fashion space.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know, Lucas, if there's anything else you'd kind of want to add in terms of investment, because we're talking here about collaboration, we're talking here about the differences between the current kind of Web 2 state where everything's owned by, you know, a few major companies to a structure which is kind of far more equitable. Is that something that might change the way that we even look at investments in the future?
I think one thing that NFTs change is how we assess the community, like a value. In one perspective, it's NFTs is like in one use case like a loyalty card, and here you have like truly engaging community around the particular NFTs. And again, if you combine that with different communities, so with partnerships with different like designers, that brings even additional value, and that's something new in investments world, that intrinsic value isn't related to particular object, but to the community itself.
Yeah, definitely. Are there any kind of community-led projects that you guys are looking at or working with right now?
Could you please repeat? Sorry.
Yeah, of course, no problem. So is there any kind of investment community projects that you're looking at now? So any portfolios or projects that are kind of specifically community focused?
So in VC world, I would say there are like two trends. There are VC firms that are specialized in Web3 investments, and they invest in particular projects it's like even better for the young startups to have money from this kind of investors, because they already know a lot of people in the ecosystem. They can easily create these kinds of partnerships. And there are like, on the other hand, more traditional VCs that we are, that invest mostly and look for, like, again, like infrastructural play. Like, you don't have to understand particular communities and how does it, where is it placed in the ecosystem, but you basically understand that if the NFTs will be the next thing, then being an infrastructural player, well, you will benefit based on that, right? It's like either you, in Web3, you don't invest in particular websites, but you invest in the servers that are behind this.
Yeah, definitely. And actually just talking about that, because obviously the whole panel is meant to be, is it going to be an investment opportunity or a bubble? Based on, you know, what you've kind of seen in the VC space, do you think that this is something that is kind of growing continuously month over month? Or do you feel like the kind of interest for those infrastructure plays have been smaller, you know, in recent months?
So again, it's going like in two different directions. So infrastructural players attract a lot of capital. The valuations are going up. It's relatively easy for them to find the capital. For the let's say projects that basically are pictures without like anything apart from hype, there is no place for these projects anymore. I mean, it's super hard for them to first like find people that would admire their work, but also investors that would like to participate in those kind of projects. And yeah, it's what we see in basically data, like 80% down is the trading volume of NFTs comparing to last month. So so again, infrastructural players, yes. Particular NFTs, not particularly.
Well, that's good to know. I think that it's important to know which ones are high quality plays and which ones are not. And I know, Tarek, that you mentioned before about Nike and Artifact, and I think it's fair to say that that would be one of the projects that is probably one of the most successful ones in the NFT space right now, that focuses on both luxury and fashion, brings in that Web3 community, and brings in the existing Nike customers, because obviously Artifact, which is a you know, digital fashion kind of company and Web3 company, they were acquired by Nike, and since then have been working basically under the Nike umbrella. I was wondering, you know, do you think that other brands will go the kind of route of acquiring these very promising Web3 companies like Artifact? Tarek?
Sure. I think the answer is yes, but like this is something that I would probably put under the parameters of a normal M&A kind of activity, because let's think about why you buy a company. You buy it because it has synergies with your existing company. You want to just acquire that business and gain control in the marketplace, or you want to acquire skills, which are scarce. And I think in the case of Nike's acquisition of Artifact, there were, you know, at least 2 out of 3 of those seemed like a hit. So. And of course, I was watching this very closely from my vantage point at Adidas as well, who choose to build their own skills within the organization. So Nike have a streetwear business, which is, you know, where a sporting goods giant meets culture. Product is typically scarce, and there are well understood sort of sneakerhead behaviors, if you know what I mean. So collecting sneakers. The idea that these things are sought after and scarce, if you know, you know. And if you look at the parallels between that world and the NFT space, it's uncanny how many parallels there are between. And here you had a company, Artifact, who was skinning that subculture in the medium of sneakers, digital sneakers, basically. So there was a good crossover between what those two companies really stood for. And then Nike were also able to acquire skills which are quite scarce, the actual native skills to live in the community, build that community up, the digital creative side of it. And so bringing that, building that is much more difficult than buying it in a lot of cases. So for other brands where, they see that kind of similar fit, then I don't see why it wouldn't make sense. But every corporate is different in how it chooses to go about its innovation portfolio. Some really are very strong and inorganic and doing acquisitions, and some actually kind of prefer or really almost need for it to be born in-house for it to kind of survive and thrive. So I think it's very much a company by company decision, but I do know that the skills are scarce because, we're accumulating some of those skills right now in our team at Science Magic Studios. So I think at least a partnership makes sense for brands to partner with existing studios like Artifacts or like ours, before deciding to commit about whether this is something they want to try and build internally.
Yeah, definitely. And I know that you must have a lot of conversations with brands and kind of how that looks like and, whether that NFT team build out is worth the investment. And do you think that right now it's only kind of the larger luxury houses who are able to kind of build into that? Or do you think that having, a specialized small team is still possible for smaller or younger brands?
So there's also one thing, and also related to the M&A, that like a year ago, 2 years ago, it was extremely hard to build in-house the NFT, and acquiring the other company was basically the quickest and the simplest one. Right now, you have a lot of like companies that streamline the process, could help big corporations to build the in-house NFTs. So it's much more easier right now to introduce your own NFT collection rather than 1 year ago. So it's just, it will be, in my opinion, a common thing that the traditional fashion brand will have the NFT collection on the side as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's the trend that we're definitely seeing now. Most brands, if not, are already launching their NFT or are going to be launching their NFT. It gives, at the moment, the use cases are mainly around communities, so similar to kind of like a membership club. But I think that those use cases will expand. And I guess I would like to hear from both of you, what are the use cases for NFTs in the future that maybe aren't being used right now?
Yeah, I can have a crack at that one first. I mean, actually, if I'm really honest, I think everybody's still waiting to see killer use cases at scale. Because this thing still feels relatively niche. It looks great in PR, but in terms of the number of people that the technology is touching, it's still relatively limited. I think we're just scratching the surface of use cases, and to be honest, the thing which is required to really tap it is the right assembly of skills to bring the technology, the creative, and the cultural capital that currently exists in brands and the talents together. But the thing that I'm actually really bullish on myself is around thinking about how this idea of membership today looks in the Web3 world, right? We've been living in a world where most brands have been trying to build their own versions of their walled gardens where they have direct relationships with their consumers that their competitors don't have, and monetize those audiences. And when you think about what membership looks like once people are holding NFT tokens or potentially on-chain membership currency, these things are more transparent out there, which feels a little bit kind of weird if you've been trying to hold your consumer database so tight. But on the other hand, it gives your members, firstly, like visibility to flex. People can create experiences on blockchain for those people, and they can take the equity that they get in your membership program to other brands too, through the partnerships that you create with them, which potentially makes it a lot more valuable for people to become a member of your brand. Now, not many brands have actually done that yet. The first who's really announced something material in this space is Starbucks. And I think we're still waiting to see what they decide to do with, their journey badges or journey stamps, as they're calling it, using NFTs on Polygon. So we will have yet to see like whether the benefits of going on chain kind of outweigh some of the drawbacks of bringing membership on chain. But to me, that's how you bring people, you know, millions and millions of people with you, right? If you had tokens which gave you guaranteed access to sneakers, for example, you're not asking people to wear a digital sneaker. You're asking them to just do what they were doing before, but better, which is a more trustworthy, more bot-free, more secure way to buy scarce products, which is what they kind of wanted to do anyway. So I would bet on things like membership, token-gated commerce, and like interchangeability of equity between one brand's membership and another's as being some of the use cases which I think are very interesting for brands large and small to go explore.
Brilliant. Yeah, I'm really glad you mentioned that Starbucks program, because obviously you're looking at the biggest membership pool in the world. So with that kind of coming on to an NFT program, it really does signal that there is big brand support there, even if it's not quite within the fashion space. I mean, there's plenty of brands that do it in the fashion luxury space as well. Lucas, I was wondering, maybe from your side, do you have any more kind of interesting NFT use cases that maybe aren't being applied right now?
So I fully agree with what's said, and that's a great question, but also a great challenge, and the biggest challenge for NFTs creators to find killer use case, because basically all of these use cases can be also done without NFTs, in fact. I mean, so we're still waiting for the killer use case that would accelerate the growth in the industry.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I think that the NFT space is still very exciting. So based on this conversation today, I would say that it's not quite a bubble. It definitely has decreased. And I think that, you know, the high quality projects have come to the forefront, which is what you want, essentially. You want customers to be able to go after things that have actual value and be able to hold that value and then use it potentially as, you know, NFTs become more interoperable, as they become more community driven. So it's been a really great conversation here to talk to you both, Tarek and Lucas. I think that would be the end of our panel. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you so much. And coming up next, let me just tell you this one thing. Please stay with us. There are 2 more conversations, and I promise you we'll end with a bang. And I mean it. We have special guests who had just landed, and I've seen their costumes, and definitely stay till the end. Coming up next is a conversation that's kind of bridges sustainability, metaverse, and fast cars. It's a conversation between Agnieszka Szer-Andrzejczak, Head of Marketing and Comms at BCG Poland, as well as Nicola Boari, formerly associated with Ferrari and the founder of nFast, Metaverse Cars.
Conversation with you, Nicola, especially given your huge and direct experience with the world of luxury brands. To start with, could you tell us a bit more about your time at Ferrari?
Thank you, Agnieszka. And first of all, it's a big pleasure to be here with all of you. I've been spending 12 years in Ferrari, and the first the first 8 years and a half, more or less, I was product marketing director for all the car business, excluding the Formula One. And the last 3 years and a half, instead, I was brand diversification officer, so taking into account the opportunities of enlarging the Ferrari brand to other product categories, to digital, and to reach out to a wider community, especially of younger, passionate for the brand.
Thank you, Nicola. So let's move to the next question. Sustainability has become an ever-presented topic across all industries, and luxury industry is no exception due to the expansive visibility of the luxury brands, perhaps more than their impact. They must face sustainable scrutiny. the new generation of consumers who in 2010 alone drove 85% of luxury sales growth, consists primarily of millennials and Generation Z, and demand sustainable practices, messaging, and products. What is Ferrari's approach to sustainability?
It's a very important question, not just for Ferrari. If you take luxury automotive sector, probably is across all the luxury sectors, the one which has been mostly affected by sustainability, especially starting with new regulation coming in every year, and also in the close future, which has prompted a big technological shift in terms of especially powertrain to reduce CO2 emissions and comply with the regulations. And the reason I'm saying this is because if you want to think about what Ferrari did, you need to consider the context, which is probably quite different from other contexts, like for example fashion, which is just not driven by being more in line with the younger generation of consumers, the consumers of tomorrow, but it's also to be today complying with regulation, which otherwise will put you out of business. So if you want this more cruel world where to be in, and a world where competitors also started to, especially the German luxury brands, started to adjust very quickly with massive investments to move from a standard thermal powertrain to a completely electric ones. In this way, creating a new series of products, a new positioning, and at the same time, possibly also creating a barrier of entry for other luxury players. So Ferrari had to move quick. Also because if you look at also from the client point of view, there's a very specific example that I always made that for me it's quite relevant, and it's that in California, which is actually the biggest market for luxury cars, and in particular for Ferrari, there were many examples that we looked at where the son and the daughters of our best collectors, and we have many there, didn't even know what a gasoline-powered car was anymore. They were just driving electric cars. So for younger generation, for younger Ferrari client as well, the paradigm was shifting quite quickly. So Ferrari had to adapt. And in this sense, I believe that the level of the challenge was quite high, but Ferrari rose up to it by launching a 360-degree plan, which eventually led to the public statement that Ferrari is going to launch a full electric vehicle in 2025 and is going to be carbon neutral by 2030. Now, behind it, there are plans, of course, that are not just related to what is called Scope 1, so the product themselves, but it's also related to Scope 2, so the production facilities and all the production processes, and eventually to Scope 3, which instead start involving the suppliers. So it's a thorough program, and of course it starts from the product. And when it starts from the product, I think the strategy that Ferrari adopted was to look at the sustainable shift toward a more eco-friendly technology like the full electrification of the powertrain as an opportunity. In the sense that start thinking how could the Ferrari cars of the future still look the most powerful, innovative, and stylish in the world like they are today. So in this sense, looking at disruptive technologies like electrification could give you ideas, food for thought, as long as you are able to organize yourself. And as long as you are true to the Ferrari DNA brands that at the time were extremely clear for us. So performance, innovation, style, these are the three brand values that needs always to be there, no matter if you are completely redesigning your product, your processes to become more sustainable. And so we embarked, and Ferrari at the time, and is still, of course, now embarked in a redesign of the offering with a milestone that I told you before, but with a clear idea that even if for the luxury automotive business, this is probably the biggest challenge they ever faced over the last 50 years. For Ferrari should also be an opportunity as long as we will be true, and they will be true to their brand DNA values.
Thank you, Nicola. Thank you for those insights on this very important topic. And it's really glad to hear that it is also opportunity, not only the challenge for the automotive industry. Okay, let's continue with the next question. Most luxury brands are determined not to be left behind by the latest online developments. They do it even despite challenges that such technologies present in a sector which particularly focused on preserving its heritage and protecting its image. The metaverse certainly offers luxury brands an opportunity to reach out to new segment markets and to showcase their creativity and craftsmanship in different ways. Have you had any experience with the metaverse in Ferrari?
I actually did, and this was part of a wider program that I manage as brand diversification officer, which was how could we leverage the digital space to get closer to younger generations that for Ferrari, of course, may be Formula One passionate, but can also be the car buyers of the future. So we devised an overall plan that was built upon a few pillars. First of all, Ferrari has always been very strong in a licensing business with gaming, online games, both on console, on mobile, etc. So this kind of connection has been strengthened by new agreements over the last few years, and I'm be back to gaming when we move to metaverse. It's an incredible platform that a brand like Ferrari, even if it is a luxury one, can leverage, and we have seen other luxury brands also in fashion that have been into gaming recently to reach out to this younger generation. For Ferrari, this is quite legitimate. They have been there, we have been there, and they have been there with gaming for so many years. The second step was how can I then start involving this younger generation with the brand into one of its most iconic manifestation, which is racing. So we created the first monobrand Ferrari eSport championship that was launched first in Europe and now also in US, which entails, of course, that you pass all the steps as if you are a real pilot of cars. So you get to go for training, and that you have initial trials. You get a selection process, and only the best e-drivers will then attend the final season of the championship, and the winner will actually join the Ferrari Digital Driver Academy team that will compete also in the Formula One digital tournament. So it's a sort of a complete experience that is actually getting a lot of traction among younger generation. As you can imagine, most of the drivers were between 15 and 25 years old that applied to the tournament. We're talking about tens of thousands of people who applied. So that was a very big step on a proprietary platform and on a digital tool like esports that is becoming more and more important.
Thank you, Nicola, for this conversation. It has been really fascinating to learn about the relationship between sustainability, metaverse, and Ferrari. Thank you.
And now I'm excited to actually present you the future of fashion. Cathy Tay and Leanne Elliott-Young, founders of the Institute of Digital Fashion, are out there to shake up the system.
Hello. Hello. I think we should ask you all to just stand up and shake your legs a bit. It's been a long bloody day, hasn't it? Okay, hi. Okay, I've got the clicker.
You go on that side and I'll go this side.
Yeah, should we go between them?
Yeah.
So, at the end of the world, do you need more clothes? That's a really dynamic statement, isn't it? But it's one that we birthed our company on. We're a heart-driven company. We don't just talk about sustainability, diversity, inclusion. We put our money and our time to really build a new industry that has that at its core. So, here we go.
So just to give a really, really brief introduction on who we are. This is me. This is me and my avatar. This is Leanne's avatar. And here we are in the physical realm as well. I'm Katie Tay, creative director and co-founder of the Institute of Digital Fashion. And this is?
I'm Leanne Elliott-Young. I'm the CEO and co-founder. Hi, everyone.
Hello.
So there's loads of glorious quotes from our favourite publication, Vogue, who loves us lots. So, woo, Vogue, yeah, woo! Oh, this is really exciting. I'm loving this. Vogue said about us that we are forces of the metaverse. The Institute of Digital Fashion welcomes you to their playground. Because we do play, lots of our projects are really micro experiments to see what the future of our industry is and how we can rebuild it and talk about some of the ethoses that our company really believes in. So here's another one from Vogue Business. So IODF is one of the handful of digital fashion startups that really have spearheaded Web3 and what luxury means in the last 2 years. And hasn't it been an exciting 2 years? So much has happened. There's amazing companies that have been birthed. We were talking earlier in our hotel room, because we were up at 4 a.m. to get here, everyone.
We were, yeah.
So, my baby stopped crying at 3, so it was a bit of a feat. And we were talking about like how much the industry has shifted so much, and just even the idea of when we birthed IODF, the idea of actually what digital fashion even meant. We were mocked for so long talking about this idea of digital fashion as an asset that somebody may have any worth or understand the worth of. So it's been a really exciting 2 years for us. And we birthed IODF as this new era institute, because what we wanted to do was really use technology as this democratic tool for change and think about how the IRL and URL can work together in unison. We're not negating our physical world or the physical fashion industry, but really thinking about interoperability and how the two can work together. And that's what really excites us. So we deliver strategy, solutions, but do it with a lot of gusto and energy and innovation at its core.
I just wanted to say,
there you go.
All of the animations and stuff are all ours as well. I know that it might be very obvious. This was from a Selfridges campaign, the New Order campaign, autumn, winter. I think it was like 2019, maybe. But it's a full Chloe piece. But yeah, I just thought I'd give some like reference to the visuals in the background as well.
And I remember seeing this in Selfridges and just being mesmerised by those boobs. So I hope you're all enjoying them too. I was like, Katy, why do they circle like that? That's amazing.
If you can do it in 3D, just like, why not? Just add to the commotion.
The drama.
So again, basically me and Leanne, we met during a panel, I think maybe in 2019. I think 2019 was our era.
It was our year.
And we were just talking about all of the pain points within the industry. It was a time right before COVID, I think it was, maybe. And I could see, like, I'm not that old, but in the digital fashion world, I am quite a grandma.
You are the grandma.
I am like the grandma. So I could see that it was building up, and me and Leanne came together just because we wanted to kind of protect it, I suppose, and make sure that it's going in the right direction with people like us that actually care about the industry.
And just make sure all the pain points of the fashion industry weren't incubated in this new move, because there was lots of like investment opportunities, and we really respect the craft and artisan, but also the makers. And that's the one thing about the fashion industry. There is this kind of abuse cycle with makers, and we really wanted to protect those individuals as well. So shift some of the hierarchical structures and really think about how we can bring digital fashion into a new space, a new era, a new dimension. So we were thinking about like where it could possibly sit, but how we can make that a democratic move. Well, that's another gorgeous pair.
So So when I said I was a grandma, this is one of the first pieces that I actually made. I think it was back in 2016. And it was during my graduation, and I was just experimenting with different things. I took textile design and just got really bored with the physicality of fabric. So I just came across Clo 3D and started teaching myself. And this was the piece that kind of exploded out of nowhere, really. And everyone was like, what is this? It's like a fusion of gaming, fashion, graphic design, and we're not quite sure what it is. And then from there, I was like, light bulb moment, this has to be something that I continue with.
Yeah, it was noted in the kind of historical digital fashion timeline as like one of the first digital fashion moments. And I actually remember seeing it, and just for the first time seeing flesh in fashion, but also seeing fabric. It's really interesting, like when you see the individuals walking down the catwalk, you see the characters that they are a lot of the time in the persona and the fantasy. And within this, I actually saw the fabric, and it really spoke to me. And that was one of the first times we kind of started falling in love.
DMing.
Yeah, DMing, slide in the DMs. But I was just really deeply inspired by this work, because there was so much kind of conversations around it and what it meant. So we say here we are the new guard and we are changing the system, because we really do believe that we need to break free from some of the old systems that fashion incubates, because primarily the semantics of fashion have changed so much. And it's such an exciting period, but there's a responsibility within that. So we think beyond prejudices, beyond seasons, but also beyond realities. And that's the kind of space that we work within.
Yeah, I guess going back to the reason why we spawned what we did, like we've been in the industry for a long while, and we've built up all of these connections of makers, and we've got like on our roster like hundreds of creators that we all like to protect and look after. So our world, our people, basically. We've got loads of partners that we work with, loads of innovators, young creatives, loads of uni students that we all like to help. And we do have an IRL and times URL academy also, where we do some teaching.
Yeah, so a third of all our projects are philanthropic. So we have the academy, and we realised that we kept getting bolted onto these like hour sessions at various different universities all over the globe. We're at Parsons, and then they were asking us to fly there. And we're like, well, that isn't very sustainable. And also, you can't do much in an hour. I know, we can talk about the what we believe in and why digital fashion is important, but you definitely can't teach it. So we decided to effectively build our own academy. And within that, we actually realized that lots of the universities it's quite elitist, really, who can afford those very expensive courses. So we decided to make it for free, and for those that might, marginalized groups, but also those that might not be able to afford. But even the other side of the system, older individuals, we really wanted to make it as diverse as possible through all the different categories of what it means to be a human and not be allowed in the room. But the board is something we're really excited about. And that is, we're looking after talent. Again, we found that there was lots of people who were working for big fashion brands and not understanding their worth, delivering assets, and the brand themselves didn't even understand the power of that asset. The fact that the one thing that they've created could also not only be made into a working file for production, but also in animation, also into VR and AR. So we actually work with the brands to tell them what they can do more with the asset, and then get those individuals paid more as well. And when we first started talking to some of the individuals, I think we've got 332 now on the board, which is launching at the end of mid next year. Some people were actually crying. It was just so wonderful, because they didn't know how to charge for their time, or didn't even understand that there was a possibility of actually creating a formal career in this space. Okay, so this is the diversity report that we delivered, and we launched it as an exclusive of Vogue Business, because there was lots of people talking about or coming to us for conversations and consultancy on avatar production and fashion garments for the metaverse. There was lots of lazy ideals about what it meant. So I'm not want to put anyone under the bus, but okay, let's forget about race. Let's just have blue avatars. We're like, okay, but lots of things were getting under our skin. We're like, But we knew that those kind of responses weren't right. But we wanted to back it up with some data. So we spent a lot of months with 6,000 individuals pulling together focus groups, lots of data points to really understand what it means for digital identity within the metaverse. And some really interesting stats we got from that. First and foremost, everyone wants to be represented. Those that we all think about the metaverse as being about fantasy. Those are in a wheelchair don't want to fly and have pixie ears. They just want to make sure that they can see themselves first of all. And in The Simpsons, they're all yellow, but they're still deemed as white. So perhaps we don't need bloody blue skin for everyone. So it meant that we could say that with some clout was the people that were being lazy about their design for avatars and their design for the metaverse. So we really enjoy this research part of our work. So here's this is a very tiny list of people we work with.
I guess on here we tried to show how broad our clients really are. We've got like queer nightlife based in London, mixed with your Adidas and your McQueen. And that's what we really love, the fact that we are so 360. We work with everyone from emerging brands to really high brands to tech companies.
Yeah, and how that spreads. I mean, having Pussy Palace on there is really fun. I just like to say that to a big crowded room of people. So back to the, yeah.
This just goes back to our mission statement at the end of the world. Do you need more clothes? Question mark.
So, yeah, we are building the new world, but we do it with integrity. So we have 6 world first. And it shows that what we do is experimental because we're all building this new era. And I think that goes back to the responsibilities for us all. And we have the opportunity to build one that is more inclusive, more diverse, and with the planet at the heart. And that's something we really, really push for all of our projects. And just by showing, in short, some of our 6 world first, it shows that everyone has the opportunity to really build from the ground up, and you have the chance to build anew.
Yeah, so following on from that, one of our world's first is partnering with DAZ 3D, which is a 3D software that basically generates avatars. So we partner with the stakeholders so that we can actually generate actual change rather than just being like, okay, let's buy a diverse avatar and let's make a campaign out of it. But then what about everyone else? What about people that actually can't afford to pay for the most diverse avatar? What if it's not even there? And actually it wasn't. So instead of like pointing fingers, which I think a lot of people within the industry did do to DAZ 3D, we just said, okay, let's team up, let's join together. So we actually built an inclusion board that anytime that they want to build someone, say a trans body, that they can actually communicate and talk to that person, and they can tell them exactly how they would like to be represented. So it changes it from, what is it? Characterization to representation. And then this is also me, which you can go on to the next page. So if I stand like this, it looks it looks like me. So this is one of the first non-binary avatars that they had on DAZ 3D, and you can purchase me. We gave a lot to our community. It was the first mullet on the program, and we do see my hairstyle fed into a lot of campaigns, which is quite hilarious.
You can just like spot it, like, oh, there's Callie's.
There's my mullet
again. It was just such a powerful thing to have when you realise that the people that are holding the tools in which we are going to be creating, avatars or producing the assets for the metaverse. Primarily, they're cis white men, and they hadn't spent any time with the people that they're recreating. So now to have this board where they can have a chorus of individuals from that cultural background in the room with them whilst they're building with it, and have a sounding wall, it's just something that wasn't done. And we were just, first of all, really surprised about it, but it's just been really powerful for them as well as a listening tool. So that was like that was a really big moment for us, not just having the mullet, but also. Yeah.
So this is another one of our world's firsts. I guess it was me and Leanne were sat together. We were like, okay, so how do we get more people experiencing digital fashion? Like, why do we not just hit the runway? No, not runway, the red carpet. Okay, let's go to the fashion awards. Let's just like hit up all of these famous people and ask them questions. Like, a lot of people didn't even know what digital fashion was. Some people did. And then we gave them the opportunity to experience and wear it. And this image of Kristen McMenemy has been kind of put everywhere. It went quite big, and it was also printed in Vogue Italia magazine, which was unreal. And if you could, oh yeah, same again. But this was designed, this digital asset was designed so that it could fit onto anything that the person was wearing, I suppose, because when you're on the red carpet, what they're wearing is so important. So we wanted it to be more of an accessory piece that can just go with any outfit, any gender, any race, any size. So that was the thinking that was built upon that.
And it was so like number one, just being like in the like mosh pit of the red carpet was such an interesting moment. But we went there with Vogue Singapore, and it was really interesting, the discourse on the runway, like, and also how everyone walks in digital fashion. Everyone was just like doing the robot. It was really.
Kalani was doing the robot. She was like, "What do I do?" Oh,
it was like a really interesting social experiment. But that asset, we worked with Dematerialized, who we love.
Love you.
And this was on Luxo, and it sold out in 24 minutes. Yeah, we sold it as an NFT and had various different. We wanted to again make it inclusive, so it was a very to step into it. It was £25, the cheapest one, and it went up to 5,000. Within that, we opened it up for different utilities. So it meant that those who might just want to just play around and what it meant to like own an NFT could step into the space, but also those are more confident in that era spending like £5,000. You actually got an asset it was a whole 3D file.
It's a whole 3D file, and it kind of future-proofs this NFT, because the NFT will live forever, but the functionality of it could change. So if someone has a 3D file and at some point we have Apple glasses, they could then use that and program it into anything, basically, and it will be the original thing that was shown on the red carpets, which they'll have all the usages of because they own it and the file.
And everyone thought we were a bit mad for doing that, but we really do believe that the future of this part of the industry is about utilities and also future-proofing. Oh, this one's going to take a while to load, is it?
Yes.
This is a really heavy file.
Well, we can talk about why it's so heavy. It's because you can just imagine it. So it's a couture gown, and there's loads of gemstones on it, and we modeled every single one of them in 3D. I guess if you go to the next page, you can see the making of, right? Okay, so you can imagine what this might look like when it was rendered. But it was like, we spoke to the designer every single night on Zoom, and it was the tiniest little tweaks. Okay, make that facet a millimeter smaller, bigger, etc. But it was very rewarding. It's a shame that you can't see how good that animation is.
Actually, if you all open your Leaders Vogue magazine, it's printed in there.
It is. That's good.
But,
yeah, it's just a heavy file, but you can imagine.
Yeah, and that project was, the first time anyone had ever seen this couture atelier standard of digital making, and that's something that we really try and push is the craft and artisan, because a lot of time digital is seen as this quick fix and something that is there's a kind of push button because there's a software involved, and actually there's a really high level of craft and artisan. There was a team of 15 individuals working very long hours around the clock, and as Katy was saying, every single bead and facet was modelled, but in a tete-a-tete with the design couture atelier. So it really did push the boundaries. So do look at it in print. And here's where it sat. So not only was the whole, not only was it the garment itself, there was 4 in the collection, but also it's set in this very intense cave. And the garment itself and the cave kind of glistened, and as it rotated around in that space. It kind of makes me cry looking at this because it was so long, that project.
This is something else that should also be moving.
So this is like the runway. Katy said about runway earlier. So we were like, okay, we effectively took it to the red carpet. and we wanted to bring it to London Fashion Week. We were doing lots of projects overseas, and we were like, okay, well, London is our heart and home. Let's work with a designer. So we worked with Roxanda, and we wanted to, first and foremost, how do we talk about NFTs in the vocabulary that the fashion industry understand? It's a big conundrum. Like, how do you get a wallet? What does that mean? Like, there's lots of fear in the digital fashion landscape compared to physical fashion. So what we did is we worked with, instead of using, sometimes digital fashion sits in a specific aesthetic, kind of like fembot, you know, lots of kind of intricate, kind of under the water moments. We were like, okay, well, let's work with Roxanda. She's eloquent in what she does, and she's also a sculptor. She studied architecture, and her gowns are always phenomenal. But there's an elegance about them. So we worked with something that wasn't in the particular aesthetic realm of digital fashion. And what we did is we worked with her, and we asked her some, like, nurse some questions, and worked with her, like, okay, what can't physical fashion do? And she was like, well, the color can't change. This dress she attempted to create in physical, but she couldn't, because you couldn't actually get the fabric it is. You couldn't get it to sculpt wide enough. You would have to have big, thick rods. And she was like, I just want it bigger, Leanne. Katy, just make it bigger. I just can't do it. And she would send us pictures of this floppy, flaccid dress. And we were like, look, babes, we've got it. So basically, we worked with her to make her dream dress. And for the finale, the physical dress walked down the runway, and at the same time, an augmented reality version of it span round in the centrifugal of the Tate Britain. And it was a bit of a moment. We were just like, oh my God, it's the Tate Britain. Our parents are going to be proud. Finally, they'll just get what we're doing, because it's in the Tate. But also, we worked with a designer that wasn't particularly about this digital fashion aesthetic. And then we sold it in pounds, not crypto. And we nursed every single purchase. It was a long project, but we then educated everyone on how to open a wallet and what that meant, and the process of an NFT, and what we did and how we minted. And it was an educational point, because it is a very difficult landscape to step into, and we have to handhold. And that goes back down to what are the responsibilities, and for us it's about education and about bringing people into this space and assisting them. So the brands that we work with, we carefully craft a vocabulary for them in the metaverse. We work with them on their digital fashion assets, but also we work with them on how you can also activate change. So here we go, you can see the garment in situ at the Tate.
Sorry, I had to clear my throat. So this takes us back to a project that we did maybe in 2019. Oh yeah. So it was during COVID, I think, and it was it, what season was it? I don't know. Anyway, it came at a time when London Fashion Week were like, okay, we're not doing physical, we're going to go digital. And me and Leanne were so excited. We're like, oh my God, they're going to go digital. What does this mean? And it turned out it was just YouTube videos, which is fine. I was like, Caroline, that's Caroline Rush. I was like, Caroline, is there more? No, have you seen it? We were like, is there any more? Is that it? So luckily at the time, we were like, okay, we'd done a lot of work, like Leanne mentioned before, we'd done a lot of work overseas. We wanted to help all our friends, our emerging designers from London. So we built them the Machine A store. If you don't know Machine A store, it's like a tiny little store in Soho, is it? And they find all of the emerging talent, and it's just got all the best people in. So we built them an augmented version of Machine A store, which you could walk through. And it basically got people off their feet when you're just kind of staring at Instagram or the online space, looking at digital. It got you off your feet and actually moving through also the city, because we put it on fly postering and billboards all around London. And it just kind of meant that everyone was involved. And one thing that we always want to do is democratize the Fashion Week schedule, because it is very rudimentary and you have to pay a lot to get in. And yeah, so we're getting everyone involved through the IRL and URL of the billboards, etc.
It was so amazing. It was super interesting as well. Like all of the language and statements here were actually, and also inside the experience, were from the designers. We wanted to showcase their work inside the space, but instead, because we also have Brexit in the UK, embarrassing, but yeah. And so they were really struggling. They were like, okay, I'm in my studio. I don't even know if I can make clothes because I don't know how to price them or mark them up because I don't know what where they're even going to go. Can I even sell outside of the UK? Also, COVID. So it was a really stressful time. So instead of having any fashion, they actually just wanted to put these statements, and they become the billboards, and they became almost like the manifesto of our business, which was about how this IRL and URL can work together, questioning what fashion means in our times. And it was a really poetic moment for us to spend time with designers as they were pondering, again, the semantics of fashion. Because we'd spent a lot of time talking about digital fashion and the physical fashion, brands, designers, kind of feeling like there was a space between us and a bit of a tussle. So it was a really magical moment for us to be working alongside them and supporting them. And this project, again, was another philanthropic project. We decided to work and support Ouroboros for their first physical fashion, first digital fashion showcase on the schedule. Yeah.
And yeah, I think same again, like digital fashion. Well, if you've got digital fashion on a physical schedule, a lot of people are going to be like, but what is it? What is digital fashion? It's basically an image or an animation of something. So what we wanted to help Ouroboros with was to make it wearable. So not only did we do the same thing again, which was within our kind of London Fashion Week phases, is we took over the streets of London with kind of, target points where you could also wear this. So as soon as it went on the schedule live, if you were at a point with the billboard and the fly poster, you can then all of a sudden wear the actual piece. Yeah.
And again, that was another moment, like the Guardian wrote about us, and they said it was a key moment when digital fashion, when it pivoted from to view to wear, because there was a big shadow surrounding digital fashion and what it meant to the industry. So it was a really big moment. And also the other thing was COVID was still kind of, people could still only, gather in groups of 6, and the fashion weeks were pretty dead. And to see people dancing in the streets in digital fashion, it was the one thing that, it was quite bizarre, the one thing that was making everyone dance and move around was digital fashion, not physical. So it was a real moment for us. And then when it comes to data points, does anyone care about digital fashion, or like what's the test use case? Well, it got 1.5 million wears in the first day. So it really did show that people were keen to explore this new phenomenon that we'd birthed in the fashion industry.
The end. Sorry.
That was a lot about us, but I think what the key point is that what I said at the beginning, we all have a responsibility for a new era, and so I hope that you can be inspired about the experimental way in which we tackle it, and join us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I did tell you that they were quite something, weren't they? I mean, I feel like it's so difficult to follow after this presentation. It was supposed to be the moment for the closing remarks, but I feel like everything's been said over and over again, and I'm just processing all the information from today. I'm so inspired. I'm so excited. I want to, just go back and rewatch the videos. They will be available on YouTube, so you can watch all the panels, see all the highlights. But we have one more exciting announcement, and that is, who is the winner of the FFVC award? So I'll now welcome on stage our FFVC representatives, who will pass on the good news.
guys. So I'm also a guest, not really FFVC, but invited by organizers. So the three first things to say is first is like official complaint to the organizers. How on the earth you can make us speaking after this? It's like you force regular person to perform after Freddie Mercury. I mean, it's like we have nothing to say.
It's just cruel, you know.
So that was cruel. Second is like an official prize to the organizers, and that's like almost quote from the Bible that you kept the best wine till the end of the wedding. So thank you for that. And the final is official statement. Luckily, we don't have to say anything about us. We want to say everything about the startups that were pitching, and they were wonderful, they were innovative, they sold us their energy, the great ideas, so that was really tough. So Mateusz, please.
Yeah, so firstly, I also wanted to thank all of the participants who came to us from all across the world, some of us virtually, some of us physically as well. It was a really, really tough decision, and before we're going to announce who is the lucky winner, we're going to explain slightly why we've chosen that project, that company, those founders. So we've been essentially looking for three qualities. One is boldness in creating a vision. The other one is resilience to external changes, because business is business at the end, and you need to make sure that you come across difficult situations and you're coming out of them stronger with energy and sustain your path against all odds and against all unfortunate circumstances. And third is business that is highly scalable and it performs, because business being business means that you actually deliver results. And I'm happy to say that the contestant that won was really, really impressive with that regard, that might not have been so obvious during the presentation, and the results for the last year were really outstanding. And the final comment is that I really feel humbled and impressed by the quality. We haven't anticipated to have such a robust discussion about who should win. There were some projects that are really, really cool, and we'll follow up with them after the conference and see whether there's another maybe way how we can work together. But let's focus right now on who's actually winning the contest, and I'm happy to say that it's Alex from FinMap. So congratulations, Alex, and come here.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
And really congratulations, you have come a long way together with your team and with your founders, working in extremely difficult circumstances, and proving that entrepreneurship is all about energy that you're giving to others, that you're giving to your team, that you're giving to your clients. And even if we are living in a very brutal world, you can still focus on doing the right thing, which is moving forward, developing yourself, and developing people around you, which is a great thing. So Holly, congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Very, very pleasant. Thank you.
And maybe I'm going to ask, also for justification from Bartosz, because he has really good points about why what you're doing is relevant for the fashion and generally for the business. That again might not be very obvious when it comes to evaluating a project.
So just the quote from Mateusz, which is regular, it's like business is about business. So we believed after really hard discussions that your solution, your proposal is something that can be applied through technology to fashion as well as to any other businesses to help people to develop their ideas, to develop themselves, and to make them very, very successful. So it can be very, very unique and successful across different industries. So that, for me, as a business person, was one of the very decisive factors. So congratulations.
Cool, thank you so much.
And what I wanted to say, we found it out later when we talked over there, that your business partner is actually a person that is actually fighting at war.
It is.
So after this all 6 months, I think that it is super important to us that we will never forget that war is a war and bad thing is a bad thing. So this will never can be common to us. So please pass our best wishes. We keep finger crossed, and we are with you guys.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the choice. Yeah, that's very, very pleasant, first of all, to be here and to receive this prize, because, yeah, we're doing things that are helping businesses, are helping all the ecosystem, and helping the sustainability at the end of the day, the thing that was talking about the whole day today. So, yeah, thank you for your choice. We will be continuing doing what we're doing, improving businesses, helping people to do sustainable things, and thank you for the support.
Okay, again.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Okay.